I go Brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. The time is finally upon us after months of play in the ladders, the planes, and all the teams who's managed to qualify here. Now is the moment we can finally have got 8 teams to then go through to, of course, the challenge finals at a later date. I'm Lethal. Joining me is a magnificent man. To next to me is, of course, Ark, and we do have D-Man on standby, who's also very excited to go through all these games as it is the first play day. 4 weeks of action, 2 play days in each week, and Ark, what can we say? Super excited to see how things will pan out here.
I mean, we gave the teams a bit of a hard time to get to this stage, but I think rightly so. Many have shined their way through to the competition, and yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is where we're going to get down to business, and I just cannot wait to see the battle commence, as now there is so much on the line for all of these teams.
I think what we need to do, Ark, we need to dip into the qualified teams, because everyone at home knows that, of course, from the competitive Brawl Stars scene, everyone's going to know most of these teams, if not all of them, let's be honest. Like, you know, the likes of SK Gaming, AC Milan's Clash, EXO, you know, they've had a great run over the last month in numerous different tournaments. And of course, you can see Tribe Gaming, Totem, Noble Elite, Na'Vi, and Big. So some very familiar faces, and it's going to be interesting to see how things will pan out over the next month.
I think it's a really nice batch of teams. Honestly, I've got to say, some real front runners for sure that have no doubt will have many eyes on them. But obviously a lot of up-and-coming teams as well, and some that I really hope we see cause some really, you know, unexpected results. And, you know, I do love to shout for an underdog. So there's that.
Well, you know me, Ark, love an upset me, and hope we get a few of those, not just today, but well, do you know, I fancy a few on every play day. You know, I'm quite greedy. I like to have a few here and there, you know, and try and get at least 1 or 2 in every single matchup. But I think it's a big talking point for a lot of these teams, really, because, you know, I think like with some of the teams, they more rely on open bracket play rather than league formats in order to kind of push themselves to that next level, or to the, you know, try and push themselves a little bit further on. So I'd be interested to see how things will go over the next course of time, because of course they've all played against each other before on numerous occasions in over a long period of time. But this is going to be it. This is going to be the first play day, and now we're going to find out who's going to come out the gate strong and who's going to really put in a good impression to start us off.
Yeah, you can't hide underneath any rocks in this competition. You're going to have to go through everybody. And like you rightly say, that is going to really make a big difference here. And, you know, a lot of teams are going to have to, you know, sort of really dig deep when it comes to some of their rivals and some of those teams that kind of maybe on the scoreline have struggled to gain the upper hand. So at the same time, again, I really look forward to those teams that are able to, you know, turn their tide and make something of themselves, that perhaps they go up against a team which they haven't been able to defeat in the past, and then make a bit of a statement here. That it could be today.
It certainly could be indeed. And do you know what? Let's not muck around here. Let's have a look at the schedule and see exactly which matches are going to be appearing beyond our eyes. As you can see, Noble Elite. We've got a double dosage of Noble Elite to start off with. They'll be playing against Reply Totem first, and then straight after that, it will be against SK Gaming. SK Gaming, as we all know, especially in the European scene, a very strong force to be reckoned with, one of the most consistent teams across the board, and probably will say is the best team in Europe, or if not one of the best. And speaking of one of the best teams in Europe, we've got Clash straight afterwards against Big, so a nice taster of what's to come.
Yeah, nice mix there. I think, you know, SK Gaming have had a fantastic year so far. Definitely will be looking to continue that same kind of streak on today. AC Milan Clash versus Big, I feel will be an interesting match to watch also. And there's a big roster change, actually, to AC Milan Clash just last night, having dropped treble. So I imagine it'll just be Lanagie and iChaos rocking that one today as just a 3-piece. But Noble Elite versus Reply Totem as well is going to be an interesting matchup. Both teams performed exceptionally well in play-ins, the second play-ins, and made it through both at the same time. This is like the match that we never saw happening in that respect.
And you guys at home think we've only got 3 matches? No. We've still got another 4 coming straight after. We've got 7 total. But let's have a look here and see what's going to be coming up straight afterwards. We've got Clash again versus Na'Vi. That should be a good one to watch, as well as EXO versus Na'Vi again. And then Tribe versus EXO in our 6th match. I think one of the biggest talking points there as well is how Na'Vi is going to be able to come up against some of these tier 1 teams. They've made some massive improvements over last month, so looking forward to see what they can do against Clash and Tribe later. And then last but certainly means no least, it's going to be Tribe Gaming versus SK Gaming as our final match on the evening. So, huge games, huge matches all across the board. And not only that, this is play day 1, so, imagine what the other 7 are going to be like.
Yeah, we are starting things off with a bang, and yeah, huge day for Tribe Gaming, huge day for Navi. Navi really actually impressed me, it must be said, in the second play, and they really did fight tooth and nail to get to where they did, as well as they did, very consistently and very aggressively at the same time. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing whether we'll see that same team again today, because yeah, many of these matchups are quite exciting. It's a big one to start us off for the day.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about Noble Elite. Let's give them, a little bit more flair here. Let's talk about their roster and see exactly it's going to be competing in their first match. And, very familiar faces, as you well know, Ark. Noble Elite is one of those teams where they do need to prove themselves, need to still come out the gate strong, create some kind of impact if they can, because there's some very, very heavy hitters here, and if they get that first win, that'd be a fantastic start for them, but we don't want that momentum swing to not be in their favour going into the second match as well, as the games that are going to be playing, the first 2 will be back-to-back.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of all these players today. Ultimately, Noble Elite are going to want to have that, really, really impressive start. It does go a long, long way. It gives you that momentum and that's confidence that you need moving forwards. And I'm sure that they will be coming in today with that very much in the back of their minds as to have they done, all the scrimming and practicing which they need to do, because they got a lot to do today for sure.
They certainly do. Not only today, but throughout the entire course of the next 4 weeks. But let's have a look at Reply Totem to see who will be competing on their side. And I'm sure plenty of you guys know at home these names very, very well. Maru, Mori, a nice little duo there with Brazier as well. I've spoken a lot about him. Likes to finish other people's foods off their plates and try and finish up and rack up those kills here and there. He loves it, mate. Absolutely loves it. But Mori and Maru are a very, very good duo as well. So Brazier kind of complements their aspects in terms of the baiting and switching. But as a team, as a whole, I kind of feel like their inconsistencies a few weeks ago were always lurking, in the back of their minds here, there, and absolutely everywhere. 1 week there could be a very good tier 1 team. Other times, they're not. Maybe bottom of the barrel, tier 1, top tier 2. But then again, what we've seen so far in the competitive scene in terms of the recent form, the last couple of weeks, they've been very, very solid.
Yeah, for me, Reply Totem are a really, really aggressive team, and sometimes, every now and again, go a little bit overly aggressive. They overextend, and that's the thing. You've really got to find that balance and that calculative manner between how you go on the aggressive and also how you go on the defenses in a lot of maps. So that's something they're going to have to really kind of rein in just a little bit. And I think today the message for them would be to kind of go in cautiously and just to kind of establish their pace not too early on. They've got to kind of seek out Noble Elite and find out how they've come in with their strategy today and try to match that at a really reasonable pace before bringing some of that aggression that we're used to seeing from a team like them.
It's like you're trying to reframe any kind of temptation and, got to have so much discipline to stop these little mistakes you're talking about, like the overextensions. You see it, plenty of times. It's very easy to get excited when you see someone pretty weak and you want to go for the flank. I know, it's like, it is one of those things. It's, in the back of your mind every single time. But yeah, you kind of feel like they're ironing out those kind of mistakes, and they are quite easy to rectify. It's just all on your head, really, if you want to try and make something happen and make a difference to the team. Those little mistakes can create a huge impact. But let's have a look at the maps and modes we're going to go into in our first match of the day of the first play, because it's going to be a huge talking point here, as the first map will be on Hot Potato, the second will be on Shooting Star Split, Sneaky Fields, and if we do go to a fifth set, it will be all the way across to Factory Rush.
Ooh, an interesting lineup then. Hot Potato has been an interesting one first, and I do like the look of the bands. I think getting rid of Bell and Stu is always a good start, and Max, for me, is the better of the two, paired combo brawlers between Max and Gene. So I think that's a wise of the two. I mean that Gene is still available if we do get into some of those later stages games, but Hot Potato up first, lending itself well to a lot of Rico and a lot of throwers, but ultimately, if a team does decide to break open the map, then it could also take away a lot of that kind of strategy and leave those brawlers which would otherwise thrive with that terrain really kind of in a more vulnerable position.
Interesting to see Max ban, actually. Of course, with his movement speed, I think a couple of players on Reply Totem I've seen in the past where they like to abuse it to bait out any kind of attacks and then make those vital pushes. We've seen it time and time again. Noble Elite have clearly read up on that And Noble Elite are one of those teams in this entire ESL Mobile Challenge. They've actually played a huge amount of games, a huge amount just coming into the ladder and the plane. So they've clearly got a lot of experience in terms of what they're like back in the past in a few of the games they've actually played against Reply Totem. Of course, in the Brawl Stars Championships as well, they've probably seen exactly what they get up to. They have a lot more VODs to work on than Totem have, but it's going to be a weird one because Noble Elite do need to prove themselves. They are the kind of team where they're consistent, but they can definitely try and hit more of a skill ceiling, like try and reach a higher plateau, but they just haven't been able to break that barrier yet. That's why we haven't seen any inconsistencies. It's basically what you see is what you get, but Totem is a different kettle of fish. There is inconsistencies, but I will be honest with you, the last fortnight, they have been a real solid team. I don't think those inconsistencies are there as much anymore. It's just about them trying to reach, again, that next plateau.
Yeah, and I wonder how they're going to fare in this first particular game mode, because again, that tendency to overextend is not really a quality that you want to necessarily have in Heist. It's much a game mode where you want to be very much aware of your defensive abilities as well as your offensive and finding that balance. So if I'm them, I think that controlling the mid first and foremost is the way to go. No sort of base races. We haven't really seen that many base races, it must be said, this year. I think teams have been far better and more calculated in their approach and just kind of looking to establish a couple of kills around the mid before advancing on the safe. But ultimately, yeah, a game mode where you do have to really consider what is going on the defense, what is going on in your offense, and having great communication at all times goes a long way here.
Yeah, comms is absolutely vital. I think when it comes to any kind of communication, to be fair, in any esport, small talk is the absolute vital out of any of them. If your team has no small talk, then there's going to be no plan of action. There's going to be no coordination. Your syncing is going to be way off. And you just can't make assumptions that your teammate's going to do this whilst the other does that. Okay, you may have a element of chemistry, but unless you've not knocked it down with strats and been prepared to do anything like that, then, that's it really. And the shot caller or whoever the IGL is on both teams have a lot of work to do. Brawl Stars is, a very fast-paced game. You've got to make sure you're absolutely on point with your calls, because a tiny mistake like that can definitely put you on the forefront or the back, shall we say, with your backs against the wall, and there's nothing much really you can do thereafter. So yeah, you're right though, comms is extremely vital, so their small talk needs to be on point in this first match of the day. So I hope for these two teams, they've been grinding a lot leading up to this moment.
Yeah, preparation's so key and so vital. Good choices. Straight off the bat, I'm looking to see what the kind of broader comps are going to be and whether teams are making those choices that they need to be making. And star powers and gadgets obviously play a big role in that also. So putting some thought into things like that will go a long way here. I kind of want to see, for me, just kind of... I think, out of the bat, I think Barley is a good shout in terms of throwers. Rico's a great mid, but ultimately, if we do see some more breakers, then that will, sort of gradually take away the strength of Rico. I think brawlers like Jesse are quite kind of key in that respect, because they can kind of cater to both kind of approaches in terms of strategy. I think brawlers like BB can do pretty well here as well. Having that kind of tankier lane approach to kind of assert some authority and apply some pressure can go a decent way as well. Ultimately, I think Max out of the mix might play a bigger role here than I think many might think in terms of Heist, because you can use that particular brawler to really advance and create a push. Bell is going to be a big factor here out the mix as well. I think that having that particular brawler away from this particular game mode will mean that a lot of her shots won't be able to ricochet between a lot of the brawlers, so a lot of value will be dropped from that particular pick. But definitely curious to see what teams are going to be going in with early off the bat, and I think it might give us a little bit of an indication as to what they're thinking early on.
Yeah, I think we will get a flavour, and I look forward to it. And you're talking about Max as well. It's more for the players who've got a lot of individual skill and they kind of want to, establish themselves and be the game changer. Max is a lot of ways you can kind of abuse that individual skill with him, like, baiting out a lot of the attacks and, weaving and diving and trying, like, be able to create or exploit certain openings, which it makes once, some of the players on your opponents have actually run out of attacks or anything like that. So there's a lot of things you can talk about Max there, which is why probably Noble Elite have actually banned Max, because in terms of their mechanics and fundamentals, they're probably not too... not on the top of their game, but due to the fact that they're playing against a very strong opponents in terms of Reply Totem, they want to try and get a nice or a decent start coming into this. But in terms of the banned brawlers overall, it's not really something, I'll probably say it's what you expect in terms of those 4 bans. It's not something different or off meta.
Yeah, I think, Byron is one of those brawlers which could have supported a great deal in Hot Potato for a brawler like Colette. So I can see that being a relatively direct ban, which will affect this first game mode. I think that a lot of the bans probably won't come into play in Shooting Star. I think that for me, I'd probably traditionally expect to see more of like a kind of tick mid with a Piper and Nanny lane side. I'm always open to a variation on that, but more often than not, that is the kind of safer bet to go with. But I think Byron here is a quite a key one to have out the mix. I think if we do see a Colette, then that will be something which will be much harder to make work. Well, yeah, I can see Colette in the mid, and again, the justice that I mentioned. But yeah, I do like Rico mid here and Barley for the side lanes. Definitely the way that I would go, but watch out, maps to come where the teams bury it away from this idea, because it can be particularly vulnerable, like I said before, if you take away some of this terrain.
Here we go, the first series of the day, of the first play day. As Noble Elite now, we're going to see what they can do here against side of Reply Totem. We know how good Reply Totem can be, and we'll see if their consistency will continue to show, as already it's a bit of a stalemate situation. You were talking about Barley beforehand, and you're absolutely right, a fantastic thrower still, even after that last patch a while ago, and still being made in terms of great use.
I like the use of the gadget there as well. Healing Tonics is a great idea here, just to kind of assert the authority in the mid here, and Maori needs to be cautious here. He does connect nicely, so but look at how low rather Maori and Melanie are just very cautiously trying to push through here. The first sign of aggression comes from Melanie taking down the end. Does connect a little bit on that top end of the safe, so the first sign of damage from both sides. Only 2% in at the moment, a very cautious approach, and this is kind of what I was hoping to see, actually. I think this is exactly what Reply Totem need to do in order to kind of like keep that control in their side of the court. I like the angles as well that Dijon is getting from the left-hand side. The shock their gadget is not going to affect them too much, and the turret goes down quite quickly, so I like the way as well that Noble Elite are playing on defense here.
Been a huge amount of stalemate situations here and there. Literally both teams are just tickling each other until they can find an opening to exploit, as Brazier does take down one. Maury's been very good in that left-hand lane. Even though he hasn't done a massive push, his map presence has just been vital for him just to keep his opponents at bay. But Andre gets a kill to his name as well, so does Maury, and be able to inflict a little bit more damage, now up by 5%. So this is good from Totem, but we need to be careful with his next push. But then again, you can say the same thing on Noble Elite. We'll be able to keep this push back, but huge amount of aggression here from Totem. I think they're just relying on that respawn immunity to push straight back up. It is a 2v2, as Money looking to try and do a little bit more damage to Brazier, as Andre is just trying to push away from that right lane as well. But will get taken down, will get cleaned up. Looks like they will be able to win it by at least 10%, and that's a great start there from Totem.
Yeah, I really like the way that they were not overly committing. That's a really important thing early on for me to see from Totem. They were just being very good at controlling that mid, whilst getting the damage that they needed, being aggressive on those side lanes. You can see Soy DeBreza causing a bit of a problem towards the end of that last game as well, and everyone had to be taken care of in that respect. So I've got to say, though, Noble Elite did pretty decently well. I mean, there wasn't a huge gap in the scoreline here, so I definitely can see some potential promise from them moving forward. They had a good comp. I don't think there was any big mistakes that I could see. So I like what I'm seeing from both sides right now.
Nothing flashy, no star points, no flair, just it's the very, very standard game. That's all it was, pretty much. Just a little bit of coordination and a couple of flanks here and there, and that was literally about it. And you could say, a couple of points you can take across from that, as Maury, he had a couple of kills on that left lane, but sometimes you don't really need to do the damage. Just your presence being there and being a huge distraction, that gave some leadway for Totem on multiple occasions. This is what I'm talking about. Just the tiny little things can create such a huge impact into your gameplay, and we've seen that already. So Totem with a good start, they can be quite happy about that, but we said it before with Noble Elite. They don't want to, lose his first series of the day, now have to go to a second one against another tough opponent. That's the last thing on their minds, or in anyone's minds, to be honest, if they're in their position. But so far, so good from Totem. This is what we expected from them.
Yeah, a solid start. But again, the scoreline was kind of quite close, so I think they've got to be still cautious. And I think if they just had even just like one death there, we may have seen a bit of a push from Noble Elite, and one push can be all it takes in high. So I can expect this to be a fairly long series between these two teams if they continue these kind of decision makings up. I think that breaking open the map now could be an idea, or having some shock pick kind of change ups could be interesting to consider. But ultimately, this is kind of like what I would suggest going in with. So at the same time, I would also see it being Ruffs is actually kind of an interesting choice, and we are going to see some wall breakers with Brock from Mounty, from Noble Elite, the biggest changes here, really. Dropping the Jessie from Totem side and going with the Colette's interesting also. And Amber as well from Dijon on the right-hand side. It's been an interesting one because now look at this approach from Noble Elite. Breaking open all the bushes, breaking open all the terrain. But is it going to be enough here? Maru doing a great job on that right-hand side, very aggressively there. And Noble Elite are going to be cautious of those events.
Yeah, you can see Noble Elite, they want to play more of a chaotic style of play, which makes perfect sense considering they're on the back foot on that for most of the occasion last time round. But so far, so good again for Totem. It's actually working more in their favour. Maru does take down Melny there, a good cleanup in that right lane. Mori's been pushed back a lot more in this left lane in comparison. And it's not something we would normally see, but Andre's just trying to adapt to what he's trying to do. But Dizon's actually been backing him up a little bit more compared to usual. Brazier just adding insult to injury, just inflicting a little bit more damage onto that save. Still though, a 36% difference, and it is increasing. Maru just been, looking remarkable in that right lane. Just not saying that no one can touch him, but every single time he sees like a huge opening, or the fact that you can see on the side of Noble Elite, but some of the players are a little bit unaware of when he's going to push on up. He just noticed it straight away and managed to exploit it, no problem.
It's a great idea, but it's not really kind of working out too well for Noble Elite so far. They just didn't establish the control that they needed to establish earlier before breaking open the map, and now this is a chance for them to really hold this position here, and they're going to have to do that. Already Maru coming in, super aggressive, bouncing those shots off the sides here. Melny's low as well, forced back. This is a really, really good position, but can Noble Elite hold it? Soy Depressor has super in the middle. He's got to be kept back here.
Oh, this is a huge problem. Even with 30 seconds left, they need at least at the bare minimum 2 team wipes. But with the Colette, that is not going to happen in the slightest. One sneaky push is definitely going to do it for them. Because as you know, with a Colette, it can do about 12 or 13% damage, and there was only 9% on the save. So literally, as long as he got to the centre half roughly, he was going to be fine. And there we have it then. So you can see their Totem have already managed to take that first set. Nicely done as well. And you can see the game plan from Noble Elite to begin with. Kind of felt like, taking out some of the structure on the center side on the map and just being able to, work more on their fundamentals to get random would help him in somehow, some way, especially with the roughs as well. But I kind of felt like with Reply Totem, they did a little bit better still, even with that setup from Noble Elite.
Yeah, they just came out the gates really kind of aggressive and were able to assert themselves in that middle area. So despite a lot of the damage to the map and the bushes and opening things up, it just kind of came a little bit too late. I think Noble Elite had to really kind of do that exact same idea first, and then that very stretchly could have actually gone their way. So although I don't think the decisions they're making are bad ones, they're just kind of like not adapting to the map as quickly as they need to in order to make them work. Yeah, a great start for Reply Totem, who just were able to make what really could have been a counter to their comp work by continuing the same idea with them, this aggressive stance which they have, and very methodical in their approach.
Love a bit of aggro, mate. Love it. And that's what I like to see. That just shows the confidence there. Don't really feel too much pressure. Noble Elite shouldn't have any pressure coming into this. They've got, you could say they've got something to prove because they're going to try and prove they can mix with the top dog. But then again, it doesn't really matter. But it's the top dogs who are the ones who should be under pressure. But yeah, just looking back in that second game, they did have a plan which they wanted to take into action. But it kind of fell through a little bit, that plan, sadly. It's a little bit of a shame. The thought process was there. We can understand where they were coming from, but it just wasn't going to happen. But we're going to set number 2, and you're talking about the compositions here, and it's literally what we expected. The Tick, the Nani, and the Piper as well. Trying to look in the bottom half as well, and then you can see pretty much the same. So yeah, exactly what we expected, especially on a map like this and this mode. And we'll see what Noble Elite can maybe try and do to retaliate.
Well, Soy already dropping the early anger pin there. I kind of wonder whether... Oh, it's taken down very swiftly there by Andrea. It must be said with the homemade recipe gadgets to the extension of that range. I like to see that early on. Oh, continuation of this. 7 stars already in the pocket for Noble Elite, and not a single one on the side of Totem. So, yeah, down thumb pins from Soy Depressor. Not feeling this round already so far. And there's the peep coming in for good measure as well. Already on the back foot at such an early stage of Bounty, we might be seeing a bit of a comeback here, potentially, from Mobile Elite.
Yeah, this is a dream start arc. 9-0 after that last set as well. It's not something we expected, but considering this is pretty much a mirror matchup, it's going to be very tough for them to kind of respond to this. But then again, Brazier does get 4 stars to his name and actually be able to bring that across for his team. But then again, it's still 7 7-star deficit here. So how are they going to push up from this? Is Mori and Maru still push up from that middle lane? And they want to do it early, but then again, look at the time. It's ticking. Dizon does take down Maru. It's still 30 seconds left, and Andre takes down Brazier. It's just going from bad to worse here.
Oh man, he didn't quite connect there with the last hurrah. Drew the jump up from Andrew, but can this peep really connect with anything at all? It will find Dijon, but the return to sender, returned again, back in turn to sender there. Oh my goodness me, that needs to be enough. I think that as long as Noble Elite can hold his defensive position here, but Totem are going to go in and try for it. Can they get enough takedowns? Killing Andrew be clutch here, but look at Andrew staying alive on such little HP, and that could have been a crucial person to take down there. My goodness me, what a close ending.
Yeah, you saw right at the very end, they need to take at least 2 members of Noble Elite down and have no deaths. They would have been fine, but let's be real, it's very, very difficult, especially when you've got to make not the final push, but in terms of like we expect on that bounty, especially on that map as well. Normally, whoever makes the final push, normally it is a stalemate until the scorelines are pretty similar, but it's very, very difficult to go into that final engagement without trading in any way, shape or form. But it is bound to happen at some point. But don't get me wrong, Andre did a great job staying alive on, what was it, 44 HP? Something similar like that. And they needed 8 stars. So just take down one of the players in Noble Elite and Andre. That was the goal there. And you can see the push did come in. Mori was looking to push in that right lane. Did get a fair amount of damage done, but you saw that it was just too much. When there's that one trade came in, we had to get an entire team right. Wasn't going to happen, and that was pretty much it. But Noble Elite, loved the response there. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, they were really, really smart in the way in which they went about the lane side. So they were trying to keep the nanny focused on the Piper, and that's why Soldier Breast was getting angry, moved to the left, and then they swapped the nanny back over to the left just to continue that same approach. Nanny's a great counter to Piper, so ultimately, I think that's the way that Noble Elite are going to have to keep going with this and just be stubborn in that approach. Keep that nanny on the Piper, keep swapping and following it around the map, because ultimately it's causing a real issue for them right now. Every time that they try to then go back to a Piper lane side, they found themselves in that same spot. And I wonder whether this is a weird one for me out the gates. What are Noble Elite thinking here? Bringing Leon. I mean, I get the idea that, going invisible and closing the gap on the Piper is an aggressive idea, but I have just never seen this adaptation before alongside the nanny and the tick. But for that exact same reason, I would love to see this work.
Well, I threw my theory out the window. Well, not really a theory. I was going to say don't expect any composition changes going into this next game. But yeah, we actually do. Noble Elite were the ones who actually made the change. You would think if it was anyone, but Totem would. So yeah, a little bit peculiar as Maury's pushing in from that left-hand side as Dizon just keeping him at bay. Got a lot more HP to work with. Melny's trying to maybe try and clean him up if he can. He's so weak. Maru and Mori both have to pull back. Brazier does get one of the players on the side of Noble Elite. He's just trying to recover if he can, but definitely can help out now if he wants to. And yes, he does. Takes out Dizon and now is up by 1 star.
Yeah, I like the interaction. Something we don't tend to see because we never see Leon here, but when you're invisible, the tick head will ignore you, and as soon as you come back to being in the mix, then it can be quite a deterrent. I mean, there you see like the confusion with the peep. I wasn't sure which was the clone and which was not, and but comes back around to make good on that agreement. I love that interaction there. Oh my goodness me. Maori picking up a nice takedown then, and yeah, not too sure if this Leon pick's going to work. It has some nice ideas to it. I do like the way that the clone could also tank for the peep or the tick head as well, but just Dijon had to go on the aggressive, and that didn't very well for him in that interaction there.
Yeah, it complements an aggressive style of play, but because it's quite an open map, it's very difficult to try and be able to do that here. But the push just come on, and you've got to remember they're only 3 stars up, so just a couple of trades here and there could definitely work out in their favor. He's going to try and get away, but he should be able to. That should be fine. They actually didn't take out each other at all in the slightest, just doing a sprinkle of damage here and there in that final engagement, but that was literally about it. So a good response there from Totem. But yeah, still that comp change was, I wouldn't say dodgy in any way. Like, I don't mind, I can see the idea and what they wanted to do and how they wanted to try and execute that, but we can remember that, this is quite an open map. It's very hard to get away with what you'd like to do.
Yeah, it's not a common one, but again, I really love those ideas when I see them, and I don't necessarily shut them down straight away. There's definitely some qualities to Leon which could prove a problem, and to be fair, the scoreline wasn't a huge gap, all things considered. Ultimately, I think the Piper would be my go-to here, for sure. But there was some opportunities there. I just felt like, for the majority of the time, I didn't really see, despite a lot of those attributes coming into play from Dijon, the kind of follow-up. So we needed to see the kind of transferring of those stars and the takedowns. Ultimately, in Bounty, this is a game where, KD really does matter. You do need to obtain those kills and try to avoid those deaths. Whereas the more often than not, I felt like he was kind of outranged in that respect.
Yeah, I think they literally had to take down Sol de Brazier, and that was it. If I didn't take him out, that was it. I think it was on like 4 or 5 stars at the time. Taking out one of the other players would have been okay, but it wouldn't have made too much of an impact to their game overall because they wouldn't be able to take it anyway. So Totem have tied things up, and if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the first play day of the ESL Mobile Challenge. It's the first series. We are going to the second set. Currently, at the moment, we are going to game 3 of the second set, but Totem is up 1-0 in the series. So let's see if Noble can get that first set on the board if they can, but already Totem are off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, and I think also that wise decision-making from Noble Elite to drop the Leon, go back to the Piper, go back to the comp which they won the first time round. I think that is definitely going to fare better for them this time if they can play it right and avoid making mistakes. Melanie, they dropped a little bit of an early last hurrah, and it will tank the tick head and survive just about on 112 HP there. Bit of a risky maneuver there, maybe some nerves coming in as down the right-hand side goes Dijon. So I do like the start that we're seeing from Totem, and they are now able to make control, which is going to place Noble Elite a bit on the back foot in this game so far.
Oh, look at this arc. Andre's been trapped in that bottom left-hand corner for such a long time. Maury's just been keeping him at bay for I would probably say at least a minimum 30 seconds. Not really giving him room to just breathe, but be able to play his style and do his own thing. And is always just out of range as well. So Andre's definitely going to be kicking himself a little bit and get a little bit frustrated with the fact that he can't inflict enough damage to get some of his kills, which he so desperately requires for the rest of his team. But Melanie's still also trying to push up as well, and they need to engage here. They need to force something out soon, as Brazier does push on in and now makes the deficit worse for the side of Noble Elite with 30 seconds left remaining.
So I had such a calm composure there to just not get baited by the peep. And there's their homemade recipe there connecting nicely as well on Melanie with another takedown. 7-star lead then in favor of Totem, but they've got to be able to hold it and not go back too quickly on the defensive, as there's a lot of stars that could still potentially be gained, but not anymore. Return to center, they're going to tickle Soy, who follows up with more shots. Oh my word! The double kill on the left-hand side for good measure. That was a much more convincing performance from Totem in that game. And the mirror matchups, they were just playing it better.
Just shows that they're better mechanically and fundamentally as well. You saw Brazier doing a spinneroonie at the end just to confirm that set. So nicely done. 2-0 now. What we predicted as well. Noble Elite, I still want to see more from them. I think it's great that they came out the gates a lot stronger in this second set. But I do feel sorry for a couple of players like Andre. He didn't get any value with that Piper at all. In terms of that war of attrition, you kind of felt like that even Noble Elite were just on the back foot for so much of that map. They had so much map possession in comparison to Noble Elite. It was just ridiculous. As Andre, you can clearly see, not mentally just getting frustrated, but you saw that on the other side, I think it was Mori with the Nani as well. Just keep him at bay, just making sure he couldn't do anything, couldn't sprinkle any damage across the board. But Brazier, he was fine. He was just pushing up, no problem. He was just making sure he was doing a huge amount of damage in map presence just to complement what Mori was doing in that left lane. So again, a good response, and that's exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and more often than not, you'll see a lot of those peeps just trying to bait out gadgets like the last hurrah, and also Piper jumps also. But, Totem looked composed. They almost looked like they'd learned as they went along from that first game in Bounty, the kind of playing style that Noble Elite were kind of going to be coming in with. And they didn't seem to respond too well with that aggression, which is why you see a lot of the time Reply Totem were just kind of, positioning themselves in the mid parts of the maps and pushing forwards then. And that was something that we kind of saw in the earlier games from Noble Elite, which they just kind of have over time given over possession of their positionings, and they're gonna have to consider that there's now less time in this series, so they're gonna have to really up their pace and respond with some aggression here. I like some of the ideas that they're thinking, but whether they translate from paper to the matchup that we're seeing in front of us, I'm not too convinced.
Yeah, you saw from Noble Elite, a couple of players were just, they tried to not force their style, but yeah, like you were talking about before, like force that aggression, but they just couldn't every single time. I just kind of feel like Totem had their number, just preemptively attacking before they even make some of the pushes. I kind of feel like But Totem right now are doing what Noble Elite are thinking, but they're doing it like just 2 steps ahead beforehand every single time. Which is where you see some of those, preemptive attacks from Mori in that left lane, and you saw Brazier just pushing up at the most vital times. It's just ridiculous to say the least. And we said it before, Noble Elite don't have any pressure coming into this. Yeah, sure, they made it into the top 8 as one of the qualified teams here, but then again, you do want to make a name for yourself. You don't want to be known as one of those tier 2 squads that have to constantly try and make a name for themselves. But you remember, this is still their first match of the evening, or first match of the play day overall, you could say, and still got another one straight after this, and they don't want to go into the second match knowing that they're going to lose 3-0 to a Totem. But we saw signs of life. We did see it in a game in set number 2, so it's not all doom and gloom as of yet. But yeah, the doom is actually kind of begun a little bit here, but we'll see what happens in set number 3. Hopefully they'll be able to turn the tide in somehow, some way. But let's figure this out. As already Andre takes down Mori, so a good start here in terms of the kill feed, but can they continue the trend? As they won't, as Brazier does take down Melanie, and Brazier takes out Andre as well. Nice little 2-frag piece from him.
Okay, well, I kind of like the comps here. Gene is a bit of an oddball for me, but ultimately it can definitely serve a purpose. As this Rush is not connecting too well there, but the follow-up from Maori will do so. And now look at this double-sided takedown here. But Maori able to stay alive for a lot longer than I would otherwise have given him credit for there. It will be taken back relatively quickly, though. But for me, Surge here is a great pick. Having that gadget there, as we just saw, to be able to TP, teleport through the brickwork there, to be able to go in on the aggressive. Look for those stacks. It's really, really important to maintain them, as already we've got captures on both sides.
Yeah, sure. Dizon as well with the gadget from Ralphs, just making as much use of that as possible earlier on. But, the kill feed is just flying for Noble Elite here. This is exactly what we wanted to see in terms of this game 1 response in this third set. Brazier does take down 1, but needs to try and help out from that right side. It's going to be very difficult with that Surge as well. Then again, though, look at the clock so far, as they are up by 11% as Andre's taken down Maru, but the push from Totem needs to happen now, but it's not going to make too much difference, as Brazier going to try and win out this 1v2 scenario if he can. But yeah, it's way too little too late. Good start from Noble Elite, but they just better hope for their sake they don't get adapted like Totem managed to adapt to them in their second set, because it was just ridiculous how their adaptation from Totem was just so strong.
Well, this is the start they need. It's definitely a much better performance from them so far. They were just making better plays. I think that the Gene pick didn't really serve too much for Totem. I kind of see like the Roughs doing a fair amount, and that's definitely worth keeping in my opinion. Rika could be a consideration as well, and probably a better one in terms of any tanks we might see, but those supply drops do go a long way in terms of buffing up your opposition. If you're able to stay alive in the mix and stay with that purple tinge to your appearance, then you're going to have that HP buff, the damage buff, that can over time really give you the edge. And Noble Elite were just doing better for me in that respect, just kind of staying on their toes and asserting the pressure and the dominance over Totem, because that's something which they don't really necessarily respond too well to. They like to be in control, they like to be the aggressor, and if you're able to kind of respond with that same idea, it can go a long way.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're just not really too sure what to do when they're out of their comfort zone. When in control, it's fine. They'll just absolutely fly like it's, nobody's business. But yeah, out of control, I think it's more the counter strategies and counter attacks. Not saying they have to work on it, but they need to try and think a little bit quicker on the fly and improvise in those kind of scenarios. Because you saw there as well when Dizon was with the Roughs with the gadget, you saw him just retaliating using the ricochet from the wall just to completely push back the side of Totem on that right side, and didn't really have much of an answer. And then by the time we had to switch and focus on the left zone, it was just a little bit too late, because they already had a decent lead. I think 10 to 20% is still a very good lead, especially on a map like this on Hot Zone. But now we're going to go straight back into it. Melanie and Andre have already got 2 kills to their names. Mori is still alive though on that right zone, but how long for? As Melanie just being a real nuisance here, has actually blocked him off as well, and Mori is just a matter of time as his car does get taken down.
Yeah, bit of a waste to be there for me, which could have been more beneficial to hold on to, but I do like the Cole pick, definitely much more over the Gene pick. Still a couple of others that I may have been more convinced by going into this matchup, because he's going to really struggle to take back his positioning now, and he's going to go over to the left and provide some support, but that whole entire time, nice gadget TP there from Soy de Bressa. That's exactly what Totem needed to be able to kind of gain more establishment on that right-hand side, now capturing both zones. Sandbags will go down from Dijon there, but ultimately Soy with another follow-up, and yeah, he's stacking really nicely for me. If he stays in this top right-hand side and continues the positioning pressure onto the mid, this could be a good sign for Totem to be able to continue this assault. They're almost about to win the game already.
Yeah, what a massive difference. You saw that Dizon did try to use his rough gadget again, but the only problem was it was not in a good position. So you saw straight after, Brazier was like, right, okay, there's an opening. I'm just going to crawl straight in. Like, it's nobody's business. Again, 20% difference between both these teams, but then again, Noble Elite looking a little bit better, but Brazier just rolling in with Mori as well to try and bait and switch, but does get taken down, still up by nearly 25% as Mario just trying to hold on to that left side until the rest of his team can rejoin the fray if possible, as Dizon just trying to stay alive. He had to pop his gadget so early on, and Andre does take down one in the end, but Mori, even though he's in the zone, it's just too late for Noble Elite, and they do win this game. And again, massive difference, just once again a pure example of adaptation.
Yeah, and it really worked out well when that positioning was lost, and Totem didn't go back into their kind of old habits of struggling to retake control. They were very good at kind of communicating in that way, and you saw the sort of position of power swap over, and Soy took the lead role to re-establish control. I really liked the way that they were balancing things around that time round, and as soon as they were able to take one of the zones, they could then focus all their attention on the other, and just we just saw Noble Elite always a bit on the back foot in that respect, and they could never really regain their composure.
Yeah, they just struggled a lot more with that right zone. It's just a little bit of a shame, but yeah, it's just adaptation once again. But I think the comp chain definitely made a massive difference as well, especially with the Cole actually being brought out by Mori. You can see that the aggression was there, the strategic side anyway, and we've talked about it before, even before this set even began. It's the fact that you set it yourself in off that last game, but the fact that with the terms of control, when out of control, when they're out of their comfort zone, they're just like, well, what are we going to do? Like, what kind of counter attack, or how are we going to improvise here, there, and everywhere? But yeah, they did seem a lot better, but they were in control early on, and then they just kept it going. This is what I love about their team. If some of the counter attacks or strategies were worked upon leading up to this moment, then it's actually worrying, like how strong they could be as a team.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's not that much in it at the moment, to be honest.
No,
I mean, in my mind, it was Reply Totem that would be going in and just trying to really just get the sweep, but Noble Elite are a bit of thorn in their side. I mean, if they can just get one more win here to extend things over, then we'll go a really long way into kind of just gradually chipping away at the confidence level of Reply Totem, because I'm sure they must be feeling that they've kind of met a little bit of a rock in the road so far, but at the same time, it's about now whether Noble Elite can stay composed here and calm and collected, because there's a lot of work to be done. I feel like they can do it, but this is kind of like their last chance now.
Yeah, this is going to be match points for the side of Reply Totem. You're absolutely right, though. Like, we've seen the potential come up from Noble Elite in a couple of these games in the last couple of sets, but yeah, I just hope it doesn't go downhill again for them, because it's going to be such a shame to start off with a 3-0 sweep. Of course, not in their favour, but Mario almost taken down, left on 696 HP. Oh. Mori does take him down. Mario's directly next to him to push Andre back, but Melnie's still in that right zone though, and with the HP from that Frank, he's not about to do too much, but he's going to push in straight away anyway and see if it's going to be the opportunity to inflict a huge amount. But he just got taken down there. Yeah, with the HP of Frank, you're not going to be able to work much with that, especially at that range. Just not going to happen. And this is what we want to see from Noble Elite. Look at the deficit.
I really admire this, because it's very risky on some level as well. It's a very daring comp and choice, and look at the value there as Andre gets the whole cycling so nicely there with those gales. My goodness me. I mean, ultimately, I think they got quite, I don't want to say lucky, because it's not necessarily that, because you've got to make it work at the same time, but I feel like it was a favourable right-hand side there with the BB Frank pick, and Melnie was just not in any way deterred by that. They're just breaking everything open. Even on his own side, when it came to the defensive, he was breaking his own cover there. So I really felt like this was the right time to make a daring choice to get through this particular map and mode. Credit to Noble. I didn't see this one coming, and I'm glad that we saw it.
Yeah, when he broke his own cover early on, I was like, hold on a sec, like, what's going on here? Like, you know, this is not normally what you'd normally see from a Frank, especially in that right hand side as well, especially playing that right lane. But it went for him. I think he just wanted to try and pile on the pressure and push everyone from Reply Totem onto the left zone instead, and then he can kind of, you know, work his like what he wants to do straight after the turn of his plan of action. So interesting choice, but do you know what? It worked in their favour. They kind of feel like mechanically Reply Totem are a little bit better. So what do? Not kind of counter pick, but just try and throw something in the works to maybe make Reply Totem feel a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit unstable, and kind of try and decide what they need to do, because there's a lot of different decisions they had to make over the course of that last game due to that Frank pick. And you know what? Actually, they couldn't really improvise to make up for it. So there we have it. It is now 2-1, still in favour of Reply Totem. It was match point, but Noble Elite, lovely guys there. They actually managed to bring it back, and now we've got a set 4 in our hands, maybe a set 5. We'll see. But again, it depends on Totem's adaptation once more.
I think that's a really valid point that you make there, Liverpool. Absolutely, because ultimately we're seeing more adaptations from the side of Noble Elite. Totem, for me, are being a little bit stubborn in their approach, and kind of maybe in that respect becoming a little bit predictable, and that could go against them ultimately. They've got to kind of start to apply some of that same idea themselves. I think that a lot of the idea to breaking the cover was mainly because it was going so well for Noble at that time. That aggressive idea was just going to make it a 2 versus 3, and a pretty convincing win there, it must be said. Just changing the whole entire comp up, and Totem just did not see that coming and really struggled to really make the changes. It may have been a different story if they put the people on the left and moved some of the more ranged brawlers over to the Frank. It could have gone a long way, but they didn't make those changes, so now we are in Brawl Ball, and I'm really pleased for that. I think that Noble Elite now have got a chance to reset just a little bit, you know, and breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Not too much of one. They are still on the back foot here. One game in the favour of Totem, and things might all change. Let's see how it goes. I do like the comps that we're seeing off the bat of this game.
Let's see if Noble Elite will, you know, create a dramatic entrance into this first play day with a reverse sweep. But Maru just coming in with that car has already done a huge amount of work, and Dizon has to back away. Perfectly understandable, just trying to hide behind those crates, but this is just going to make matters worse here. Maru, you can see, he wants to rejoin the fray. Look at him, he still managed to do all that damage, and there we have it. That was clean there from the guys of Totem. And Brazier, you know, being a little bit cheeky, but he does eventually score in the end. And let's see if the guys on Noble Elite can respond.
Yeah, I don't mind the delays. I think actually, and I have witnessed it happening where it can really come back around full circle to help save the game at the end of the day. Those seconds can be banked in the kind of the pocket for later. Well, great pass through from Murray. Oh my goodness me. Didn't want me to finish my sentences. I love it. Great awareness from Reply Totem to sink that when they did. What I was going to say is that sometimes holding onto the ball and not scoring straight away in the event of a team all spawning back in can come back full circle later on down the lines. If it does go to overtime, then that can be a lot of investment there for yourselves to just, you know, if you find yourselves, you know, giving the ball away and you're going to be conceding a goal, time can run out in your favor. But my goodness me, Totem just really so aggressive straight out of the gates. Great awareness, great passing, and yeah, Noble Elite have got some problems on their hands, especially if they keep this up.
Can't believe Totem. They didn't really give us anything to digest or anything to dissect, actually, for that matter. It was just plain and simple, wasn't it, Ark? Unbelievable. How dare they? But I think, you know, that goal pick from Maru was huge. I kind of feel like they got, I wouldn't say just heavily counted, but they didn't have a conversation to kind of keep him back or keep Maru from what he wanted to do. Even when he was extremely weak on multiple occasions, the range was just way too much. They couldn't really make any kind of pushes because of the fantastic support from Mori and Brazier as well. It was very difficult. So you do feel like on a lot of instances, okay, that game was super quick, and you know, they were messing about here, we're trying to score. We see all the time. It's fine. We're used to it at this point. But you know, a comp change is definitely required now for the side of Noble Elite.
Yeah, and here's where the bans are really starting to take their toll ultimately, because without Max, you know, without Stu, there's a lot of speedy alternatives that are no longer in the mix to be used here. So I kind of wonder whether Noble Elite are now struggling a little bit, because Totem is still making a really aggressive point here without those strong brawlers in mind. So I do like the Gene pick from Noble Elite here, but ultimately, you know, creeping up upon Maori, who's able to pack such a sting with those shots. You know, every shot that does connect becomes an amplified one, and the one that follows up. So the more he hits consecutively, the stronger he'll become. And already we're seeing Noble Elite on defensive, and that's not where they want to be right now.
Absolutely not. Totem are on match point again, might I add. So let's see if they can finish this series off with a 3-1 victory. As Melanie still in that right lane, looking to see if he can do extra damage to Maru on the right lane. He's actually switched lanes, funny enough. I like the diversity from the way they actually switch up a lot of their positioning in terms of coming into this. So we're going to see what they can do here. As Andre is still trying to push up with Melanie here. But you're right, though. They have been on the back foot for the majority of this game. The map possession's just been unreal for Totem, and you can see there Melnie's just literally just had enough. Really about to take that Maru here. Yes, he does, but the only problem is it was just a full-on trade, so not really gaining anything out of it as of yet, as Dizon has trying to back away on 1690 HP. Andre just trying to play support and just keep him back a little bit so he can actually recover. But look at this, Brazier just pushing all the way in, and that's going to be another kill to the name, and Maru's just going to slide this in or just dribble this in. Whatever he wants to do now is, you know, he's got all the cover in the world, even with that respawn immunity of No Brawl Elite. And yeah, like I said, this is match point, and already Totem are up 1-0.
You see, I'm not sure with Gene now that I feel about it, because ultimately, you know, we saw there, you know, Andrew getting the pull, but wasn't able to follow up with much, and that's the thing at the moment. I feel like with this particular comp, Gene's just not able to follow up with the takedown, which is what Max would have provided had that been a non-banned brawler in this instance. Totem are just really starting to get their teeth stuck into this position, and all they've got to do now is hold it. They've got a goal in the pocket. They're on match point. If nothing changes, they will be getting the win here. There's not really too much the Noble Elite can do here unless they can get a ball through. This is the time to do it, and he's going to make the pass, but I just didn't feel like they were capitalizing that position. There's only one player left on Totem's side. A super pass to DJ on the left-hand side there could surely avail to a goal.
I don't think they made the assumption that they weren't going to get away with this. The slaying power was actually really good by them, but it does pass it to Melanie, but it's not going to make too much difference now. But then again, I say that Mori does try and keep it away with 5 seconds left to go. Melanie will be able to do anything about it. No, he will not. Mori's that's on 84 HP, kicks into the corner, and that is going to be it for Totem, as Totem or match point a couple of times in this series, but Totem do manage to walk away with that 3-1 series victory. I got a little bit sceptical there, Ark. I'm not going to lie to you, but I think you saw there, it wasn't just the objective efficiency. I think it's more the fact that they didn't expect to be able to outslay Totem in those final 30 seconds, and that's why the objective was literally still in the middle.
Yeah, possibly a couple of nerves, a few questionable choices towards the end as the things got the better of them, but a great start for Totem. They'll be very, very pleased with that early on in this competition.
Yeah, you saw they were just repositioning themselves in that last game as well. Normally saw Mario in that left lane and made to switch. And, you know, that's what I like about it, you know, how diverse and versatile these guys are. It's just remarkable stuff from them. It was got a little bit squeaky right at the very end, but they managed to hold it off nonetheless, even when they were outnumbered. But by then, they had a couple of people on respawn and they were pretty much okay when they are. They were all right. They were okay.
Yeah, they looked really comfortable. I think there's a few communications issues potentially with Noble Elite, but Totem looked to be very, very strong in that respect. And definitely Brawl seemed to me a game which they catered well with. The bans didn't seem to cause a problem. Definitely looking much stronger in that than they were in some of the others. A bit of slow to the mark on Bounty, a few struggles as well in Hot Zone. But yeah, Brawl, they were looking really good.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for Noble Elite. You know, going to the second series, which will be coming up soon, the fact that, you know, it could have been a 3-0 and they could have every single game, they would be like, oh, well, that was demoralising, wasn't it? You know, that wasn't exactly I'm not the best of times here going into this next series. But at least they managed to take one set, so they I cannot feel amazing about themselves, but that extra 5 or 10% to feel a little bit better considering they weren't going to get a clean sweep, then could have been a different story. So we've seen one series from Noble Elite. We are going to see another one very shortly. It will be Noble Elite versus SK Gaming. So a little bit more of a tall order for them, we'll have to see, but stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Tado Murray. You can just call me Tado, and I'm the coach for Team Noble Elite.
So let's go all the way back to how you began with Brawl Stars. So did you play it when it first came out, and did you play it, you know, every day, and then decided I'm pretty good at this?
No, I didn't play it before global launch. I started it 2 weeks after global launch, I think. Some friends introduced me to it because they said, hey, look, this is fun. Let's play it together. And so I started playing the game. And then I became hooked on it because I was already into Supercell games from Clash Royale and Clash of Clans at that time. And I played it basically every day for like multiple hours. And then I think half a year ago, I found out that I'm like really, really good when it comes to the strategic aspect of the game. like not so good at executing the plays, but like really good at thinking and analyzing the game. So that's how I became coach for Noble Elite.
So the transition kind of came naturally to you to go into coaching from playing the game. That's pretty interesting. Now, what would you consider as your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
I think our advantage is that we're kind of being underestimated, if you would say so, because I think also on the stream you could kind of see that people were kind of thinking of us like an underdog. And well, I think that we have some excellent picks in our pocket, and we have some decent knowledge about all the maps in the map pool as well. So I think that's our biggest advantage.
So let's talk about the ESL Mobile Open now, okay? So your record in your ladder, in ladder 2, was 31-14. So you played a lot of matches. Now, do you feel like you have enough practice now at this top level and that you can take on any team?
I think we can take on any team, and like we could even before practicing in the ladder. We are scrimming every day. We are scrimming twice every day. And we are also doing analysis of the games and playing multiple tournaments a week. So I think it's not the lack of practice, if you will. It's more lack of, we are kind of a new team. We've only been playing together for 2 months now, and I only just joined 2 months ago. And so this is kind of our biggest weakness, that we still have to find our play style to fit well together as a team. But I think we made some decent progression, and ESL certainly helped with that, being able to play against all the top teams all the time. And we really used that opportunity. And so I think we are ready to fight now.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lethal. Joining with me is my main man, D-Man. Always a pleasure to work with you, my friends. And now you've seen that last match. It was a 3-1 series scoreline in favour of Reply Totem. What we predicted, but at least Noble Elite were able to fight back just a tad.
Yeah, absolutely. It does kind of be a bit worrying, the fact that their next opponent is SK Gaming, but
Yeah.
They did show that they had a little bit more fight. Obviously something, the fact is they came through in the winner bracket in the play-ins too, so, they clearly are a good team. They just have a bit more work to do, and maybe it just wasn't their day today.
No, it certainly wasn't. No, it was just a couple of minor mistakes which led to big mistakes later on. It was a little bit of a shame for Noble Elite because we know they're a solid team. This is a great event for them to kind of, come out of the woodwork to, prove themselves a little bit more. But it's still early days as of yet. This is still the first play day. But even though they lost to Reply Totem 1-0, there's a couple of games with this show a little bit of flair and, some composition changes here and there to kind of help themselves out a little bit more if they're getting outplayed fundamentally in some way. We saw it on multiple occasions. But yeah, you are absolutely right. The one key note you did mention earlier on is the fact that they are playing against SK Gaming next in their second match of this first play day. And I've always said nothing but great things about SK Gaming. Just the fact that every single time I talk about them, I say, yeah, they've been looking very good recently. They always look good. They're one of the most consistent teams in Europe, and if not one of the best teams in Europe as well. And it's going to be a tough challenge for the side of Noble Elite, but definitely a true testament to see what they can do against them.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, right, you're looking at, your AC Milan clashes, your SKs, maybe your EXO free agents, and these are the teams that you're kind of expecting to be there or thereabouts at the final. So when we do have matches like Noble Elite versus Reply Totem, that's where they need to be picking up wins. If they want to break into those big 3, big 4 positions, those are matches they've got to be looking at winning. So while it's not the end of the day, because let's face it, it's the first match of 8 play days, there's plenty of games to go, and they will face them again. If I'm not mistaken, it's almost like a reverse. I think it's like their last game will be against Reply Totem. So they're going to have to wait all 8 match plays until they get revenge.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to wait a while. But let's look into this next series anyway. Let's have a look at the rosters as well as the schedule, because I think we've still got a fair amount to talk about here. As you can see, that Noble Elite will be playing SK Gaming to start us off. And then we've got Clash versus Big later on. That's going to be a huge match. I'm very excited to see how it's going to come out on top. And once again, we can see a double dosage of Clash again when they'll be playing against Na'Vi. And I'm excited to see how Na'Vi can do in this tournament, because I mentioned before where they've been making huge strides in their gameplay over the last 4 weeks. But I do feel like they excel more in a open bracket, like a double elimination bracket after a long day rather than a league format. So I'll be very curious to see what they can do here. And EXO, in terms of their form the last couple of weeks, outstanding.
Yeah, and it's a tough start for Na'Vi. I mean, it's the round robin in the European League. It's going to be tough everywhere. But yeah, their first games against AC Milan Clash and then EXO free agents. Yeah, that's a pretty tough start. No doubt for Na'Vi. Of course, they both went through on the planes that Na'Vi got knocked out of in the lower bracket finals. So it's a shame for them. But and then you can see, obviously, some really big matches today. There's no doubt. I mean, every match is going to be a big match. But then we're ending with Tribe versus EXO Free Agents and then Tribe versus SK. Some massive, massive games today.
You can see almost every single one of these teams in the challenge finals, if not in the grand final. This is how close it's between all these teams. And not only that, but I do feel like SK and Clash have the edge in terms of the skill gap between the rest of the pack. So they're going to look for that seeding as well, if possible, because they are the most consistent teams across the board in the competitive Brawl Stars scene. So I look forward to see if they can continue that, or maybe Tribe Gaming, maybe Na'Vi, maybe one of these teams can stop them from doing that. We'll have to see. But, you know, when we have a look at these rosters as well, we're going to have to talk about how some of these players have been such great attributes as well towards their team. So you can see there we do have Noble Elite once again. We've seen a lot from Andre early on, but the problem is there's been a few times where he's been trying to force his style on his opponents and it's just not been working. And against a team like SK Gaming, I have a slight worry, but hopefully now that Noble Elite are kind of a bit warmed up now going to this second match in a tournament format or in a tournament setting, but SK Gaming, you know, they might have to capitalize to get a few sets off and maybe even the series, but I don't like saying it is highly unlikely, but hopefully Noble Elite will prove me wrong.
He's going to have to be Andre the Giant, I think, to topple SK Gaming, that's for sure, because, you know, they have sort of dominated in tournaments when they've entered them. Now, the biggest thing and question for me is generally they do well in the knockout format. This is a round robin format, obviously leading up to that. And in terms of ladder, I would say they kind of did the bare minimum effectively to qualify in the ladder format. And then once they hit that knockout stage, once they hit that play-ins one, they just obliterated the opposition. And I do mean obliterated. Even AC Milan Clash were swept aside in that. So it's really interesting to see what SK Gaming are going to bring to the table, obviously, in the current meta. And I do mention that because obviously there is a patch looming in the wings. So all of these teams are going to want to do as much as they can in the current meta. There's the team, of course, for SK Gaming. If you don't know who they are by now, then where have you been in terms of Brawl Stars? Scarix, Jet, and Semantic, all fantastic players in their own right.
Yeah, every single one of these players are super strong in every way. Their team coordination, individual skill, game sense, how they improvise as well on the fly in sync. It's just remarkable in comparison to what you see in a lot of the other teams. I've never seen such fast-paced strategic aggression from many other teams. I think it's just a pleasure to watch overall. And with SK Gaming now, they're going to try and continue this. And of course, they did recently win last week their BSC monthly final. So again, just showing their true testament of their pedigree of skill and what they can do and what they can dish out on the table as well. So Noble Elite know a lot about these guys. They know what they're up against. They know it's going to be a David versus Goliath matchup. But again, another opportunity for them to maybe try and improve themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a match where obviously you want to set yourself, and if you are looking to be at the top, certainly in Europe, SK Game is the team you're looking to beat. Obviously, that's the team that a lot of people will be looking towards. Obviously, we should mention SK Game's coach as well, Pedro, who we heard from earlier on there. Obviously, a big part of the team, and there's not too many teams out there with coaches, but those that have, will benefit quite a lot from it, because as a player, you can just sort of, I guess, let your ego take control. Is maybe sometimes, players do always get defensive. If there's a problem or a mistake made, then everybody will get on the defensive. And that's where you really benefit from having a coach that can obviously, point out faults, but also help with strategies. Just while players may have their own ideas on what they want to bring to the table, and it's like, we should just pick this. You could have that extra mind that's literally only thinking about that in terms of a coach and saying, this is the build we can go with. This is what works in the meta on this particular map in this particular style.
Do you know what, D-Man? That's just bring back memories of how defensive some of my ex-teammates were, and I just had to deal with it. It's just ridiculous. I had to play coach, father, whatever I had to do just to make sure they could understand exactly what's going on. But that just shows discipline and maturity, though, really, doesn't it, in your teammates as well? So it really does depend on like the IGL and how they can, try and elaborate on some of the mistakes and make sure they're not defensive. But, each their own person, really. But let's have a look at the maps and modes anyway as we go into another best of 5 in the second match of the day, as we will start with Parallel Plays, and then we'll go to Olive Branch, Ice Fort, Purple Paradise, and Backyard Bowl. Now, Purple Paradise is definitely going to be a very interesting one for me. A very, well, we could say the most open map, but then again as well, everyone's going to be using, pretty much the same compositions, and it's literally just all about fundamentals and mechanics on that map.
I remember that in, was it in Plains we had it? I think it was Purple Paradise, and everyone was like, wait, they're using Purple Paradise? Like, they can't be using Purple Paradise. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. It is indeed a wide open map. So, yeah, very, very interesting. The question is, will we get there? The pressure there very much on Noble Elite. As you can see, the bans there as well. Max and Bell banned out by Noble Elite. They banned Max in the last game as well. So, definitely a brawler they want to get rid of. And for SK Gaming, Byron and Amber. So that means Stu is open. Almost certainly a brawler that they're going to lean towards. I just wonder who's going to maybe try and take it. Or whether they both will go into Parallel Plays.
Yeah, we have the Stu there, like you mentioned. We do have the Gene as well, so just a few picks here and there just to think of. But you saw there as well, Max and the Bell. I just don't feel like Noble Elite are banning, SK's strongest brawlers. I think they're just banning the brawlers they're clearly just not comfortable with. If they've had a lot of issues with them in the past in scrims, they're just like, okay, do you know what? We clearly can't work around these brawlers no matter which team we're playing against, so we're just going to ban those, which is fair enough. And SK are normally the team where they do a lot more VOD research than we normally see compared to everyone else. So you may see some bans which you wouldn't normally see, like the Amber, for example. So they clearly think that it's going to definitely help in their favour somehow, some way, as we are going to go into this first set between Noble Elite and SK Gaming and see if Noble Elite can pick up the pieces from their deficit of that first match, losing through onto Totem, of SK Gaming are just going to make matters worse for them.
I'm trying to put the pressure down already. You can see Semantic just making it work there. Skyrix on the roofs, pushing forward onto Dizon, catching him enough, but certainly just completely pushing him away. Having to be defensive though, obviously. They did go all in for the zone further up there onto SK, so they're the ones being the aggressors. They're the ones trying to put the pressure down, but it's not really working out for them just yet. Andre has to back away from that one and respect what's going on. They've lost the one. Dizon also being pressured as well, but SK are holding strong right now.
Did so much work with that Pam as well, just taking all the damage at the right time, and the projectiles he's hitting is just been ridiculous. Melny's just taking a huge chunk of damage. He's trying to back away, but at the same time keep them back. But that was a good retaliation there. Didn't expect that. Semantic does finally take him down. It is going to be in a 2v2, but that's definitely not changing the score deficit with the 10% margin between both these teams. Andre is still looking to hold that left zone whilst trying to throw a few projectiles here and there to keep Semantic at bay. And already Melny and Dizon looking to push up in this 2v3 scenario, but Andre will be able to flank grab if he can. Still trying to, force out some kind of opening to exploit, but they just can't. Semantic takes down one, then Melny does take down again straight afterwards. Andre's going to be the last person in this 3v1, and it's not looking too good here for the side of Noble Elite, but then again, the percentages are very, very close.
Yeah, very aggressive start from Noble Elite. They tried to obviously push it out, but as you can see, SK, they've locked out 50% on the top there, so they're trying to get the second hot zone now, so they're going to be the aggressors. But yeah, Noble Elite really pushing for it. So now they've completed, obviously, the 50 down the bottom here. They need to be looking forward to push forward, get my teeth in, with 50 seconds to go. So both obviously need to be the aggressors, and it does look like SK may well come out on top here. They managed to get the one down. Melny's on nothing. He will go down, gets picked off at the side now. Andre comes in. Dizon. Oh, that's very aggressive stuff there. Straight into Gotan there. Doesn't be able to work. Gotan, by the way, I'm pretty sure is Jeton. Yeah. Thinking he's the GOAT right now, but I guess we'll see how it's going to work out. But it is going to be SK that just start to take the lead, and now they will take control of the map.
Yeah, got a lot of these different names here and there as SK now up by well over 10%. This is where matters going to get even worse if Andre and Dizon don't make any kind of difference in this next engagement, and they don't. Skyrix does clean him up there. Last person, Melny's going to be left standing, and that is going to be it. Andre and Dizon know that nothing more they can do as SK do manage to slide away just a tad towards the end, but Jetton, we have to talk about his Pam. Like, he was doing so much work at the start, just tanking damage at the right time, and his projectile spray was just phenomenal in terms of his prediction.
Yeah, Noble Elite, you know, give them credit. They went aggressive at the start. They realized, okay, let's try and get the furthest point first. I think maybe they got a kill early on. I'm just trying to wonder what triggered it, because you can see they'd started to counter, and then they just said, you know what, let's get all three push forward. And it was almost working, but there, the second Semantic managed to take down one with Jess. That's what's triggered it, and obviously SK, that gave them the 50% at the top there, and then they just simply pushed down, and it's pretty much standard for SK there in the end. But it was all Noble Elite that tried. They tried something, which is what I like to see.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Noble Elite, they are the kind of team where they would like to try and exploit anything if they can, and trying to force that aggression onto their opponents. Like I said before, coming into this competition, they don't really have as much pressure as some of the other top teams. So they can do what they wish, really, in terms of what they want to do. They've got plenty of experience on board. And you're right, though. You know, we did see a bit more from Noble Elite around the first half of that game to see that they can, you know, put SK on the back foot and then start controlling their zone. But sadly for them, it didn't seem to work. But the sync and the coordination was there, but you saw as well SK were just more than prepared as
good pressure.
The side of Noble Elite just taking too long. And absolutely right there, as Dizon does take down Semantic, as Jet and Skyrix trying to back away after, you know, using that gadget from the Roughs, and now they've had to back off. So Noble Elite with a slight early lead and slight, you know, minuscule amount of map possession here.
Yeah, bringing the Mortis, trying to see if you can jump on them, and kind of expecting them to go all sort of squishy long range, and it may well work out for him. At the moment, it was very aggressive stuff from Semantic. Try and get it in around that backside. You can see he's just trying to find his path to try and rush in. It's going to be so hard, and it's putting pressure on his two teammates as well, and this is obviously going to work out well for Noble Elite, and you can just see how dangerous that is. It's like, it's all well and good, and yes, you can get in, you can get that damage down, but Noble Elite, they're sticking together as a force. They've got those sandbags, of course, coming out from Ruffs as well. And just look how quick he dies. Just insta-popped the second he comes in. And this is not paying off for SK right now.
Certainly isn't indeed. They're trying to, you know, they've been slaying quite well, but the objective efficiency just hasn't been there as of yet. His Jetton's just trying to keep him back, and this is where the response is coming in from the side of SK. Semantic does take him down. Andre and Dizon just trying to regroup, with Melanie doing the exact same, just trying to check the right lane to make sure all the areas have been covered. And now this is a chance to do a little bit of damage so Andre and Dizon can push on up. So don't get me wrong, Noble Elite are up by 9% here as the pull comes in, and Skyrix does get taken down by Andre. Semantic looking to take down Melanie, which he does with that Mortis. And now Andre and Dizon just looking to continue holding that left zone.
Yeah, that magic hand just totally backfired, didn't it? It's like, Andre is like, how can I get a pull? What? No, that didn't work, and ended up losing his teammate. I don't think Melanie was too happy about that one, but either way, Melanie's got to be careful, separated on the side here. Here comes Semantic. This is the time. This is where Mortis can really strike and really put some pressure on you. Does manage to come through, gets Melanie down, just biding his moments at the side at the moment, has to back away for the health, and Jetton, look at that. Just blocking out the damage as much as he can. Semantic once again looking to come hunting. Look at Andre. Andre's low. Cindy's low. That's the ones they want to go for. Skyrix goes in for it. Now Jetton goes diving in. We'll get the one. We'll get the two. And gets the hot zone starting to work in their favor. Andre picked off. Melnie's going to be next. Nothing he can do with Semantic on his backside.
Oh, this is ridiculous. What a comeback from SK, considering everything that Noble Elite's done from the start of this game, as Andre's still trying to stay alive in that zone. Not going to happen. Completely outnumbered, and Melnie is the last person just on the middle ground now. Dizon's going to be able to catch up to him, but it's only 10 seconds left. It's just not going to work out entirely, and that was a fantastic way, a fantastic counter-attack from SK, and that was just a pure, or just a great example of baiting and switching. Jetton, you were talking about early on with the Pam, just backing up to let the Mortis as well make sure that he can try and recover, and just also being a nuisance as well, just trying to continue to show that map presence. But in terms of the bait and switch, it was just phenomenal. That's what we love to see here.
Yeah, Noble Elite, you know, it was kind of working out for him if they could stay as a blob, but you can see that chip damage coming out from Jetton on the Pam. That's what's really sort of working them down. And the second they get remotely low, in comes Semantic, diving again at that Mortis. And when you've got a Mortis in you in such close proximity like that, there's not a lot you can do other than die and respawn.
It's very easy to panic in those kind of situations as well. You know, they had a lot of discipline, they recovered, they could have easily been taken down, and then you've got to waste another 10 seconds getting across the map, which is just could be a real pain in the backside, especially with the Pam as well with jetting. He would have had to wait even longer. It would just, you could see there that everything was just perfectly in sync. That's why I'm talking about communication as well. There was just a lot of small talk there saying, you know, I'll quickly back away. You just hold him off for 5 seconds. I'll recover another 2,000 HP, and that should be enough time for me as the Mortis to then try and be on cleanup duty as long as you're there as the Pam to support, and then just continue on with the support and the fire and the damage. It's going to, you know, add insult to injury for a lot of the players on Noble Elite. But Noble Elite, I still feel like they played really well, not just at the start in terms of their coordination, pushing up onto their zone on the right lane, but also being able to go on the counter attack. Maybe they should have been a little bit more aggressive on the Pam as Jetson was trying to stay alive. But apart from that, though, like, SK were just remarkable. You know, this is why they are one of the best teams in Europe. There was, you know, just some clear examples of great individual display there.
And they read the situation well, made that adjustment. You know, I was questioning it at the start because obviously, you know, Noble Elite stayed as a blob, and once there is a blob, especially with Gunnar Ruffs in there, it's so hard for obviously a Mortis to get in and do anything, because you could see he was just getting batted away every time he tried, the first 3 or 4 times. And it wasn't until the chip damage started to make it work, and then that's it. Once you've effectively broke the spawn, you know, and you've got them down to 2s instead of 3s blobs, that's when it can work out for a bit. Now we're going to move on, of course, onto the next setup. This will be over to Olive Branch for Siege Mode.
Certainly will indeed, as we're going to find out who's going to get those, you know, a decent early start here. Well, okay, as I said that, that's a team wipe already as SK's taken down all 3 members.
That's a decent start, that's what that is.
That's all right. Do you know what? Can you get any better if you tried, D-Man? Can you get better if you tried? As that level 2 siege bot is going to be coming towards the south side, and we're going to see how much damage it's going to do.
Yeah, it's straight through the middle. Melanie, Andre, Cindy all sort of clubbing together this one. We'll see whether there's much backup for it. I think it's just going to be sent through there. That was aggressive. Okay, Carl's going to make that one work, but Cindy going in there, making it work down Stu. So it's good work from Hill, and they have taken mid-control. Now, what can they do with this? They do manage to block Jetting off there, going aggressive as well. Andre looking to try and finish Jetting off, but now he's got Semantic to come round in support, and that will pick Andre off. And they've got to be careful now because Skyrix has won his 1v1 over on the left-hand side. Jetting goes super on the Carl, spins to win, and that will be them wiping them out once again, and they regain control. And here comes the next bot.
And look at this as well. Even after getting that level 5 siege bot, they've still, you know, you can see as well with Noble Elite, they haven't got really kind of any bolt lead going into this next siege bot as well. So it's going to be a real struggle here as you see the percentile just dropping massively. And don't get me wrong, the first defense was fine. The second one is just inflicted a little bit more, but don't get me wrong, Noble Elite can still make this work. But the problem is, for the side of Noble Elite, but SK have already got full map control. Look how much damage Skyrix is doing to Dizon here, even on the Stu, looking to push up with that Rosa. Will he be able to clean him up? I don't think he realised he was going to push on up as well. And you can see that Skyrix had to eventually back away as Dizon does take down Semantic. Semantic takes down Melanie before he gets cleaned up. But look at this though, D-Man. 8 bolts to the 3 now of Noble Elite, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, I assume so. I mean, it's going to come straight through. And yes, they're all going to be there. So it's an aggressive defense, I guess they can set up. But this is a little big, strong bot that's going to get backed up. It was already down to 50% as well. You can see it's going to punish them even more. Obviously, with 8 seconds to go, not a lot they can do about this one. And that will be game number 1 going over to SK without really breaking a sweat there. Just individual performances, simply winning their lanes.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. You know, I don't think there was too much to digest or dissect in that sense. That first team wipe, the whole of Noble Elite must have thought, yeah, we've had better starts in the past, and, you know, we can maybe come back from this somehow, some way. But I think one of the biggest talking points there, SK Gaming, they just had total map control the entire time, made sure that there wasn't any bolt deficit they had to work around, because after each siege bot, there is about, you know, 9 or 10 bolts available for them to work on in case there is a big bolt deficit later on. But they didn't have much of a deficit at all. It was only by 1 or 2, and even then they collected them by the time the next siege bot done the dirty. Yeah,
so I just wonder what sort of adjustments they can do, because obviously the strange part is they were losing to Rosa on the left-hand side, which I didn't expect. But of course, using those bushes to great advantage. You know, Rosa's basically on you before you can realize it. Now, if it's a Stu versus Rosa, you're up close and personal. You're certainly way too squishy. We did see Stu obviously trying to cover the middle lane as much as possible. That was sort of the option they were working with. And then again, you go right. Well, you got to deal with Jetten. So Jetten's a problem in himself. So it's very tricky for Noble Elite to try and figure out what they can do to change this one. I just wondered, do they bring a brawler themselves? Or it's still risky. It's risky to try and do that. But, I mean, the fact that he's just made Rosa work, and it was Skyrix that was on Rosa, right? It wasn't Semantic. Yeah. I can't remember who it was on the left side. Yeah, okay, well... Okay, so they're bringing Pam in the middle. So Andre's bringing Pam in the middle, and Cindy's staying on Stu.
Yeah,
Skyrix has switched. Okay, Skyrix has switched as well.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we'll see what happens in that left lane as see if those changes make any difference. No, Skyrix actually just takes him down straight away, left on 616 HP. Semantic gets the first one. Don't tell me there's going to be another team wipe straight away. Yes, it is. Oh, dearie me. But Skyrix does get taken down, does give him a little bit of leadway in this 2v2. But let's be real here, D-Man. They need to try and defend this bot at the same time. They'll be able to do it. No problem, but, you know, how much damage are they going to take? It's going to be very little damage, actually, by the look of things. So he's actually meant to defend that very, very well. Only 4%. That's remarkable. They're going to be pretty happy about that, but we've got to work around this 2-bolt lead, which SK currently have. But Semantic getting that first kill on Melanie, not going to help so much.
Yeah, I think they're trying to say, okay, we don't want a Surge v Surge on the left, because that obviously just went wrong. So Skyrix, they're just trying to figure out which way they can do this. Okay, here we go. Now Melanie gets around the side there. Jetten's the last man standing. He goes super, tries to back away from this one, spins to win, tries to do what he can, but he buys time. And finally, Noble Elite get a small bit of control. But as you can see in terms of bolts, they are way behind, 7-1. So it will be once again SK Gaming with the second bot.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse. 5 bots in a row. We'll be looking for their 6th. But you've got to remember, like I mentioned before, Noble Elite, they do have that 5-bolt lead, but there's still 9 or 10 roughly available leading up to this next siege. So, again, SK have full map control. Literally a replica of what we saw in that last game. The only difference is they need to work on this deficit. And you can see every single member is very spread out, but looks like they must combine a little bit together with the 2 members of SK and Semantic and Skyrix in the middle. But Jet is trying to give him a helping hand, which he does. Andre's way, way too weak for this to force out the fight, but he has to do. He has no choice. As Dizon and Andre are going to push on up, trying to collect these final few bolts. But Skyrix takes down 1, takes down 2. Dizon, last person left standing once again. There goes level 10 siege bot, and that is done and dusted for set number 2 here, D-Man.
Yeah, it does appear so. Obviously, just 15 seconds to go. Nothing really. They can turn this one around. Cindy's got no health. You can see that just beating on the Ike at the back there. So that is going to be a simple one and done for SK. So 2-0 up, and really, I don't think they even broke a sweat this time around. That was very easy for them.
Yeah, again, another game we don't need to digest. And why? Why is it the same as last game? Because literally it was a replica of what we saw. Just, you know, Noble Elite had a little bit more bolts to deal with in comparison to the last siege bot, and that was about it. And I have heard that I think SK Gaming are like one of the best teams at this mode. Not the map, but just its siege in general. I think they went like, you know, 20 or 30 games in a row, like, you know, from a high tier perspective in terms of like how many teams they've actually beaten on Siege. I think they've won like 20 or 30 in a row until they finally actually lost one, which is really, really scary. So obviously Noble Elite must have known this. I'm pretty sure they knew this anyway. And when they saw they're playing at SK Gaming at a Siege game type going into set 2, they were like, yeah, it's probably 2-0 already. We haven't even gone into game number 1 yet. But yeah, we'll see what happens in set number 3.
Yeah, and they really used the tick well in Olive Branch there as well. Obviously managing to get the super down, block the mid completely off there, working very well. Not tick, Sprout, sorry. Worked very well for them. So it's great work. Great adjustments as well. I think it was Skyrix. I didn't actually notice. I think it's Semantics or Skyrix. I could never tell which one was which. Which one was like. I kept keeping my eye on Jetten on the right. I was trying. So it's the classic. You're trying to watch too much, and you end up missing half of it. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're moving on to Ice Fort next for Gem Grab. So this is where Noble Elite have to turn it around. They did it almost when they got to the third map. That's when they managed to turn it around and reply totem and pick up a game. Let's see whether they can do it here. against SK Gaming, because otherwise they're going to be going 2 games down to start off their ESL Mobile Open Challenge, which is not ideal in the round-robin format. Definitely going to put them on the back foot.
Yeah, it only just crossed my mind about how good SK Gaming were on stage. I remember someone mentioning it, saying that they won like a silly amount of games in a row against, all the high-tech competition. And then I remember, because when they got 6 siege bots in a row, I was like, that's like remarkable. That's really good, especially even if it's against a team like Noble Elite. And then that's when it hit me. I was like, hold on a second, SK Gaming are actually ridiculously good at this game, which kind of makes a lot more sense. And as to why they're known, it's part of their reputation. Some of these top teams are known to be very good at some of these game modes, like Clash being very good at Brawl Ball, or SK Gaming. Siege is definitely one of their strongest game modes. So yeah, Noble Elite must have just looked at that game time list and gone, well, that second set, that's out. Like, I don't want any more to do with that. We know that that's going to be, it's not going to go our way in any way, shape or form unless we get very lucky, or SK have an awful day. But that never happens because they either play good or great. That's how consistent they are. So looks like SK Gaming trying to look to get a clean sweep if they can, a 3-0 victory. But first, though, we're going to find out if Noble Elite can respond to anything that has occurred, because so far SK Gaming are on a 4-win streak in terms of games.
Well, it's all about, obviously, the mid-control where you're on the gem grabs, but also you got the side lanes, and at the moment, Jetton's putting the pressure onto Andre. Skyrix already taking down Melny there once again on that surge. Where's Dizon trying to sneak around to on the Crow? Not going to work out. Tries to sneak around the back. Skyrix says no, shuts him down instantly. Complete lockout at the moment for SK. Jetton's actually just been a pain in the backside, forcing them away, but it's buying time for obviously the gems to be collected by SK.
Yeah, I thought that was quite funny. Skyrix literally out-sneaked him, which is pretty funny. But yeah, this is the thing with the left and right lanes. You have to, waste a lot of attacks to make sure that no one's sneaking round. It can be a bit of a doozy at times. We've seen Na'Vi, like a couple of players, I think it was MMA, or one of the other players, was actually sneaking quite easily. So awareness is absolutely vital in this left and right lane. But Semantic just holding the middle, continuing to collect those gems. Does have all of them currently, all 7 to the 3 on the side of Noble Elite. But Jetton does take the Melny, but Andre does get the trade on Jetton. Andre and Dizon know that they're running out of time. They need to make this push before the respawn comes up, but it's just too little too late, as Jetton has already regrouped with Semantic. And you saw on the bottom side as well, Skyrix looking to, just be, like you said before, a pain in the backside with a fantastic flame. But Semantic could get taken down here. Oh, he just might. No, he doesn't, as Dizon does manage to finish him up.
Okay, so they need to protect that until the spawn comes in, because obviously Jetton doesn't want to pick up the gems, so they just want to leave the gems on the floor right now, so they're waiting for everyone else to come up, which is why Jetton's suddenly gone so aggressive, just to force them away from it there. So Semantic can now just come in, he gets the spawning gem, he wants to get the second one, now he's going to back away, he knows there's 8 gems back there, so he can just back away, but if he gets caught out, this is great for Noble Elite. Now, Jetton respawns, Skyrix gets taken down, and look at Dizon, he's going hunting, he knows exactly where those gems are, but oh, it's bait, and Semantic comes straight back and collects them.
Oh, yeah, that certainly was bait. Like, he looked and thought, no, it can't be. Why is there so many gems in the top left corner? But it looks like Noble Elite are the ones who start the countdown, as they've got 10 seconds to try and, respond in some way. As Andre's going to push it on in. That's fantastic. So 16 gems, unless they take him down, that's going to be all set in game for the side of Noble Elite. Good stuff. And oh, my word, that was ridiculous. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit worried because Jetton made a fantastic play in that left lane, just using those shadows to basically force himself up onto the side of Noble Elite. And I thought, oh, this is going to be it. He's going to pile on a lot of pressure. He's going to waste so much time, but SK are going to start the countdown, and then that's going to literally be it. And they're going to have, there's going to be so much time wasted to get on the other side of the map. That's when there's going to be issues. But no, it was great there. Dizon eventually managed to collect the gems in that top left side. They purposely left it there, not just to bait it out, but also they knew that once they've collected a few, they can then start the countdown, pushing back up to the top left side. But yeah, good stuff for Noble Elite. This is the start we wanted.
Yeah, good work from Dizon on that left side. Really, really well worked out on the Crow there. So we'll see now whether SK will make some adjustments, because obviously that's their first round that they've lost so far. We did talk about, obviously, Noble Elite. This is where they finally woke up against Reply Totem and picked up that game. Of course, they lost that one in the end 3-1, so they need to be making sure that they can carry on, pick up the game, and put the pressure back onto SK.
I certainly hope so, like, especially for these guys as well, because SK have the strongest adaptation, in Europe, like definitely in the top 3 in terms of like how they want to change, turn things around in a lot of these games. And I don't know what to expect from Noble Elite because they know that fundamentally they can get outplayed in comparison to SK. So they might just randomly make a comp change anyway and just hope to, counter something in some way. But then again, no, I think how they played their last game was perfectly fine. Yeah, sure, they got outflanked on a few of the occasions. Yeah, sure, they're on the back foot multiple times because of Jetten, making some sneak attacks on some sneak passes on that left lane. But then again, no, him and Andre were doing a great job just, wasting a few attacks in those bushes to make sure they don't get flanked and having some very, very good awareness. But this is where they need to be careful here. They've only got 2 chances now to stay in this matchup, and they've still got plenty more to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they can change it up, of course, just to remind you guys at home of there were bans, obviously, earlier on, the Brawler bans. It is Byron Amber were banned out by SK. Max and Bell banned out by Noble Elite. So they're obviously not available for any adjustments they may take. Let's see if there is any changes. Gene actually coming out. Oh, Gene and Tara actually along with side. And there's actually so many changes. We've got Ruffs coming out as well at the top there here as well, and some Skyrix. So Skyrix also switching sides. He's decided to go over to the right-hand side, and Jetten switching over to the left.
Yeah, Jetten's actually switched to the 8-bit, which is interesting. So we'll have to see what his
it's what
approach
just
is
worked for
gonna
Noble
be.
Elite, right? It's interesting because obviously that's what just paid off for Noble Elite, and yet Noble Elite have switched away from it.
Interesting. I'd like to see how this is going to work now, as Jetten's just a little bit distracted by the shadows, but Melny's done that on purpose so he could push up through into the middle, as Jetten looking to pull back if he can, and Semantic just trying to do as much as he can. But you see Melny just trapped on that middle side, just a matter of time. He was hoping that Jetten would push into the middle, and one of the other teammates like Andre or Dizon can clean him up. But you saw as well, did a huge amount of damage, not really too much to show for it. But then again, Noble Elite are still up 6-2, so not a huge amount of map control, as SK have been looking to try and retaliate or try and respond back to this. But Andre and Dizon just constantly flanking back and forth, a huge amount of aggression compared to what we've seen in previous games.
Semantic is being a nuisance as well, just building up. He's going to have that super available. It's actually locked Melny into the middle at the moment. So Melny's just going to get picked off by Skyrix on the side there. But Skyrix is under a lot of pressure on Ruffs at the moment. Look at Dizon once again. Dizon just trying to stealth on past. Comes through, does manage to take Skyrix down. And now he's around the backside. But that is really well picked up by Semantic.
Yeah, what a prediction as well. They knew that, he's probably trying to recover to go for the flank behind, and that's the last thing they want, because it's just going to be a huge distraction and can obviously get outnumbered in the middle if they give up their positioning in order just to take down Dizon whilst he recovers. Speaking of the devil, he literally just rejoined the fray but got taken down instantly, and now they have numbers advantage. Only up by one.
I was just about to say a magic hand. They needed it. That's what they needed, and that's managed to pick off Skyrix. Semantic now under pressure as well. Doesn't want to get completely picked off there. Got those 8 gems. This is how it turned out for Noble Elite. But they've got the 11, and they're running away with this one. 10, 9, timer out. Skyrix chasing. Andre hides. Respawn comes in. They can't find Andre. 3 seconds. In goes Jetten. Not going to be enough. Andre will hold it. And Noble Elite will indeed take themselves a game here on Gem Grab.
Oh, that was a great prediction, trying to find Andre as well. 376 HP. You hate to see it. I think we all do. But I didn't expect him to inflict that much damage on dying moments. No, literally an extra second or two, that would have been it. The gems would have been scattered, and then they could have run straight back and had a passive stance and a structured setup. So that was really well played by Noble Elite. No, is this the same team? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. A big turnaround, obviously worked out well for them. I was just about to say, as soon as I saw that magic hand, I was like, Andre's got magic hand available. Who is he going to grab? And Skyrix just showed himself, grabs Jetten there as well, Andre. So just make sure the game is basically literally in his hands, and he makes it works out for them. So it does mean, you know what it means, doesn't it? It means we're going to Purple Paradise.
Oh, dearie me, this map, it's like, no matter what competition it is on Brawl Stars, I seem to see it every single time. But we all know it's all about mechanics, fundamentals, and coordination. That's literally all it is, and obviously it depends on the compositions. But the compositions are normally mirrored or almost the same anyway. It's just going to be a very interesting one. I think SK would rather 3-0 and avoid Purple Paradise rather than to go into this. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Good stuff on Noble Elite. Nice to see him actually respond back to SK. We know SK are, a massive team, huge, and it's like very, very difficult to kind of, overtake them in some way. But we are going to go into set number 4, and D-Man, you're absolutely right. We are going to go into Purple Paradise, and let's see if Noble Elite can maybe get a reverse sweep. But yeah, it's still a big ask, but we can only hope.
Yeah, I mean, you said it exactly as it is. It's going to be very much a mirrored match here, of course, with the Nanny, the Piper, and the Gene in there. So we'll see if this works out for them, but at the moment, you can see SK already 3 up for the good. They did manage to get that blue star as well. That's on Semantic on the Piper there. That is a really nice snipe, though, coming out. I think it was Andre that managed to make it work there. The Nani. Oh, good snipe. Good return kill as well. 6-8. This is going to be a close one now. Semantic's just got to be careful. Obviously, the one with the blue star, that could be huge, especially now we're all tied at 8 apiece. Obviously, with no cover, it is simply a snipe fest.
Certainly, it's just trying to outrange each other, as SK do have that blue star, so it means it's going to force Snowball it to be the ones to push on up. But let's be honest, they would have pushed up anyway, even with that blue star. So they're going to continue that aggression. As you saw, the Semantic had to push all the way back as Andre does take down Jetton. Semantic still looking to recover, so is Skyrix. They're getting a little bit outplayed here. This is a little bit of a surprise as Diesel now trying to get away if he can. Andre just managed to dodge that as going to be pulling back slightly, but this is very uncharacteristic of Noble Elite. You know, we've seen them with the majority of this map possession in comparison and the map control as well. Good trade there. So Semantic take down Melny, but Diesel managed to take down Skyrix straight afterwards with 20 seconds left remaining here, D-Man.
Body blocking coming in. Dizon was low. Melny steps up, tries to cover off, make sure he doesn't get sniped down. Knowing that they have that advantage. 15 seconds to go. What are SK going to do? They're one down, and actually taking a lot of damage as well. The Piper shot from Andre misses, and meanwhile, Jetton's trying to push on forward. They're forced against the back wall, but they strike. Dizon gets one, but the magic hams comes out from Jetton. He catches it, but it is going to be Noble Elite that take the first one, 16-15. Incredibly tight, as we would expect on Purple Paralyzed, but a great start for them.
Yeah, this is very, very strange. I'm still a little bit gobsmacked watching some of these games so far. That's what I was saying earlier. Is this Noble Elite? Is this a parallel universe? This is absolute madness. But yeah, you know, like we predicted, similar compositions, you know, especially on a map like this, it's just whoever can outplay each other individually in terms of the sync of their coordination as well. And that's why we saw, I think what we've seen in terms of differences is that Noble Elite came out the gates swinging. The aggression they had to push the likes of SK Gaming all the way back. And what I liked about it as well, especially towards the final engagement and the halfway mark on the map, is that they stood their ground. SK Gaming made the assumption that, okay, we're kind of out damaging them just a little bit, so eventually they're going to pull back a bit further, and that's going to be our opportunity to, you know, throw a few more projectiles to clean up some of these kills. But the worrying thing was, Noble Elite were like, nah, we're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to stand our ground, and that's what I loved about it, was the confidence. So SK Gaming were trying to push up, but at the same time, Noble Elite were just literally standing there in sync, and it was just, you know, perfect to see. It was just fantastic. And seeing them get out damaged was, again, like I said earlier, a bit uncharacteristic from SK Gaming, but it's also uncharacteristic is the fact that Noble Elite were, you know, the aggressor in, you know, the first 2/3 of that match. But let's see how SK can respond to it, as now we're going to go back to pretty much the same picks and see who's going to get that early lead as well as that blue star, as it will be SK Gaming with Semantic getting 2 kills and the blue star to add as a little bit of a bonus.
That worked out well. Melny did not want to take the bumper there. Launched in. Oh, very well used by Semantic there to dodge that super as well. Using his own super that he had stored up there. Obviously holding that blue star as well can be crucial. If you don't know how that works, obviously if they are tied on points, the blue star will be the difference at the moment, but it is going to be this time SK Gaming taking charge. It is going to be 10-2 to start things off with a minute to go. A much bigger scoreline, a much more confident scoreline from SK Gaming. No adjustments in the brawlers as well. It is simply pure down to skill shots.
Yeah, SK Gaming clearly weren't happy about that last game, and, well, let's be honest, the last set as well. So they're really showing that aggression here a lot better compared to that last game, as Dizon and Andre just on that front line, just trying to join by Melny as well. Both teams are in the wolf pack, kind of what we expected. It's all about this baiting and switching here. The baiting and switching so important, helping each other to recover at the same time as trying to take some of these players down. Semantic does take down Dizon, which means Andre and Melny do need to pull all the way back so that Dizon can rejoin the fray once again, which he has done. So, you know, it's just a matter of time. It's going to have to be pretty much a team wipe without any deaths in order for them to win this next game. We've seen it been done before, as Andre does take down one, so it's going to give us some lead where Dizon takes another, as Semantic, still with 15 seconds left, if they manage to take him down, they can get the lead, but the rest of the players with that respawn immunity managed to actually take him down. Jetton is down Melny, they have to push up now. as Semantic still on the
Look at the
backside,
blocking, look
and
at the
it's
blocking.
not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen here.
Jetson,
D-man. Oh,
Jetson just standing in their faces saying, hit me, hit me, hit me. Completely blocking for Semantic, who had obviously backed away into the bushes. SK Gaming holds strong, but a late charge from Noble Elite almost paid off there. It was Jetton's magic hand that actually managed to turn it in their favor and make it work for them. You'll see it in just a moment. I think we'll hopefully have it on the highlights here as they do start to put the pressure down. Look at that, Jetton on 100 hit points. He gets picked off and immediately comes back. This is where they realize they're in trouble. And then Jetton, look at the body blocking. Jetton's just blocking. No, you'll not pass Semantic. You will not hit him. And SK Gaming leveled up the series.
Makes perfect sense, though, because if they took him down, that would have been it. They would have won by 1 star. They knew that they had to get an entire team wipe, including the final member right at the very end, obviously with the 6 stars. So yeah, the body blocking was fantastic. It was the only thing they could do. They knew that even if they gave up their lives, it wouldn't have mattered because it wouldn't have affected the scoreline in terms of them getting the W. And there we have it, though. So it's going to be a tie game. It's going to be match point once more for SK Gaming. Actually, no, I believe this is the first match point, actually, considering they didn't win any games back in set number 3. So first match point now for SK Gaming to try and close out this series 3-1 is Purple Paradise. So, in terms of predictions, I'm not even going to make one considering what we've seen so far the last 4 or 5 games. But let's see if Noble Elite can try and take this, because this would be remarkable if they do take this to a set 5.
Well, it's going to be, for the first time, Noble Elite will pick up that blue star. They've been unable to get it the first 2 rounds here. SK Gaming starting off strong. D's on. Oh, it's got Melny. It's caught Melny off guard. Luckily didn't have the blue star. I was wondering who was going to creep round and get there. Andre actually picked up blue star. And that was a double. That was a double.
As if that just happened. This is going to give, a massive leadway for a Noble Elite. Now, with just nearly a minute left remaining, Andre just makes matters worse for SK. Takes down 1. Jetton gets a trade on Andre, which is good. So it's definitely going to keep him in the running here. Only 2 stars up. Semantic manages to tie things up for SK. They do have that blue star as well, remember. So now, let's see. The full aggression is going to come in. Will he be able to take down Jetton? No, he does not. Jetton's going to be able to stay alive. No, he does not. His Skyrix was trying to body block him, but it's just not going to happen. As even though SK are up by 2 stars, they do have that blue star. So just any takedown for one of these players from SK, they can be able to tie things up, keep that blue star, and keep a nice passive structure set up going into the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and as they obviously group up, they try and keep that little wolf pack going. Here we go. Okay, let's see where this is going to head off to. Looks like it's going to be Jetton. Oh, almost got the double again. I saw the Nani was stood next to him as well. Semantic obviously is really the only one that can avoid it. Avoid that damage with the super of his own, but now they have to go aggressive. 13 seconds. They have to go looking for this one because SK Gaming still holding the lead, and this would be match point for them, and they would be taking their first in the series here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. 3 seconds. They have to push. They have to get something now. But Jetton strikes in the end. He gets Melny down. It will be SK Gaming closing out the series 3-1 on Purple Paradise. But boy, that was much closer than I think anyone thought.
I never would have thought it had gone that far. I thought this whole series was going to be a 3-0, and you may think Noble Elite will take a game 2 if they're lucky. But the fact that they took it, to the wire on that 4th set, to own them in the 3rd set as well. So Noble Elite should leave with their heads held high. They could have done a lot worse for them. So, Noble Elite, even though they lost, they put up a good fight.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that game. You know what? Purple Paradise delivers. It delivers. It always does. But sure, it generally brings the same brawlers out because it's generally max range sniping as much as you can. But it absolutely delivered on the excitement and the action there. And you love to see it. We would have got to Backyard Bowl, by the way, if we would have needed it for the Brawl Ball. But SK Gaming, in the end, closing out the series 3-1. The superfan. Teddy is the superfan, is he? Teddy is the superfan.
Oh, main man, Teddy. We haven't seen him for a while, have we? He's a lovely man indeed. Nice to see his face on the ESL Mobile Challenge. As you can see, he was in a little bit of a serious predicament, I think. But yeah, do you know what? That was a great way. I think that could have been a lot worse for Noble Elite. Like I said, I was expecting it to be, a 3-0 sweep. Maybe they'll take a game if they're lucky, considering, the high caliber skill which SK bring to the table. But that was a lot different than I expected. Even for Purple Paradise, it does mean that, mechanically they are pretty good in comparison.
Yeah, and the fact is, they won Gem Grab there, so well done Noble Elite.
Yeah.
Obviously, while they are effectively 2-0 down, which kind of sucks for them in the table. They're going to be bottom of the table no matter what happens today. There was big signs there. Obviously, they almost came up against Reply Term. They almost came back against SK. They almost took SK to a 5th in the series. That was just a couple of kills away, and that would have turned things on their head. So going forward, obviously, we've got 8 play days throughout this series over the 4 weeks. So there's plenty of time for them to turn this around. And clearly, a little crack in the weakness and the armor for SK Gaming.
Yeah, they made a few dents here and there, which is what is great to see so far. So they are mortal, so it's all good, no problem. Like you said, they've got plenty of opportunities anyway. So we are going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. Anyway, we've got plenty more matches to come, so stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Pedro Haro, SK Gaming Brawl Stars coach. We qualify for this league on the first ladder, but on the plane, not on the direct spot of the first spot on the ladder. We are here to rock the league. We're trying to rock the league, and yeah, we're looking forward to start already.
So what would you consider to be your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
I would say team play, though we are a kind of new team in February already, still. And we have make a really good connection between the players. And I think our strongest point is team play.
So you ended up 5th in the first ladder, right? But you have one of the best records. You had 15-2 in terms of your games played. So do you feel like you simply didn't play enough matches, or was that a tactical decision?
I think we didn't play enough to. At first, our goal was the first spot of the ladder, right? But I think was our fault. We didn't focus it properly because we rush a lot, we grind a lot at the first days, and then on the second, third, and second week when we faced a team, and one loss on those stages of the ladder was really painful for us because we were on the top and we lost a lot of points. I think was our problem not facing this ladder properly, and then we just decided to aim for the ladder and not for the play-in and not for the top one.
Looking at the second round of play-ins as well, so like you qualified via the first round of play-ins. Looking at the other play-ins qualifiers, who are you most looking forward to facing?
Probably Clash is one of our biggest enemies right now. EXO is a really strong team one, but they qualified already from the ladder. And yeah, probably Clash and Thrive is right now. This is at the fourth. In my opinion, the 14 that are on tier 1 fighting for the first spot of Europe, and it's always a pleasure to fight any of them.
Well, you dominated your bracket and you beat 2 of the qualifiers from ladder 2 already, Na'Vi and Tribe Gaming. So, are you feeling extremely confident going into the challenge season now?
Not really. I mean, in this top 1 that we are talking about, tier 1, sorry, that we are talking about, that every team can beat any other team easily. Well, not easily, but I mean, no one can really. Everyone can expect that, and so we are confident, but we respect a lot of other teams, and we know that we need to be on our 100% of performance or even higher to still beat them. So confident, but respectful with the other teams.
Yeah, I think the phrase is quietly confident. We are quietly confident going into this, and we're excited. That's good. I'm really excited to see you guys compete. Now, before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have been supporting you through this whole journey in the ESL Mobile Open?
I want to really thank our for the support, because we are the club, right? The organization is German, and most of the players are German, and mine is Spanish. But we don't really get support from German and Spain, right? All around the Europe, or all around the globe, even. So I want to thank all these fans that are not really attached to us for language or nationality, and we really appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in the challenge season.
Thank you. Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars, of course. You know where you are. You know where you are because you've landed here, and it literally says Arc Brawl Stars. That's how you know. And just look at his background. It shows everything. Yes, Arc is back on your screens, but Arc, I tell you what, Reply Totem putting pressure on SK Gaming towards the end there.
I like to see that. Honestly, I feel like it's a lot closer than people felt it was going to be. And yeah, Noble Elite did some really interesting ideas, and bringing out Squeak in Hot Zone, and definitely had some really up and down moments into Purple Paradise as well. I was actually kind of impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, it started off, I think they had the right ideas on Hot Zone, but it just wasn't quite working out in terms of individual sort of matchups. Siege, it wasn't even close. Simply put, it wasn't close. But once we moved over to Gem Grab, that's when things turned around. And just a few clutch moves, Dizon put in some serious work in there.
Yeah, there was some really good decision making. I saw a lot of really clutch turnarounds as well, and yeah, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Noble Elite. I just wasn't expecting it to be as close with a Tyson like SK Gaming, who have made grand finals throughout the course of the years that gone by. But yeah, there's some really amazing moments in Purple Paradise. That double kill in particular, I felt with the peep connecting was just an explosive moment for me.
And it's interesting there, obviously, listening from Pedro, obviously talking to Banks, you know, he's talking about how they probably didn't take it as serious as they should when they were in the ladder, and obviously they had that one loss and it dropped them down. Well, now we're in a round robin. You know, we've talked about how great SK are in these tournament structures, but we're in a round robin, and they need to make sure they can keep their focus, because clearly they were cruising 2-0. Okay, this is easy, and suddenly lifted off the gas. We are obviously going to see them later on in the night as well. I think they're the last game of the night, if I'm not mistaken. So they need to make sure they can keep that focus.
Yeah, teams are, from what I understand, there's chance of a couple of players just taking a little bit of downtime at the moment and kind of recollecting themselves. It is healthy to do that, so I don't absolutely have anything against the idea, but definitely I think that's one thing to take some time to sort of like relax, but also another thing to underestimate your opposition. So there's a balance there to be found, I feel, for everyone to be said today, actually.
So let's check out the schedule. Of course, we've had our first two games done here. If you just missed them, it's been fantastic stuff. Noble Elite Reply Totem going 3-1. And of course, SK now just taking 3-1 over Noble Elite. So that means we've got AC Milan Clash back-to-back here against Big and Na'Vi. And then it's going to be EXO Free Agents back-to-back against Na'Vi. And then Tribe. And Tribe have their own back-to-back gaming, which is a tough one for them, against EXO Free Agents, who finished number one on the ladder. And then SK Gaming, who, well, they've faced lots of times, let's face it. It's going to be a tough night for everyone. It just shows really the strength of the competition in Europe, Harker.
Yeah, there is so little in it, and again, you know, those teams that are just maybe slightly behind the big front runners in terms of, you know, the fan favorites, they actually want that and haven't had a taste of that, so they're going to be fighting hard to obtain it. So again, the more known teams have got to be very cautious to maintain that kind of reputation in this competition, because everyone is hungry, everyone wants to be out there and able to have those bragging rights, and of course some huge money, some prize money at stake as well.
So let's have a look at the lineups for the teams. AC Milan Clash, obviously it's a team that everybody knows, everybody's seen so much of. Lene in there, Ikeas and Gile. Honestly, three veteran players that have put a lot of pressure on these teams out there. You know, the fact that SK just obviously mentioned them as their rivals, that's just how powerful they are.
Yeah, they've been around the block, you could say, for sure, yeah. And their synergy right now is honestly quite scary. You know, these are three players who are very accomplished and have, you know, fantastic synergy. One player that you're obviously not seeing there is the fourth Trevor. He did leave the team yesterday, so definitely going to be interesting to see whether this first viewing of this team as a three-piece can really make the mark, or, you know, maybe Trevor was the key to their chemistry. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, always very interesting to see that happen just before a major tournament starts. I didn't say major, $45,000 on the line. Let's have a look at Big, obviously, their rivals, their teammates, a team that they actually played very recently and had some serious struggles with as well. Nadine, Lars, and Sugar Snort.
Yeah, and again, I know these guys really well. I used to play a lot of ladder with Sugar and really vouch for this team in particular. So I've got to say, you know, Big are coming in as a little bit of an underdog, it must be said, but ultimately I knew that they are capable of great things. And as we've already seen today, you know, with a couple of games for Noble Elite against SK Gaming, there's this small, narrow margin of error, and everyone is going to be looking to capitalize from that today.
Well, we'll get to see exactly what they're going to be playing on in just a moment, because obviously we're going to switch it off. You know, no Purple Paradise this time around. I know you'd love to see that one. I got to. But obviously we're going to switch across and see which maps we're going to be covering. Wait for the bans to come through as well. I can tell you with Stu's banned twice currently, so I'm pretty sure there's something going to change there. I mean, I know Stu's pretty strong these days, but I don't think we need to ban him twice.
I mean, he's got some serious knockback ability, which is actually going to get taken out. You know, no spoiler alert, as we've seen a lot of the sneak peeks coming from the new update.
It is banned twice. This is going to be wrong.
I mean, it's a danger. But that does open the door for Bell, and that'll be interesting to see here.
I'm going to take the default and say one of them's Bell. That's what I'm going to do, because there's no way they're both banned too. It's going to happen, because Bell's always banned.
Well, it's the thing with blind bans, you know, sometimes you're kind of thinking that, oh, we can leave that aside, that other team are going to surely ban that particular brawler, and maybe this is one of those instances where both teams have kind of gone in with the idea of, like, hoping and just banking on the idea that someone else will ban it for them. Ultimately, let's see. I mean, our first map will be some assembly required into Siege, and then Hard Rock Miner, classic gem grab map. Super Stadium, I feel, is a really balanced Brawl map. Also, Drilling Beetles and Dry Season will be the hot zone and bounty maps if we get that far. Personally, I hope we do, but like you say, no Purple Paradise, and I'm sad for that. I really do love that particular map when it comes to bounty. But yeah, I really do like this selection, though. I think it's really, really nicely balanced, and let's see how these bans will take effect. I think Max is also a very big and prominent one. The Gene Max combo that we're so used to seeing is not going to be an option now.
Yeah, that's banned out there, but the Bell and Byron is an option, which I know it's something you've been championing and chomping at the bit through all the play-ins that I've cast with you.
I mean, you know, you can't go wrong with Byron at the moment. I mean, often he's, to be fair, he's always a bit map dependent, but ultimately, you know, pairing with Colette used to be a big pairing as well with 8-Bit, which we've seen less of since a couple of his nerfs, but getting a few nice buffs along the way in a few weeks' time, so that'd be exciting to see. Yeah, I think Byron can be underestimated sometimes when taking out the mix. Poker as well is a band that we're not seeing really much of today, which I think does still lend itself to a lot of kind of tankier comps and some healing to keep them in the mix. But watch out for Bell. She's a big factor now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, you know, we've just had games going back to back, so maybe they've been sat there. I can certainly see some players in chat as well from other teams that are sat ready and waiting. I think I just saw Spen in there as well. Obviously, he's going to be having his games for Tribe later on. I just wonder what they can garner from watching these games and whether they can sort of like maybe just settle those nerves. And I wonder what sort of nerves they're getting now, because this is it. This is in the $45,000 tournament now, round robin, top 4 places. You know, only 8 play days overall, 16 matches in total. You got to perform. And you got to hit the big stage from the off, and things are ready to go.
Yeah, the best teams are those that can keep themselves composed, but ultimately in what is a very, very competitive tournament, you know, it's not unheard of for players to make a few mistakes here and there, and that can also, you know, play on the mind and the mentality. So let's see, though, can Clash make a good composed start? Looks like they're going to a level 2 coming in, and I do like the combo. I feel like actually Sugar's going to struggle as BB here with a lot of range at the disposal of Clash. A thrower as well for good measure in the event of a really good defense hit to get some bottles over the top goes a long way in this particular map. So I like what I'm seeing so far.
A great start, honestly. I don't think they wanted more than that. 56% already down. AC Milan Clash on the level 2 siege bot. That was a perfect start for them. Nidine very low at the back there. AKS just trying to take a quick pot shot at him with the barrel over the top there. Doesn't work out for them. And they actually, the pressure at the side here, you can see Lars trying to force him down. We'll just be able to back away. Nadine has took down Chaos, so they're going to try and push in. They have managed to pick themselves up 4 still, though. 4-3. But now Big starting to really turn it on. They put the pressure down, but can they make it benefit them? They have managed to get the bot out, and let's see what it works.
I really like this for Big, for sure. Now that Sugar's able to hold down this spawn trap, Clash could struggle even with a defense here to get this out. Let's see what happens here. A ton of great value from Lana early on, but this is the question now. With Lars in that left-hand side position, able to shut it down, and Sugar on the right as well can knock back out the super from Gee. There's the double wash. Didn't get the second knockback, got the first on the flying hook, but look at this, Big in control right now. The bolts are in favor of Clash, but if they keep holding this mid, look at this. 2 on the right-hand side for Nadine and Sugar to capitalize on. Lars banking on the left. This is great from Big.
Yeah, while they didn't get too much damage down in the last siege bot, he thought they'd get more from it. But AC Milan Clash, as you say, they're under pressure. Leguier unable to land any of these shots from Carl. So trying to make it work, but here we go. Level 11 siege bot coming out this time around from Big, and this is going to put some serious trouble down. You can see they're already trying to work it down, trying to get as much damage on it as they can before it hits it in the Ike.
Pressure coming in, massive pressure on the shoulders of Clash, and everyone's so weak. Sugar just able to just keep swiping on that right-hand side. That is not the start that Clash were looking for. Big off to a big start today so far.
Impressive stuff, no doubt about it. Obviously, they started up. They were under pressure from the off. 56% from a level 2 siege bot. They were thinking, okay, this is just going to be job done. AC Milan Clash, but they rolled over that mid control, completely dominated, got the bolts and got the bots.
So important to do that, especially with the comp that they are running. They really had to get a push and capitalize off the back of it to shut down in the event that Clash were able to escape from their spawn. So a really nice strategy to go in with. BB's a great counter to Carl, being able to shut down a lot of the abilities that Carl has with that knockback. So I really like to see what Big were able to make of that game. Just capitalizing on the first sign of weakness that Clash showed, and they thoroughly deserved that first one, in my opinion.
So we'll see whether they can change anything in there, whether we have adjustments. What would you adjust if you were to sit there as the coach? Maybe you haven't been fired, you were sat there as the coach, they were just sat there. What would you change?
I think, the fact that Max and Stu out of the mix here takes away a lot of speed. That's something that Clash really thrive on a lot of the time. So I think they're going to have to go back to sort of more control-based ideas. I think that, Guille, put him in a Barley. He does a really, really fantastic Barley. Consider maybe some Sprout here as well, or focus at least starting with that idea of control and their arsenal, and then look to go on the aggressive side. I think you could probably mirror the BB if you wanted to. I think Search has a good place as well. Brother, we don't tend to see too much from Clash, to be honest, but one that I think can really thrive it. Or Colonel Ruffs, like maybe shape the map a little bit to their advantage in some respects, going with some, air superiority, star power to kind of really open things up. Ultimately, that is what Sugar's using a lot to his disposal, really, is hiding behind a lot of that cover. So if you eradicate some of that and, Big go in with the same kind of strategy, it could blow things open a little bit wider for Clash.
Well, let's see if they took any of your advice on hand. No, not really. They're stuck with the exact same comp. I'll tell a lie. No, I think it was Amber, not Ems, right before.
Yeah, I think Elena was playing Ems, but ultimately I think this, I like the Barley pick. I think that it could work out pretty well here, especially if Gear can win lane against the Tick and then, but then goes down. So this is the thing to consider really here. Like, I think that, for me, Big have kind of gone in with even more of a control-based idea. Might struggle on defense with the Tick. Let's see how they get on. But Clash are quite late to the market, so a chance to put down some damage. But Sticky Syrup Mixer is a good choice of gadget to slow the advance of the bots. But I do wonder about the big comp here, to be completely honest. Tick isn't my go-to. I think Sprout would be a bit of a better choice. Let's see what they can do with it. They surprised me in the first game, so I'm hoping to see them surprise me yet again.
Yeah, the big change as well with Sugar over on the side there. We'll see whether it works out. You can see Nene trying to hunt him down, but we'll try and get in there, and you can see if he does get on you, it's going to do a lot of damage. Does manage to get taken down, and once again, bolt control is very much in Big's favor. Lars and Nadine managing to collect a few more, and they're going to get their first bot on the board in just a second as the Guille tries to push on down, but here we go, the big bot coming through.
Interesting to see Gear on the Carl, though, because ultimately IKS plays a really amazing Sprout. That's kind of his go-to throw. I would say that Gear's probably stronger in terms of the Barley, but obviously team wanted to experiment a little bit today, and a nice knockback from Lenan, but that bot is going to connect, and Gear's doing his best on the left-hand side to hold everyone back, but the bot is connecting with a ton of damage as now Clash are forced into the mid. They've got no option now. They've got to get a final push if they're going to be able to take and stand a chance of staying in this first set. Gear's nice value on the left-hand side, taken down by Lars, though, and he should surely be in a great spot to contest from KS, and 84 HP is all that AKS is running on, but somehow staying alive on the right-hand side.
Well, just 10 seconds left. This is job done. This is going to be the first game going to Big. You love to see it. The pressure we were talking about, how they'd been under pressure in the Brawl tournament. Was it last week? It was last week, wasn't it? They played each other, and that was some serious pressure here. The siege bot coming through, but is it going to be enough? 16 seconds, 15 seconds. It's got to get so much damage down. Done in the next 10 seconds. It's going to start hitting the Ike now. Now, is it going to be enough? 90, 80. I just don't think they've got enough time to get this done. It's going to be 50, 40. Well, they've done it! They've done it! They came in, they got the super down. They didn't need the bot. They just turned it round. And I thought that was a job done. Caster curse strikes. I'm sorry, Big.
I didn't want to stop you there, when you were in your flow, you were in your element. I mean, those M shots, I feel, from Lenan did a ton of the work. I mean, Clash were a little bit late to the mark. I mean, you're right. I mean, it looked like they were honestly about to lose the opportunity for themselves, but they did come in at the most important time, really. But those final shots from the air canister of the M's there made a huge difference for me. Obviously, the shots from Gear was what kind of finished it off, but look at that value here. Those shots with so much packing of punch, just enough then to scrape Clash through for a second chance now.
Close. Hey, we said they were close last time they faced each other, and I don't think it's going to change once again. It is very impressive, though, from Big. Bearing in mind, obviously, they didn't come through the plains. They came through the Benelux tournament. So the only team here in this tournament that did come through that almost backdoor route, effectively, where everyone was grinding it out in the ladders. Obviously, they were there and thereabouts in the ladder, but we didn't get to see them in the play-ins because they'd already qualified. So we were just kind of unsure what they were going to bring to the table. But AC Milan Clash, well, they know now they have a challenge. So we'll talk changes. We talked about them before. Obviously was a few small adjustments. AC Milan Clash though stayed the same, and it paid off this time.
Just about. I gotta say, I gotta hand it to iChaos. Being able to stay alive and bank those bolts, so crucial here. But huge adaptations from Clash. Absolutely, they are really doing what I feel is a good move here. Actually, to go with something so radically different from what they've been playing in the past two games here. Now it's just a case of whether they can really herd the sheep, as it were, as big and now very clustered together. It must be said, and that's not really ideal because Lenan is the ideal person to capitalize from those positions as Chaos gets a ton of value on that left-hand side. Lenan going in with the pressure onto Lars. Needing staying alive though and out of position, but just tries to get some damage off the safe early on so we can spawn back in effectively for this defense. But I don't like the way that they're leaving Gear untouched here, just going in with hammer after hammer blow. That is a hefty amount of damage in favor of Clash for a first push.
Yeah, big Frank getting it done there for Leguie, as you say. But yeah, I didn't expect the triple brawler. That's for sure. But I guess it can work out, obviously, with a Mortis, because generally you're separated, right? You're not going to be bunched up. So a Mortis can really try and get in and pick you off there. But we'll see, of course, as a couple of bolts get thrown back pretty even on the bolts. We're going to see one more collected there. Leguie does have an extra one as well. So it should be the bot spawning in favor of Clash in just a second. But Bigger being forced back once again. And here comes the second bot.
Well, I'm just cycling so nicely. Oh my goodness, Milan with the pin. Clearly, he was a fan of that play, as I was myself. What value he was able to obtain off the back of that. Oh my word, that is going to seal the deal for Clash. But oh my goodness me. Mortis in Siege is such a meta go-to now. It used to be a meme, and now you just see why you can just make some insane plays such as that.
I mean, what a great read. To sort of sit there, look at him and say, you know what, we're going to go full brawler. It's a ballsy play, let's face it, right, to go that way. But that's what worked out in the end. I guess we're going to see it in the highlight reel in just a second, just how it works out. You can see Lene already going off on there. So he comes back to spawn and sees them low. Goes in, 1, 2, 3, thanks very much. And it buys all the time they need. Forget about it, job done.
I don't think I've ever seen a three-way motorcycle super as quickly as that, actually. I think that was very methodically played. And yeah, definitely something the Big are going to have to keep in their minds now massively is how much of a threat Lenan can be with that particular brawler. And yeah, I don't think that they saw that coming. And that's the reason why I love these kind of big adaptations at crucial moments in games, because when you're not prepared for something and you're kind of still preparing for the previous comp that you've witnessed, it can really open doors for a lot of teams that dare to do those things. So great plays from Clash. I love what they did there.
So we're moving on to Hard Rock Mine, a gen grab map for the two. Obviously, I was going to say really close from Big there, but that last game, why was not close. That was not close. Caught them by guard. I think when something like that happens, you just basically mental reset. You know what? We had a good first game. Let's just get back in it.
Exactly that. You really have to think back to the games that you've won and not focus on the games that you've lost. I think that they just were outcomped in that particular instance. I think that Big prior to that had some really good ideas and things going for them. So they really have to kind of draw back from those same confident levels that they had going into this, because honestly, starting things off in that Siege, that first game of Siege, Clash were looking pretty shaky for me. And they took a while to kind of remember that they can really take teams by surprise and go in with some really radical radical ideas. I wonder now going into Hard Rock Mine what we'll see, because personally I love the Rico lane, which they often sway towards. There's one of few teams in this region that do, and Rico's one of my favorite brawlers. I'm curious to see whether IKS might whip that one out. But Rosa we've seen today as well. We're coming back a little bit of SK earlier as a big beefy tankier brawler, which thrives here too. So I kind of feel like we might see some of those adaptations coming into play.
I'm always a fan of Rosa. We get a bit of hello going on the screen, but keep the Brits flying. But it's not going to be the case, unfortunately. But we do have Byron coming in. So we were talking about, obviously, has been banned and generally is banned in there along with Bell. But obviously both were left open this time.
Bell, I completely forgot about Bell's being a huge impact that wasn't banned. It's obviously so easy to forget when Big Brother is not banned, but Lars coming in with some cracking value on that left hand side as a result of the back of that gadget power surge, putting the pressure onto IKS, and he's going to struggle actually in the event of this side lane, needing to come in for support as well, trying to break things up for Lars to have a bit more range if he can get the next stack going on in play. But it's 5 gems in favor at the moment of Big. But Clash with a lot of momentum could turn this quite quickly. Guille with a couple of flying hooks here and there, and a super with a few flying pickaxes could definitely cause a ruckus as he is on his left-hand side now thinking about it.
Oh, big pressure onto Nidine at the moment. He's going to get caught out on the other side. In goes the Guille. Thank you very much. Hit and run. Just going to get the last one. Lock down the 10 and away they go. And that was just a simple assassination attempt from AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, the right timing to do so. A few signs of nerves potentially, or just maybe just some inexperience at this stage of the competition for Big against a giant like Clash. Just drop the mark a little bit. Not going to be too much of a big deal. Kes can pick them up, but ultimately, a reset is a reset. If Sugar can come in here with some pressure here, I just don't know whether Big are going to be fast enough to the mark. That's the only problem.
We've got to assume that IKS has got his super ready to try and lock them out if they do get that little bit closer. Here comes Lars trying to get the dive in. Not going to work. Too little too late. And a quick and easy start in the end. And it's always the danger, obviously. It took the 2 big hits from the Bell, basically. We'll see it in the highlights in a second. It was sort of that's basically what did the majority of the damage there. Obviously, you generally are always going to stack it on Nidine, obviously being that long range brawler, but there, you can see actually the 2 shots already come through. There was nowhere for him to go, absolutely nowhere. IKS sort of just pinned him.
He's playing Carl is an ideal person to go in with those snatches, really, and that's one thing that I think that Big have to be cautious of. But ultimately, I did feel like they had a fairly decent amount of early control, and that's something which is so important against a team like Clash. So if they can go with that same idea, and if we see the kind of similar comp ideas making a second appearance here, I feel like they actually could have done better with it if they're able to shut things down and kind of like not lose the composure that they obviously did. Then I feel like that could have been their game, but a couple of mistakes is all it takes. Clash are always on the prowl for a moment of weakness, and they just capitalized.
Yeah, I didn't notice whether they had the super on Piper, because they could have avoided it, obviously, if they'd have got the super, but it may have also been going through his mind, like, I don't want to remove the grass, the coverage in this spot, because it was kind of like the middle point, right, which is generally what he'd use as his cover spot. Yeah, and it maybe could have avoided damage, mitigate it, but I guess you just didn't see the other shot coming, didn't see the Carl sneaking out of the bushes. So, well, they're going to make a change or not in this one, because that was quick AC Milan Clash control, I should say, not quick big control. Big was swept aside. So, we already saw some big adaptations from Clash last time around. Triple brawlers. And we're going to see another Lene Mortis now. It works on this map.
It wouldn't be a bad shot. It's a great counter to Rico if you can close the gap. Ultimately, Rico's pretty squidgy to it. I think we will see some change from Big. I think they're going to definitely go with Bell this time around. I think there was a mistake to kind of like forget that particular brawler was not banned, as I did myself. So I think that might help. The Piper pick is not bad here, but I just think that Bell's just got a little bit more of an ability to be on the back foot in terms of the defense. I think that having that your advantage and shutting down some lanes as well with her gadget can be a great thing for control. Let's see though. I like the Rosa pick. I did shout it out at the beginning. We are going to see Lenan going with Mortis, so this is sort of interesting for me. But a quick and swift takedown for Lenan in the mid will allow him to continue this kind of pressure of this right hand side. Look at Sugar though, and Lars very quick to deal with the threat, and now Lars can push up on his right hand side.
So that Morty's kind of paying off. We'll see. It's weird that they do go for the reverse switch, right? It's like, yeah, we don't want Bell anymore. We're going to go Piper. It's just like, oh, we thought it worked well, but you know what? We'll go with the Piper as well. Being able to avoid the damage here, and well, just a shot away. Almost being baited in to get those triple gems in the middle there. Lene's going hunting for Nadine on the Bell there. They're going to peek around the side onto Sugar, and look at Morty's just waiting. Wants to get onto Nadine. Lars tries to dive around the back, but that has not worked. And at the moment, they're kind of individually attacking. They're not attacking as one. They're not coordinated as much as they need to be here, Big.
This is the thing, you've really got to make sure that you're all collected together and at the right times, but also communicating enough to come on the defensive here. Enough gems surely here for Clash to make something up. But Lars coming in with a... Oh, he gets super this as well! Guille! Oh my goodness me! Guille came in with the gadget there, making sure to come in with the auto-aimer gadget. It was such a clutch play there. The gems, however, still escape in favor of Big. Can Clash turn this around?
You thought they had it in control and they just wanted to hand the gems over to Guille, but it didn't work out. Chaos is just being kited around, as Carl can do, but will get picked off now. But Guille's got nothing left. It's a simple sniper brawl. He's got to get out of there. They're going to get the respawns. Didn't get enough gems. Will be able to back away and try and keep it as tight as he can. Lene goes in. Lene gets one. Picks off Lars. Sneaks in. Gets 4 gems. Then they hit the count to the magic number of 10, and they will back away. And just like that, Clash turned it back around.
No way. Did we just witness this? Still a couple of seconds left on the clock, but with that takedown from Gears, the last measure, Lanan going into what? Oh my goodness me. Clash did so well to come back from that.
Yeah, really, I mean, it was a duel battle, right? It's funny because obviously, you know, we just had a Bell Piper switch the other way around, but a switch around, both waiting for that reload, see if they can hit each other first. Some clutch plays from both Big and Clash in there, but it's Clash that pay dividends and take the series 2-0 so far. It is a best of 5. We're not done yet. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
And honestly, the scoreline could, it doesn't really necessarily reflect how close it was. That was that amazing use of the gadget there from Guille. But in the end, this is the gem cancellation. Look at Guille here. One snipe there, drops the gems to reset the counter. Can't quite reach Needin, so then settles for someone else. And then coming back, I'm surprised actually that on his way going back out with the gems that he wasn't picked off actually, because maybe that range was just enough for Big to get a shot off or two. But yeah, I mean, in those circumstances, this is where we see those narrow margins of error coming into play, because for Clash to be able to turn that one around, that took some serious skill and composure.
Well, I'm glad Lene listened to me and picked up Mortis in that game. It's totally how it worked, guys. Super Stadium up next for Brawl Ball, of course. Will it be a 3-0 shutout? Because as you said, the scoreline doesn't really show how close this game has been so far.
It really doesn't. I mean, honestly, I've got to say, all day today so far, we have seen some very close matches. And despite the scorelines being maybe looking like more in favor of one team, I don't think there's that much in it. I think that honestly, Big have just made a couple of errors here and there, but they've also made some fantastic plays that could very much have availed to being, you know, the difference between a few sets here and there. So I'm still rooting for them. I'd love to see them make a little bit of comeback here. And I think that at the moment, the way that Clash are playing, maybe not in their fullest form so far. They've still got that final form to reveal today.
Yeah.
Just like a little bit rusty here and there. But yeah, we shall see what happens going into this next mode.
Yeah, I think that showed towards the early start of that game. There were sort of individual attacks, but they weren't coordinated. So just that little bit of fluidity missing here. Game started, and we are very much under pressure because that's going to be the first goal. It's like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, well, there's no way they're not going to score here. We're straight into it, game underway, and goal already scored.
I think that, to be honest, like, Chaos found a really nice gap. It wasn't much of an opportunity to really capitalize on. They managed to find the angle there. Much easier than it looks for sure, but I do like the very much a control-based comp. I think that Chaos works fantastic for me here as Sprout, and definitely his go-to. We saw him, you know, try out Barley a little bit in Siege earlier. Didn't necessarily feel like it was his strongest suit, but here I feel he'll absolutely fine. Oh my goodness, no way! EA is so dangerous, and I know, fair enough playing the call. Looking at that, oh my word. Clash with a little trick shot to finish it off. Looking so dangerous in Brawl Ball. Oh,
well, France may well be playing Germany in just a few moments, but I think the AC Milan Clash French guys are looking pretty hot there. They even baited a little bit towards the end there as well. But yeah, that was just full-on aggression. You know, while it didn't get the goal exactly that they were after, it kind of worked off. Yeah, so what a great start. And I talked about it before, you know. Look, AC Milan are with them. They have to deliver a Brawl Ball.
I love that flying hook. I didn't even see it coming myself, and I'm normally pretty astute to opportunities like that. That took me by surprise, and Lannan just rubbing the salt in the wound there with the shot off the back of the cover. But I mean, we've only just finished the second set. I mean, this is now like just turning so quickly now as Clash move on to match point.
Absolutely, yeah, match point. Blink and you miss it, and we nearly did. They joined the game, and it was already very much 1-0. So let's see if this can turn around. Don't forget, AC Milan Clash are also playing back-to-back games. They've got Navi coming up after this, so maybe they're just thinking, we want to make the game, you know? Get the Euros on. That's what they're looking for. It seems the French want to finish things quick, and at the moment it's down to Big to try and stop them doing that. What sort of adjustments could we make? Well, let's have a look. The game's ready to go. Let's get it on your screens, and immediately AC Milan Clash, this time under a little bit of pressure, but Linneo Mortis once again, he's pressuring Lehars already, and the ball is going in the net. It's 1-0 already.
In 11 seconds, that goal went in. Oh, my word. Clash want this wrapped up thick and fast. I mean, I'm not sure whether this is really the comp to be able to shut this down. And now going in with the heel off the back of the
Frank
Pogo
just
as well. What did we just witness? 28 seconds, D-Man.
It's just Frank, just like, I'm just walking through, you're not stopping me, I'm just coming through. The tank Frank delivers, and yeah, that was a game. That was a game of Brawl Ball. Okay, so it's fair to say, yes, he was close on the other two series, but that was not a thing. Big Frank just walking through. Thank you very much. Game done.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, you know, Clash have got a great reputation as being one of those teams which really thrive in Brawl Ball, but that was them in their absolute
28
prime.
seconds.
We've seen them evolve from the start of today and kind of like had a bit of a rocky start, but they had absolutely shaked the cobwebs off when it came to that third and final set, because that's got to be a record of some kind here.
Absolutely. I mean, I was kind of joking saying they wanted to make the Euros, but maybe that's the case. They're going to play Navi next, but what a fantastic start. A 3-0 start, the first team to do it so far here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. $45,000 on the line, but they've got to get to the finals first. Fantastic stuff, Ark. Any takeaways?
I mean, just... I don't know. I'm still reeling at the back of that one. We might be in for a bit of a late or early finish today if this rate continues on. But yeah, wow, I'm just blown away right now with the level of plays from Clash. I'm very looking forward now to seeing what they will do with Navi.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, they are playing Navi next. Navi, well, they got knocked out in the play-ins last time they faced an ESL Mobile Open play-ins. That was the first play-ins, and that's where they missed out. But that went the distance as well. So going to be a very close game. They were formerly known as Zero Zone Russia back then. It is going to be AC Milan Clash versus Navi after the break.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I'm Auge from MENA Brawl Stars, and I'm the coach for this team from the EECA region.
So I wanted to take things all the way back, and we can discuss how you started playing Brawl Stars. Now, obviously, the game hasn't been out for too long. So have you, like, from the beginning, were you playing it every day for a lot of hours, or was it like gradual?
Probably not so often, just ladder-wise. And then slowly I started to play with friends on small tourneys in the German scene. And later on, my journey kind of went pretty wild as I joined Pro Sports last year. And yeah, we made some success even on the European competitions. And from the beginning of this year, I have been the Brawl Stars coach for a Russian team. And lately we have been joining NATO Svinkere.
I mean, yeah, joining Na'Vi is a huge step in all of your careers, I imagine. But just if we take it a tiny step back, you said that you transitioned into the pro side, but how did that happen? Did you seek out a team, or did they contact you to say, look, do you want to go pro? You're obviously really good at the game. So, you know, how did that happen?
There's a play again button in the ladder, and I've been playing with one guy. I didn't know him, but like, you know, back in the days, you didn't always have good teammates, and we kept on winning, so we pressed on play again. And later on, we found out that we both were German, and we've been looking for each other on Discord then, have been talking a little bit, and it was just fun to win some games. And yeah, like later on, we also exchanged some more details, became friends, and have been exciting on how to win games and how it's the best way to play different brawlers or team compositions.
That's so wholesome, and it happens so naturally as well. You just met someone through the game, and then you guys just kept winning. So it's like, why don't we go pro? I like that. So what would you say now, fast forward to now, what is your team's biggest advantage, you know, over your opponents, you know, as you progress through the Mobile Open?
I think right now it's probably our org that's supporting us a lot. One side is probably the fan base that we now have. On the other hand, we also have now the connection of the region, the org, and ourselves. We have a big production team behind us to produce some insane content, I would say. That's not usual. I think only in European there's like SK that does as much or probably more of the monthly finals and tournaments. And that's really a huge support for us, because it's just like a big support for everything we do, and that's like a motivation for us to keep on going.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I am Lethal. Joining me again is Ark. And yeah, my God, Ark. Like, I was trying to make a brew in that last game, and they finished it so quick I didn't have time to have it. How dare they?
I know. We just want to get you straight back in the mix, and we just don't want to give you any time to relax. You know, no cups of coffee or teas or any kebabs for you today.
No, I fancy a Don and a kebab as well now that you said that. But you know what I'm like? I'm such a clumsy git. I've got to play my t-shirt. I'll probably drop it all down myself, rushing it back. So yeah, just one of those things. But let's forget about that. That's all in the past. You know, nice 3-0 from Clash, lovely stuff. Now they're going to play against Na'Vi. So Na'Vi thinking, yeah, that was right. That was pretty good. Hopefully, we won't get any more Brawl Ball sets, because I do believe Clash are actually one of the best teams at Brawl Ball, not just in Europe but in the world. So hearing from the fact that they won that in 28 seconds, disgusting, absolute filth.
Yeah, that is quite a firm and strong statement. Yeah, the word on the street has been a while that Clash were very comfortable in Brawl Ball, and the results would tend to reflect the same idea. They were looking at this moment from Lana. Oh my word, that's still, I marvel in the beauty of it. Such an amazing cycle in Siege. But yeah, the question now is can they continue? They've obviously got their thumbs very warmed up, which is a great start and thing for them. But Navi have really surprised me recently in this competition and others, and definitely, can be a threat to Clash. So they've got to still not take that for granted. They did some very, very great plays already against Big, but also a couple of moments of, times when we weren't really necessarily too sure what way it was going to go. So they look to be looking much better now, but they've got to maintain it.
Yeah, now going into Clash versus Na'Vi as well later on in this next match, I'd be curious to see how Na'Vi does match up. Of course, they've clearly seen what's happened against Big and gone, okay, they've had some moments of greatness here and there, but Clash are just looking absolutely solid, solid more than anything else. And, to face up against a Clash who are now actually warmed up in a tournament setting compared to that last game, it could be even worse. We don't even know yet.
This is the thing, yeah. They've just got themselves into a good spot, and they've probably, been able to, get themselves into it's just warmed up. At the first moments that we saw them playing, I wasn't too sure how today was going to go for them. Now I'm really kind of excited that they've, got themselves into a good mindset. But now they can come in and absolutely dampen that early on if they can just get the right strategy and approach. It must be still a very, very aggressive team. So we've seen some great things from them. I mean, Clash are quite a daunting team, it must be said as well. This team have gone back and forth in the past in terms of rivalries, and more than not, I would say it's probably gone in favour of Clash, but honestly, anything can happen today.
Well, we do have a little interview with Roll, actually, to see exactly, tell us a little bit more about that last game, how it panned out, how it happened, and how he stopped me from having a brew during that last series. How dare you? But Roll, hello, welcome, congratulations once again. And how do you feel about that last series? Because that was a dominating victory.
Yeah, hello. It was like good games. We enjoyed playing it, and I think it was not easy because the Big is a good team, and sometimes they can do some things to get a difficult match for us. But I think we have done it really well, and this is why we win. But this is with this meta, and we are like waiting for the next matches with EXO or SK Gaming that will be with the new meta, and we're really hyped to see them.
It was a little bit slow off the mark, wasn't it, Roll, in Siege? Talk us through a little bit of the adaptations that you had to make, and kind of like, what was the reason behind that kind of slow start? Because obviously, towards the end of things, you guys were in your stride.
Yeah, we were playing, and we have prepared some comms, and we say we're going to play this to start, and when they change their comm to make counter to that comm, we will change to triple tank, or we'll do another thing. We have all prepared in a scrim, and we have do it, and it works so perfect for us.
Well, fantastic stuff there, Roy. It's a great start overall on the first play day. Congratulations once again. I won't waste any more time because I know you've got to crack on going into this next match against Navi. So we'll probably catch you later on.
Okay, thank you, and see you another day.
We sure will. Well, do you know what? We'll probably see you actually in about 30 minutes, considering the way you guys have been going at. There's literally no stopping, literally like pretty much a train wreck. But yeah, that was Roll there, just giving a little bit of an insight of how the team are feeling going into, not just last matchup, but in future ones as well. So good to see he's in high spirits. But, we've got another big game coming up. So we'll be Clash again. We said it before, another dosage of them against Na'Vi. But how do you feel coming into this? Because we know, I said about it before about the preparation for Na'Vi. I do feel like, from the way they've been playing in the past and leading up to this moment, they are more of a open bracket team rather than a league style team. But we've seen it enough times where Na'Vi, for them, like every single one of those players, when their backs against the wall, they really turn things around massively. But in a league format, it works a little bit differently. There isn't like a double elimination setting to drop down in and then be able to, bring up some clutch plays. But before we talk any further about that, let's look at these next matches coming up next and for later on this evening. So like we mentioned already before, we've got Clash versus Na'Vi, and then XO versus Na'Vi, which should be a great matchup, and Tribe versus EXO. Now, when a lot of these teams came into play in terms of the qualification process, and when we saw those 8 teams, we think, okay, SK and Clash. And then when you think of the next couple of teams, you normally do think of the likes of EXO or, Tribe as, the next teams to maybe try and potentially make it into the finals. So seeing those two play against each other will be a clear indicator to see who not only if they come out on top, but maybe for the rest of the season.
I was chatting to Kirst actually in the Twitch chat just before I came on and asked him,
I bet you
how's the preparation going? You're going to come back with some wins today? And he said, we've been taking some time off, so we're not expecting wins today, but we shall see. I mean, this is maybe love. Like, expecting wins? You expect the response to be absolutely, 100% given it. And it was the case of, we've been taking some time off, so probably not today. But let's see. I mean, Navi, by that point, are going to be warmed up themselves. So I'm looking forward to that match against EXO Free Agents, and Tribe Gaming especially as well. Have got a long-term rivalry against EXO Free Agents. Now already missing the mark this month, but definitely going to be wanting to get their revenge this month on EXO.
Yeah, Curse. He's a nice lad. He does make me laugh sometimes. And I interviewed him a couple of times, and yeah, he's a fantastic guy to go around and talk to. But yeah, like I said before, EXO, I think they're hitting almost their peak performance. What we've seen in their recent form the last couple of weeks. I remember casting them in another competition where they actually won overall. Beating Clash and SK in that event. So it'd be nice to see how they can continue that trend if possible. And then, like we've already mentioned early on at the start of the day, the final match of the evening will be Tribe Gaming versus SK Gaming. SK Gaming looking a little bit slippery, but it might be just due to a couple of maps in the map pool. And I'd like to see if Tribe Gaming can either take advantage of that, or if SK Gaming can be able to rectify some of the mistakes they actually made earlier on.
That's going to be an explosive match to end the day. So yeah, absolutely stick around the whole way through for that one. I'm kind of really looking forward to seeing, whether Tribe can, break a little bit of a hole and make a mark today. A win over SK would definitely make the competition very interesting, because SK have been such a consistently performing team. And, I never really root for favorites. I never really kind of have any teams. I just like to see really close matches, and I like to see the unexpected. And I think that kind of like in the way that we've seen Clash and SK just being so consistent throughout this year. And I'd love to see some friction in the works and just to bring the scorelines closer on that side of things. But yeah, I mean, we're going to see today whether our Clash going to be able to continue this kind of this kind of dominance and continue this sweep today. Navi stand in their way.
They certainly do. Let's dip our toes in the roster arc. Let's have a little bit of a look and see which players are going to be appearing in this matchups. And I'm going to pick your brains to start off with Arc. Tell me a little bit more about Clash. I know you've just seen them. I know you've witnessed do a 3-0 fast and lightning, but talk a little bit more about them for me.
Yeah, so Chaos and Gear have been kind of partnered up and paired between each other pretty much since the roster was first formed for Clash, really. So they go back a very, very long way. And Lenan joining the roster this year has been a really explosive addition to that. Just really adding to that same aggression that we've seen between Gear and Chaos, and honestly, that level of synergy and also communication to add another player into the mix of that can sometimes be a downfall in teams. With Lenan being added into things, it's honestly brought them from strength to strength. And I've got to say it. I mean, it's a big statement, but I think they're looking better than this year than they were last year.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. But let's have a look at the Na'Vi roster. I spoke a lot about them in the past, where there was a certain moment for this team where okay, understandable, but it takes a lot of times, like small improvements to create large improvements to reach certain plateaus in terms of skill. But there was this one week I remember, like a month ago, where they just did a massive jump, and I felt like someone else had taken over their devices. It was that much of an improvement. It just looked really weird, and how amazing they've been playing. So MMA, BBGs, Jason, all three of them worked really, really well together, especially on a nowhere near an off day, and of course their coach org as well. I've seen plenty of great things from them. There's been a small amount of times here and there where there's been a little bit of a detriment to themselves, where they've been quite passive or not been coordinating that well. But overall, like most of the times I have watched them play or seen them compete, they've been really strong opponents for a lot of these teams. Can be a bit of a thorn on the side of a lot of these top tier 1 teams. So look forward to see how we do against Clash in this first play day. Hopefully we won't get any brawl balls. Let's be real though. The chance of fate happening, we probably will, but for their sake, I hope not. But the chance is going to be very, very likely indeed. So now we're going to look to put on a showing. I hope they continue their tradition of actually being able to continue the improvements going on. But the great thing is about these play days and the ESL Mobile Challenge, especially in this league format, is the fact that they've still got plenty of time. They've got 4 weeks, 2 play days each week. So, if they mess up a couple, then they've got plenty of opportunities to redeem themselves afterwards. So yeah, look forward to see what Na'Vi do today.
Yeah, they're going to want to make a big statement early on, I feel, but ultimately you're right. There is a little bit of a cushioning in this early stages of the competition. So I think that if they can get this win over Clash today, then that will go a long way into giving them that lift into other matches. To start the competition with a win as big as that would definitely give them that kind of that boost, that confidence in their mindset moving forwards. But Clash at the moment, again, I gotta worry a little bit if you're Navi, right? After looking at what we just witnessed, that was a pretty convincing win, especially in Brawl. But you say you don't want to look forward to Brawl, Lethal. I know that's not true. It's your favourite game mode, isn't it?
It is actually spot on. But if I was against Clash, it would be my worst. So it all depends on who you play against. For some people out there, if they lose a certain game repeatedly, they're like, yeah, hate it, can't stand the thing, don't want any more part of it. But let's have a look at the modes and maps anyway, speak of the devil, and see what we do have coming up. So, okay, there is no Brawl Ball. So, it's good for Na'Vi, not good for me because I actually enjoy watching it. But let's have a look at the maps anyway. We have Snake Prairie, Kaboom Canyon, Bot Drop, Double Swoosh, and Split. If we do go to that all-important set 5 and just going at the bands as well, got the Gene and Poco for Na'Vi and the Stu and Gene for the side of Clash.
Yeah, I think look at that. Both sides, seeing the running of the risk of Gene just wanting out the mix. Poco as well is a really solid ban from Navi. We saw the effectiveness of that in Brawl. Despite not having that mode, that might be a little bit of a saving grace for Navi. But I like the bans. It's definitely still leaving the doors wide open for a couple of others. Max is a big one that Clash will play for sure in these situations here. Maybe not in Snake Prairie, but obviously going forwards into other modes as well. Kaboom Canyon will be open to the doors for Byron and Colette, and Bell not being banned here is another big red flag for me, Max. So still a lot of options available moving into these game modes and maps.
Certainly is indeed, and will Clash gonna try and get another sweep on Na'Vi? I kind of feel like Big and Na'Vi are like quite similar in terms of skill level. Like, I don't know what differences they can make. I know there's style differences, but to say that they could topple Clash, it's just, it's taking a mickey, really, isn't it? I'm not going to be that guy to say it. But, there's always potential here. Every time I do say it, I jinx myself and it does happen. So, if weird things do happen, and, we'll see if Na'Vi can, maybe ruin our predictions in some way. Because, I assume you're going to be predicting Clash to win this 3-1 or 3-0 outright anyway.
I would say that on paper they're probably the more experienced team. I think they've got a lot more kind of competitive experience to be on the back foot, to really feel and understand what it is to be behind and pressured. Is where you see like the best teams being so resilient, and that can be a really important factor here. But I do always root for the underdog. So at the same time, I would really like to see Navi give Clash a run for their money here, as they seem to be off to a pretty aggressive start, which I think is probably not a bad idea. However, it will give a little bit more of an advantage here to Clash in this situation. Being ahead on stars and being able to hunker down behind that bow super totem to get supers will be able to start shutting down the left and right hand side lanes. Gie here is a threat also that Navi have got to consider.
They certainly do indeed, as Na'Vi do have the map control, but not the stars advantage as of yet. Good picks there from Lanaya, as MMA does actually get the trade-off onto him, and MMA also gets picked up here. So very back and forth. Chaos does manage to finish off BBGs, and this is a great start here for Clashes. They're already up by a 6-star lead. MMA pushing all the way to that left side. Actually done a fair amount of damage, considering no one actually realised he was pushing through. Obviously, they weren't actually attacking in any way to check those bushes, but now they are pre-firing just in case that does happen. But Gia actually takes down BBGs, and now is looking to see if he can follow suit and maybe pick off Jason. No.
Well, it's honestly a big scoreline already for a map like Snake Prairie, which can be sometimes relatively passive. So I like to see this from both sides, actually. Both teams very aggressive in their nature and looking to get, not to be satisfied, I would say, probably with an early lead. But it's going to have to be a big push from Navi, I assume. Yeah, there was BBG just hunkering down behind the Super Totem to have the all-important black hole for this push that's needed. There's a lot of stars on the heads of Clash members here, but Navi have got to capitalize. The shot from Jason will surely pushing back a little bit here.
Yeah, they certainly will. 5 seconds left to go. They're going to have to pretty much take no deaths pushing on in, but it's just not going to happen. But MMA did take out one member, but yeah, let's be real, Mark. It's not going to be enough, is it, considering they have to literally take no deaths and take out, in particular, 2 of the opponents there. So not going to happen. Pretty standard from Clash. A nice early lead in their establishment on their side. Just had a nice passive setup. Wait for them to, make the first mistake. I know it's quite difficult because I know Clash like to be the ones to force out those mistakes instead. But of course, with the landscape of the map and the bushes and everything else, you can't really do that. It does, stop you from, wanting to make those plays, which is a little bit of annoyance, especially for a team like Clash. But nevertheless, they managed to come out with a W anyway.
But I gotta say, it's a good map, honestly, for Navi to be able to, do very much the same, as Clash did this time round. Next time, if they can get an early lead and shut down these sides, that's the key really here to beating Clash. Is they're going to want to be in that kind of more defensive position, allowing Clash to push and just. But if they do that, they've got to hold them back at the same time. You can't be on that side of things and lower your guard too much. But they would much prefer Clash to be going on the aggressive in this particular map, because with so much range to disposal, you have a chance to defend and hunker down behind a super totem. Everyone has super. It's a hard thing to flush out. So that would be my advice for them, is try and get that early start, try and get one kill at the beginning, not overextend, no big comp changes, which is a good thing for me. I feel like this is the go-to that you've got to consider in Snake Prairie. And so I can enhance it from both sides early on, means that both teams will see where each other lie. Oh, I think he did very well there, because BBG was honestly a tasty treat, but he was very much aware that he was going to be shut down from the Piper from Jason, so I like that hesitation there.
Ooh, a nice little kill there from Chaos in that left lane, but BBG does get that retaliation. Lanai actually gets down 2 in the end, so that was a great stuff from him. Just continuing to do absolute work in this left lane here up, but does decide to pull back, and that couldn't have been a more perfect time if he tried. And look how much of a clearance there is in that left lane. There's only, a certain amount of cover on the right lane, and Gia is still just waiting to make that push. They've got the lead, and do you know what? They're thinking, let's extend that a little bit. But I think you're right, with this passive setup, it's good to have, especially with the lead, try and get the first shot in if possible. But I think they realise now they're going to have to push this right lane. But let's be real, Clash are definitely going to expect it.
I kind of feel like the Gear didn't need to pop the psychic enhancer there, actually. I mean, BBG's did, and but I think that Clash knew where everyone was. It might have been good to keep that one in the bank, but nonetheless, 2 have been used from both sides. There's only 1 left, and that'll be saved surely for the final push, as a nice connecting black hole is going to serve to force back a little bit, but not actually getting any kills for Clash. I think that Navi can still capitalize from the situation, but not with that double snipe takedown from Lana. Gia coming in with a fantastic synergy to himself, and Lana the takedown on Jason as well. And this is going to be a tough one now for Navi to turn around.
Yeah, certainly will indeed. As you can see, BBG's push up in that right line does take down Chaos. Will he be able to take down Lana as well? And Jason's actually one who cleans it up. So they're only 2 behind. Is Jason just going to pull away from that shadow? But they've still got plenty of time to regroup and make this work. Remember that the side of Clash, they do have that blue star. So looking to force out the engagement. But MMA's already taken way too much damage. Jason and BBG's going to try and delay the inevitable if they can, but it's just not going to happen. It's a bit of a shame for them, as they had that numbers disadvantage, but with MMA pushing up there, got an early death, and then just not going to win that outright 2v3. So a little bit of a shame there, but Clash already up 1-0 in the series. A little bit of a shame there.
I mean, I almost ate my words to say it was going to be a tough one to come back from, but then that, that big bounty, capitalized from. I love that, honestly. That homemade recipe into the dark, which connected there, was a beautiful way to start the day. I mean, there was a time when it could have gone Navi's way, but again, just, they do aggression so well, but I feel like with a team like Clash, they're going to have to make that kind of more of a calculated one. It's a great ability to have, but you don't want to overextend it. I feel that happened a little bit too much for my liking a couple of times when, literally they just needed one more death and one more kill rather, and 0 death, and they would have taken the lead, and they would often find themselves in a more compromised spot. So that's the lesson to learn, I feel, from Bounty going into our next modes, because Clash looking still very, very calm in their approach. More often than not, they were in control for me in Snake Prairie.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I'm going to echo exactly what you just said, and plus I kind of feel like towards the end, in that last engagement, you could say, MMA, the way he was pushing and how, so far up in the front line, I don't think he was overextending. I think he just made the assumption that Clash are a lot further back than he expected. But when he realised they'd been sitting in that same spot, for literally the entire game, then he was like, oh, okay, they've already got a few hits on me and I'm pretty much done for now. And if I pull back, the damage has already been done. He's only got 10 seconds left, and that's literally about it. But, that's the problem with that map, you see. Sometimes you do have to take those risks. But sadly for him, is that, when MMA pushed up, they were actually a lot further in front than he expected. He just made that assumption that they're at the far back line. They weren't at all. So a little bit of a shame there, but you have to, take these chances. It is a bit of a conflict depending on where they're actually positioned. But going into set number 2 now, like I said, Na'Vi don't have to deal with any ball. It's fine arc. They're going to be, pretty damn happy about it. I would be in their position, but doesn't change the fact that they still had that comfortable lead coming from set number 1. So hopefully Na'Vi can, pull the finger out a little bit and try and change something.
Yeah, and they're going to have to just rethink a little bit. I feel like I felt like if they'd just taken a little bit of a slower approach in Snake Prairie just to get a lead, they never really had that over Clash at many points in time, if any at all. They needed to put Clash in a more compromised spot. They didn't do that. They needed to get that early star or an early takedown, and Clash were just quicker to the mark. Having said that, though, we're going to see a lot of different brawlers coming into the mix now. I don't think that, now we're going to see nearly as much of those that we did. So looking ahead, brawlers like Max are a big one here for both sides. I know that Navi likes to play a lot of Max, as do Clash, and we'll want to get as much use out of that brawler before he gets nerfed as possible. Again, the double gene ban as well will come into play. But for me, I like the Byron Colette. I always vouch for it, and I'm loving to see it on both sides as well as the belts. The mirror matchup here is going to mean that both teams are just going to have to play it better.
So they do indeed, and there we have it. Chaos already tickling the safe just a tad, just to influence the mentality of Na'Vi, meaning that we need to get some early pressure in themselves to attack that safe. Jason only on 88 HP, not anymore, though he's been taken down. MMA also took down Lenarvet as well, and you can see it's just going to flit a little bit more. Chaos has been a bit cheeky here in there, Ark, but let's be real, it's very common on this map, common on this game mode, and he's just doing his job really. So he's done enough damage now to influence Na'Vi to having to force them to push up, but they're all completely separated and got to try and regroup if they can. But look at this, BBG's pushing so far up and actually does take down Chaos in the process.
Like, I love the way that at the moment I'm seeing a lot of juggling between people from Clash's side of things, and that to me says a lot of confidence in their ability to know where to place pressure and when to kind of like, you know, change targets. Just being really consistent with their shots as well. And then goes down. There's a chance for Jason and BBG to push through, but not if Chaos gets that takedown on the left hand side like he does. And I think that the bell bounties are being placed on the right people. The mark on Chaos. Colette is definitely the brawler to place that bounty upon. So that will be afflicting additional damage for every hit that can be obtained and hit. Nice clear over the left-hand side lane from Lenar. Now, can he stay in position? He misses safe, but ultimately still, Clash have not really had much damage to their own safe, so they're feeling pretty confident about this so far.
Yeah, Chaos is just doing so much damage to the safe so early on. It's literally daylight robbery, Ark. It's just ridiculous. As Lenar now still trying to get that trade, which he does on BBGs, and he also takes down Jason. MMA, the last person left standing, and that's going to be a complete team wipe. And you know what? They don't need to make the push. Look at the damage counter in comparison. Chaos, just stop it. You've done it enough times now, the Clay. And he needs to do it 2 more times, or maybe just once with a little bit more damage afterwards, then he'll be all right. And he gets another kill. He's even standing still now, pretty much, just in the middle ground there. Still maybe to be able to push up even further to try and end it a little bit sooner than expected. And yes, he will. Chaos, how dare you? You managed to get a nice victory there in set number 2, game 1, and still continuing the trend here, Ark.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's really difficult when both sides are going with the same comp, and it is the right comp in my opinion. I do like this 3 choice of brawlers for sure. It's a difficult one because, like, where do you go from here? Like, you know, there was only 13% damage obtained by Navi, so that's got to play on the mind a little bit, especially after such a prominent first start in Bounty. You know, if you're Navi, you got to think about, you know, whether you're gonna make a change, and I don't really think there's that many options here, to be completely honest. They're gonna have to really try to think about how they're going to approach this one moving forwards, because Clash are looking like they're going to keep gaining this momentum. Some great accuracy shots from Lenan, just being able to consistently hit and mark, and also place really strategically good positioning on his gadgets. I like the way that Clash are looking right now.
Yeah, the last game was just pure filth. It was ridiculous, but I look forward to see what Na'Vi can do here, because I kind of feel like, yeah, mechanically Clash are just outplaying him by a mile, absolute mile. So this is where you probably will need a composition change. But, you know, what can you do? What can you change up here? Of course, you need the Colette, and, you know, with the bell up for grabs, of course, you're going to, you know, take her as well with the versatility of what you can do with her, you know, not just the range and of the projectiles and anything like that, but just overall. But even with the Byron as well, they are the best picks. So it wouldn't surprise me, even if they do need to change, they can't really. And it looks like they actually haven't. So hopefully Na'Vi can, you know, make some changes here to, not of course to the composition, but to the way they've been approaching this map. And Chaos, again, just stop it. Look, just stop it, please.
Well, there is going to be a dash in from MMA, but ultimately Chaos is still doing the same on the other side, so it will serve to cancel each other out for the most part. But McGee coming back into the mix now, trying to assert dominance onto MMA. But double teamed here. I wonder whether he will go down eventually. So Clash now hunkered together might serve to a lot of value from BBG. He does connect these shots, so that will help a lot on that left-hand side lane, with Bell being able to, you know, just able to just consistently bounce those shots and apply pressure. Now, looking much better from Navi. They've got to hold the mid now, realistically, and already Chaos looking to break it on the left-hand side.
Certainly is indeed, as MMA literally holding for dear life here. He's been under 1,000 HP for like literally the last 10-15 seconds. Managed to survive, but how long for? Chaos is directly next to him, but MMA managed to clip the safe just a tad, so keeping it tight-knit, 62% apiece. Lenar must take down one. Does take down BBGs in the process, as Gil actually took down BBGs. Apologies for that, as Lenar actually now takes down Jason. Lenar's just playing absolutely out of his skull here. Does get traded out by Jason, and Chaos just, you know, dipping into the safe once more. Is going to back away and hope for, you know, a couple of attacks here and there so it can regain that gadget. And yes, he will, going straight on through, down to 37%, a 25% deficit between both teams. Looking better from Na'Vi, but still not changing the fact that now that Clash is still looking great and in the lead.
Yeah, these shots just continuing to hit with so much range. It's like it's a difficult thing to really kind of consider the comp with these bands that are in play. Having Bell and having Byron and Colette, it just makes the go-to comp. I mean, you could consider other brawls like Crow here, but honestly, I just feel like this is the way to go. And Clash, just played it better.
Yeah, I think I kind of understand what you're trying to say. There's just not enough to digest or dissect them at all in the slice. It was, I think all we can say is that great map control, good individual skill from all three of those players, and you kind of felt like sometimes Na'Vi were just a bit too spread out. There wasn't really enough support with each other. They weren't really on the same page, which is a little bit of a shame. But we have to talk about Chaos's objective efficiency. Yeah, sure, fair enough. We know that Colette gets chosen every single time on this map, and on Heist. We know it's the common trend here in the competitive scene, but it's the fact that he used it to his advantage every single time. As soon as he had the smallest window of opportunity to attack that safe, he made sure he abused it once in a while, every single time without fail. And because of the support of his teammates with their slaying ability, he managed to get the job done, and it made it a lot easier for him to get away with doing a bit of damage to the safe and be able to get away at the same time. So, good stuff from Chaos with his objective efficiency, but then again, good individual skill and, slaying ability from every single member of Clash. And I don't know what Na'Vi can do here. I thought Na'Vi would actually put up a little bit of a better fight, but I didn't think it would be as one-sided as this. This could be a 6-game streak.
Yeah, I mean, Clash are just continuing to build momentum, and that was the thing, coming off the back of those wins against Big, and now showing no signs of slowing. That to me is dangerous for for them. They're going to have to really think things through a little bit better. There was some great moments from BBGs, in that game, getting some great value from Bell, but I did feel as well, like, shout out to my man Lana, he was able to get all his shots on target. So despite maybe not having this cluster moments like we saw when Clash were on the defense, but Lane was hitting every single shot that I was really kind of observing. That's a scary thing. Like, the accuracy is in point at the moment for Clash. Na'Vi are going to have to think through. Going into Siege next spot drop, and how they're going to approach this one. It's a really tough one because they haven't really shown us much signs today so far of being able to turn it back into their favor. It's been pretty much Clash all day long.
It really has, isn't it? So, I think we do Na'Vi to, try and bring us a little bit of flair, hopefully, coming into this next game. But, yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Like, just looking at both styles of play as well, like, you can see both teams were just, not going as a wolf pack, just trying to take angles. But it just seemed like Clash were just doing a better job just for the support. And it was just mad that they were playing the same in terms of, like, how they approached that matchup. But Clash was just outplaying them every single time. It just shows that, aim skill and individual ability from Clash is just ridiculous. And, I think when you see more of that Wolfpack kind of like situations from Clash when they're playing against like your SKs, your Tribe Gaming. So you may see like more of that maybe like in future play days, maybe even tomorrow, depending on who they're playing against, or next week. So yeah, it seems to be pretty standard so far. Nothing really too much to talk about. It's just basically doing their job, not doing anything out of the ordinary, nothing off meta, just, playing it how it should be, just outplaying them in just more ways than one. But, I'm not sure what Na'Vi can do to, respond to anything they can do. Have you got any ideas for them, maybe, Ark?
I mean, I feel like, with Siege, you've got to go at speed. I mean, like, at the moment, Gene is the ban, Stu is banned, so as is Poco. So you're going to have to be thinking max. There could be, Bell being a pretty substantial brawler here also. And whether you kind of want to go with like a wall breaker or not, I think that's an interesting idea to consider on defense. I don't think necessarily Lou would dwell well in the field area of this particular map, but maybe on defense. But we've seen a little bit more of him creeping in terms of the meta. I just don't think it's probably for me the go-to here. Piper's a good shout, but ultimately struggles on defense as well. So I think that having Gene out the mix will definitely shake things up a little bit. But Max fit for me here is a key. And yeah, so Amber's a great shout, adding that into the mix from Clash. Let's see what they've got here on Navi's side. Carl, Bell, and Piper. See, I prefer the Clash comp here. I've got to be honest. This is more suited to defense. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just going to see what they can do, because when I see like some of the players like MMA, I see him as the game changer. He's done so much for this team in the past, especially in the second planes in the loser bracket run. That was just absurd what we witnessed. But going back into this game, you can see already level 2 Siege bot will be heading towards the way of Na'Vi. But even then, though, he's still doing a huge chunk of damage as Chaos is trying to inflict a huge amount onto Jason. That's been picked up by Gia, and that was a great stuff from him. And look how much damage it's going to do already. Normally it averages about 0 to 30% depending on how well they actually defend it, and of course depending on which map as well. So 13%, not too bad really. Not, could have been a lot worse. And you've got to remember that Na'Vi do have 3 bolts to work with. So, but you've got to remember, they've got to try and get some kind of map control here. It's all these players trying to gain some kind of positional advantage. BBGs gets the opener here on Chaos with Gia. Oh, that was a beautiful shot there onto Jason. Will clean up MMA. Should be able to when he gets one more shot, but doesn't actually get the recover on time as BBGs does take down Lana. And that's looking much better from Na'Vi. Night and day compared to that last set.
Really important takedown from Chaos there as well, because ultimately now BBG's will be there for the push. That was a really important play. There's 2 bolts, not that much in it for the next round, but look at the way the bot is getting absolutely shredded. Gia, though, if he goes down here, doesn't get back in the mix quickly, it might be a 3 versus 2. Chaos has to juggle his way between this and now healing up. A great chance for Clash, especially as they were a little bit on the back foot going into this round to get some bolts and get this final push, but down goes the Nan, and that might have changed things.
Certainly may have done indeed, but Chaos does get MMA, BBGs gets Gia, and actually Jason gets down Chaos as well, so this definitely could be it for them, and we damn well know that every single member on the side of Na'Vi are going to push up with this bot momentarily. It is up by 2 bolts, still should be okay. Yes, they will, just barely by 1. That level 7 siege bot is going to be heading on south, but how good is the defense going to be from Clash? He's got 15 seconds left. Just trying to keep him at bay as much as possible. Good stuff from BBG's to take down Chaos Fair as the bot is still trying to push on up. But BBG's knows he needs to try and do some added pressure. But nothing happened. No damage was taken. Fantastic defense there from Clash. And we have to point out exactly what he said there, Ark. That conversation they had, perfect for any kind of defensive measures, depending on which bot comes out, no matter what level. But because it wasn't as high as like, a 10 or 12 you normally get on that first siege bot, the fact it was a 7, they're able to deal with that and be able to outslay again the side of Na'Vi. Brilliant stuff from them. Fantastic.
I just feel like there wasn't enough support for the bot, and we saw that a fair bit. You've got to be able to back, especially those final pushes. Having that last push is such an important one to have, and you've got to be able to support it. Ultimately, Clash did a really, really great defense, but you've got to get that damage. 13% was not really much, especially where you can dive at the end. Like, you haven't got to reclaim the mid after the back of it. So Clash went in with the perfect approach, and fair play to them. Not the easiest things to defend. Any final push for me is a tough one. So Clash looking great right now, and move on to match point.
Yeah, they could have easily just jumped onto the, with the bot anyway. That's what we normally see because, well, why not? Because it's going to be the final attack technically. And we don't really see too much of that. I can understand BBG's was actually pushing all the way up to that left lane, but couldn't get the angle he needed in order to try and fix itself and actually try and be able to do any additional damage afterwards. I say additional as though they did some. They didn't do any at all. So that was a bit of a shame from them. Clash defense looking remarkable. Would you be surprised if they do change compositions in any way at this point?
For Clash right now, I don't feel they would. I think they were running the better comp. I think the way they were shredding the bots down and two 100% defenses. I've got to say, I feel like the change has got to be on the Navi side. Piper again is a great brawler to win the rounds, but you also need some might to be able to do something in terms of damage, or at least have that support network available when you're going on those big pushes. Because there wasn't really much in the scoreline. It's just credit to Clash. They were defending really, really well, but ultimately, I don't know, Navi now are in a real tight spot because we haven't really seen much from them so far. They've got to make a big statement, and right now I'm just not convinced that we've seen enough to see that kind of fall through.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not going to lie here, as it will be going into match point for Clash. As you're right, though, Na'Vi, if they want to pull the finger up, they need to do it right now because there's nothing much they could do here. This is going to be literally it could be their last hurdle technically, and they may not be able to get over it because Clash did such a great job with those last 2 bots. It's absurd. Don't get me wrong, Na'Vi had a good defense themselves, but it's the starting bot. It's not that high level. They should be able to deal with it just fine considering the map as well. So a lot of things to take into account there. So the only problem is though, if Clash adapt even better compared to that last game and be able to get better map control, Na'Vi could be done for.
This is the thing. The Piper pick actually was a lot of the reason why Clash didn't win some of those rounds, and but it didn't seem to matter when it came to defending them. So that's the question for me. Is I'm sure that if you're Navi, you might be feeling that Piper pick's probably a good one to keep continuing on. Whereas I think that it's probably better to go with the mirror matchup here myself. ultimately those pushes are great, but you still need to get the value in. Otherwise, you're just going to end at best with a draw, with especially the way that Clash are defending these pushes. So they're really going to have to think this one through a little bit more. I mean, Clash might even come out with a Mortis pick as well here. You never know. They might be enjoying this so much that despite it being one of the most open of Siege maps, that they just come in with Lenan playing Mortis. I would not be surprised. If anything, like I said, they would make an adaptation, but it's the ideal time to do it if they want to, because they've not really got any pressure on their shoulders. They might just be enjoying this so much that they come out with the adaptation.
Yeah, in all fairness, Na'Vi didn't do that bad either. You got to remember, it was only 13%, in terms of percentile difference in comparison. So it's not like they played bad by any means. It's just Clash's defense was just rock solid. That's you don't really see it too often, especially with the last Siege bot. Normally that's the game changer. And that's where you make the assumption was like, yeah, this is probably going to, end it all really. But luckily they didn't. They actually cushioned the blow by, okay, fair enough, they got 7 bolts, but it could have been a lot worse. They managed to collect 6. So cushioning that blow to make sure that bot wasn't any higher could have, made, a massive detriment to Clash. And then Na'Vi would have actually walked away with a victory with ease or no problem. So you are right, though. We do need to see a bit more from Na'Vi. Good map control anyway from, collecting all those bolts and making sure they keep the rest of the guys on Clash at bay. But the question is, they could be thinking to themselves, well, we probably need all 3 because their defense is literally so good in comparison to theirs.
I feel like if they're going to take in the same comp Navi I'm referring to here, they got to break the mid as Piper. That's kind of where you can really attack from multiple layers and angles. That didn't happen in the last game, so I don't think Piper's the worst brawler to continue playing here over Bell as an option, as long as you break that mid. If you break that mid, then you can just kind of have everyone coming from both lanes and the middle, simultaneously. But that's the weak area for me right now in Navi. They're not really just kind of pushing with the bot. And credit to Clash, because they are really focused on getting those takedowns and prioritizing that over the bot, or at least exerting a lot of pressure to deflate the ability that Navi have to push. I think that getting this first push is going to be really crucial. So I think that Carl is not a bad idea with the flying hook to go in quickly early on. But again, I'm not sure about Carl here myself. I think some of the longer range hitters fare better. Or something just kind of that has a little bit of turret ability to really tank some of the shots. Sometimes we see some Pam or some Jesse ideas into Siege, but I still feel like there's something in me that makes me feel like Clash might come in with the adaptation. That they might be the ones to change up what I think is the stronger comp, because they just look so comfortable right now.
Yeah, they certainly did. That's an understatement in the slightest as well. It's like, don't get me wrong, they've got a great defense, but they struggled to get the map back once that, first Siege bot or other Siege bots come at them. But I completely understand, where you're coming from. It's just very difficult for Na'Vi to decide for themselves what they want to do. And also, for you guys just joining us, welcome. This is the 4th series of the day of the ESL Mobile Challenge. It is the first play day. We're just waiting for a couple of players just to, get themselves ready, having a little bit of a thought-provoking discussion about that last game, and then trying to make sure they can stay in it, take it to maybe it's a set 4 or 5. We'll have to see. It depends on the situation which Na'Vi are going to put themselves in this next game. So currently at the moment, Clash is up 2-0 in the series. Clash have won the first game 2. So it means that they are on match point, and Na'Vi are on the back foot, twiddling their thumbs, wondering what to do next in this next game. Because I can tell you what, I'll probably be doing more than twiddling my thumbs and to think about what could be going into this next game. But I look forward to it anyway, nonetheless. I do hope that Na'Vi respond in a good way. Okay, sure, I've said some great things about Na'Vi, earlier on, back before in the pre-show, before this match even started. And this is what I'm talking about. If they've got nothing, to grab hold of, in terms of their morale and their momentum going into this, if they just win that one game, they can literally just fly away with it. We saw it earlier with Noble Elite, and even though they didn't actually take down SK, they put up a bloody good fight against them earlier on. But let's have a look now as Lenars are already pushing into that left lane. The game has been started. Clash is on match point against Na'Vi. And Gear actually does get taken down by MMA in the end. And BBG's also takes down Chaos. Could take down Lennar if it does. That's going to be a team wipe in favour of Na'Vi. And this is literally the perfect start, a dream start, you could say.
Yeah, I've got to see Jason break that wall until I'm happy. And at the moment, Chaos is aware of that and placing shots as his gear, and they're ricocheting towards Jason. So he's definitely the target that Clash want to take him down in this instance, because if they can even just get forwards and break the mid, which he's going to do now, which is a great thing for Navi. This will open things up. Clash now really need to push this mid and take it back quickly. And Nanan's going down the right-hand side, going to give himself the speed rather than his teammates. So I think that's not a bad shout, but he does go down, and that is another wipe for Navi, looking much, much better now.
Navi, welcome to the server, guys, as they finally be able to put a footing here now. It's great stuff from them. 5 seconds until this next bot occurs, and look at the bolt difference here, Ox. 8 bolts already to the 0 of Clash. This is not something you normally see every day. MMA takes down Lenar just to make matters worse. Chaos and Gia is still on the defensive line as Jason takes down Chaos, and Gia is also going to get cleaned up by BBGs as Lenar just trying to defend and trying to push back the bot as much as possible. Not push back, but, you know, just making him stand still for as long as possible just to delay the push so the rest of his teammates can do some excess damage afterwards on the spawn. But look at Stefano. Chaos is going to be pushing up onto Jason here. Jason does get taken down by Chaos. Lenar's also going to be inflicting a huge amount of damage onto MMA. So that's going to be a team wipe for Na'Vi here. So let's see what happens in this Bolt camp. Remember, it's only down to 74%. So Clash can, you know, more than easily be able to capitalize on this, considering we expected a little bit more from the attacks of Na'Vi, especially with those bots. And look at that, though. 10 bolts now. A level 10 siege bot going north to the side of Na'Vi now, Ark.
Yeah, it's a big thing for Clash as well to get that level 10. And look at the left-hand side. Lenan wins the lane against MMA there. Really importantly so, because he would have probably going to get a little bit more damage on the dive. This is a really good chance for Clash to push this one and push it hard. And that's the damage that they needed. Nicely done. They were so composed to earn that push. And when they got it, they didn't fail to hit the mark. And they will take it. Navi, despite a good amount of momentum, still couldn't cut it.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a shame. They did much better compared to that last game. But still, though, Clash was like, that's fine. We'll just adapt. Don't you worry. We'll sort out these issues. You know, not like they need to sort it overnight or anything like that, but just within a minute or two. That's fine. But yeah, I do feel like, you know, in terms of the comp of Na'Vi, it was okay, especially in terms of range. But even then, though, it only took like, you know, a couple minutes just to try and figure out exactly how to, you know, get around it. But that bolt lead they had, like, you know, get that level 10 siege bot. This is the problem, you see. I kind of feel like for Na'Vi, they had to get all 3 siege bots because with their comp, it's quite hard to defend, especially some of these high-level siege bots coming towards them. But, you know, good try in that last game. A little bit of a shame there, but Clash, you know, getting another 3-0 victory. They're going to be very happy with their start of the first play day.
This is the thing for me, you know, Piper's a great pick for control if you're able to continue to keep it, and Navi had a great start. Jason broke the mid, everything was going fantastically well. It came down to that one max super, that speed, that final last push for Clash to get a team wipe, and that's all it took. Piper's a really hard brawler to hit shots with when everyone's whizzing around the map like crazy, so I've got to say Clash did really, really well to make that one moment count as well as they did, because Navi were in control for the majority of that game.
Yeah, it was just disgusting, wasn't it? Literally, it wasn't even just that game. It's just throughout the entire series. I kind of felt like that was the closest game, and that was literally about it. But hopefully Na'Vi will watch this back and be able to rectify their mistakes for, you know, future play days and see what occurs. But that's already another series done and dusted, guys. Still got 3 more, so don't go anywhere. As Mark, Ark, and D-Man will be progressing through these last couple of matches. But the next match will be XO versus Na'Vi. So Na'Vi will be back again very shortly, so stay tuned.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about the ESL Mobile Open because you took quite a tactical approach to the second ladder, I think. I mean, a 19-2 record. So you didn't play a huge amount of matches. Now, it felt like you didn't play more matches than you needed to. Was that the case? So were you just feeling really confident?
In the end, we've been confident that we wouldn't lose our top 4 position. But we noticed quite early on that you need to kind of win every game like Tribe did to not drop points, because then it's just I don't know, like if you lose some points you just have to play more and more games, and so you just try to keep it on a daily basis or for just a few games where you can really win the games and concentrate a lot. And in the end it turned out that we just had like a very, very low chance, and if you go into the game again you can also lose, and there's like there's always a random factor into it to get our comp or something. And so we decided to just go into the play-ins, and yeah, I think early on it didn't go our way because we lost our first match, but in the end it turned out that we could beat every team in the lower bracket, and that was a good day for us.
I think that the right phrase for it is that it's a slippery slope, isn't it? When you start playing more matches, if you lose one of those matches, you have to keep playing, and then you could just go tumbling down the mountain. So You did, however, fight your way out of the lower bracket in the play-ins. Now, do you feel that that had a positive impact on your team? Because, you're under a high-pressure situation and you had to fight your way out of it. Do you think that was good?
Yeah, it was good. And it's always a good practice, I would say, because those tournament matches will let you improve, especially for the mentality. And in the end, we have been fighting against 3 very good European teams. And it was a huge success, I would say, on that day.
Well, looking forward into the challenge season as we're fast approaching it, which team do you think is the team to beat during this section of the Open?
I think there are just too many teams to beat. Probably like XO, Free Agents, Tribe is really a great team. SK Gaming for sure is like one of the best teams in the world. There's also Clash. I mean, they are only top teams in this competition. It's so stacked. And yeah, I think we have to prepare very good for each match day that we're going to fight until the end is for sure. And I hope we can win some games, because I think our target should be to be a top 4 team in this competition.
So the answer is everyone. Everyone is the team to beat. There is no one team to beat. I like that. So is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who've been supporting you this whole time, especially if you've already mentioned the huge fan base that Na'Vi has? What would you like to say to them before you get to the challenge season?
We have been appreciating your support in the play-ins a lot, and it was really a motivation for us to keep on going as we enter the lower bracket. And we hope to see you every time that we are playing in the chat again, to see some #NaviNations.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Again, back with me is D-Man. Look forward to this series definitely, because Na'Vi, a little bit of a slip up there. They did pretty badly against Clash. It's not really something we see in their character, but let's see if they can, put up a bigger fight here, a better fight here, shall we say.
I mean, they started off okay. Like, they certainly showed signs, but it wasn't as close as I think they'd probably like it to be. Certainly when you think of Siege as well, obviously they're putting the aggression, but at the end of the day, AC Milan Clash just had an answer for everything they brought to the table.
Yeah, the adaptation was real with Clash. It was just ridiculous to say the least. And yeah, you're right though. Like, they both have very similar styles to how they approach a lot of these setups, which both teams put against on the table. But it's a little bit of a shame, but hopefully Na'Vi won't be too demoralised from it. They will be playing against EXO next in the 5th matchup of the day. Clash are going to be very happy considering they've walked away with 2 3-0s, which is a fantastic start for them. It gives them a better opportunity now to make it into the finals next month. So hopefully if they continue with that consistency, they should be pretty okay here, D-Man.
Yeah, I mean, AC Milan Clash look like they've been on it today. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, if you think of the style in which they finished their first match in like that 28-second Brawl Ball game, they were definitely on it. They were in a hurry, maybe to go and see what France can do. Obviously, the French players, enjoying themselves, but quality performance from AC Milan Clash, and obviously they're going to join SK. Well, we'll see about that, because SK got one more game to go, but they'll be sitting there at 2-0, sitting pretty so far. Has anyone else beat them? Anyone else got 2-0? Nobody else has done it, right? Yeah, they're the only ones to play two games so far.
Yeah, this is be it so far. We'll see how things change later on Friday evening, depending on SK Gaming, like you said. But let's have a look at the schedule as well. Speaking of Devil, let's just talk a little bit about these future matches as well as the current one, as we do have EXO versus Na'Vi coming up shortly. But afterwards, we are going to have Tribe Gaming versus EXO. So again, we'll see if EXO can continue whatever they do from that first series going on to the second. Tribe Gaming versus SK Gaming is going to be our final matchup in the evening, and that's going to be an absolute belter to finish off with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're all big games. There's no doubt about it. They're all throughout. Obviously, the ESL Mobile Challenge, the top teams in Europe are all here. They've all had to qualify hard to get here as well. So, they've all in and around played each other. But this one definitely is a biggie. No doubt about it.
And certainly indeed. And, going on to this next one between EXO versus Na'Vi. Now, I've said some great things about Na'Vi, like over the last 30, 40 minutes, how much they've improved, dramatic improvements they've made over last month, and, what they've done to be able to, just what kind of team they are. And I'm hoping I'm not right about this, just due to the fact that I'll talk about how they're more of an open bracket team rather than, a team which normally competes in a league kind of format, because you don't really get much room to kind of like, not get the revenge, but to be able to respond to your next opponent in a loser bracket and get that kind of run, because then you've only got 1 or 2 games in your play days, and that's literally it. So then they've got to, go back to the drawing board and then discuss exactly what needs to be done. So they need to be like on fire from the get-go, which sometimes they struggle to do, but now that they've already played a match, they can go into their next one. Things could change a little bit, especially against EXO as well. But we'll have a look at the rosters, because I'm curious to see for EXO how they're going to come into this competition. I'm sure all of you at home recognise these names very well, with YDE, Kirst and Yoshi, a very, very strong but very good individually in the for every member of this team.
Absolutely. They're a team that delivered, obviously, in the first ladder of the ESL Mobile Open. They finished top, absolutely smashed it. I think they maybe lost 1 game, if that. I would have to double check my notes in that, which is obviously why they had the direct route here into the Challenge Series. So it's fantastic stuff from them. Absolutely swept aside all the competition, which is why we didn't get to see them in the play-ins like we did for Na'Vi. Na'Vi were there, of course, both times.
Yeah, EXO, I think, were the first team to qualify here, the ESL Mobile Challenge. So, they've been waiting around for a while here, D-Man. It's been, a good couple months until they've actually been able to get some games in back in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So it's nice to see them once again. I'm still surprised to this day they're actually free agents. I'm actually gobsmacked no one's picked them up as of yet. So if you're an organ you're watching, definitely a good team to pick up here. But let's have a look at Na'Vi, where, we just saw in that last series, struggled, it was a one-way struggle bus against Clash, but against EXO, could be a little bit of a different story here, not just because of, the different type of team that EXO are, but, now that they've played a match in a tournament setting, it might give them not any bit of fire in their belly or anything like that, but hopefully they'll, think twice about some of the mistakes they made in that last game, rectify them, and then push on through and hopefully be able to adapt better against EXO.
Yeah, I mean, obviously playing back-to-back can have 2 effects, right? You can either get tilted and go on a bit of a tear and lose, and it is, the little inner arguments can tend to start and people start disagreeing, or even worse than that, people go silent and stop talking, which can happen as well. People just go silent in the team. It can affect you. Obviously, it's a 3-person game. Obviously, it's all about team communication, teamwork, and teamwork makes the dream work. And the flip side of that is, of course, that you have that sort of bounce back ability, is one of those phrases that actually got pushed into the English language about 10 years ago. The bounce back ability in terms of you rally together, you get back into it, you come back stronger, and I feel that's what Na'Vi may well do here.
Well, you know me, D-Man, my English is awful, so we won't even discuss that at all. But let's go for the picks and bans anyway, see what these teams will be playing on coming up in this next series. We are going to start off with Ice Fort, then Sneaky Fields, Hot Potato, and if it goes that far, we will go to set number 4, which will be Nuts and Bolts, and Snake Prairie again as the final map in set number 5. But interesting bans, but then again, standard, what we normally see, Poco the Stew, banned for XO, and Na'Vi have banned the Gene and Poco as well. So we're not going to see any Poco double tank, anything like that at all, especially on, Sneaky Fields, on Brawl Ball. But very curious to see what Na'Vi can do to change how they were playing in that last series and see how much effect it will have on XO.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much thought Augie put into the bans for this. Gene and Poco being banned out in both games, just like, just a carpet banning, just get rid of those two. They're the ones we don't like. Yeah, just like, they didn't really maybe consider their opponent. I don't know, but both of them obviously banning out Poco, as we were talking about the blind bans before. We have had Stu banned out both times, so yeah, Poco banned out both times. So starting things off on Ice Fort, obviously it's all about the mid control on Ice Fort. We played the map earlier on today. Can be a strong map. It was where Noble Elite sort of made their little comeback briefly against SK Gaming, so we'll see what they bring to the table.
Certainly could indeed. EXO, a very strong squad. Like I said before, I'm gobsmacked that they still haven't been picked up yet. And, when they do pick up this team, whoever it could be, whichever organisation may get involved, they're going to be very happy with that pickup. But it's just, I suppose it's just a matter of time with them, really. They've got to think to themselves, how many top 4 finishes in numerous competitions do they need in order to, actually prove themselves to, get an organ in their belt. But we'll see, see what the future holds here, because EXO are a very strong team, like I said earlier. Not, just from their natural coordinations as a team and how they improvise in, all these matchups. I do feel like this team is the kind of team, and they're one of the best at improvising in the moment, like when certain situations occur. They're definitely one of the best at, sometimes better than SK and Clash from what I've seen in the past in a few of these matchups. But I'm curious to see what Na'Vi can do to capitalize on this. Like I said, we should see a much stronger Na'Vi compared to that last series, not just because it's Clash, but now we've had a little bit of time to warm up in the tournament setting. Hopefully we'll see a completely different Na'Vi in comparison, but still, EXO, it's very, very hard to topple them. And with the individual ability of EXO, every single one of those members on EXO, it can be hard to take down no matter what player you are on what squad. So let's start off with and see exactly what Na'Vi can do. Hopefully they'll do a little bit better compared to the last series against Clash. But now we're going to find out what we're going to do in set 1, game number 1 at the start of this series.
Yeah, the double max, of course, max not banned this time around, so we're already seeing that from both, and it is a pretty much a mirror match from the two. We just got Amber, obviously, on this side as opposed to M, so similar sort of style between the two at the moment. But Yoshi's starting to put the pressure down with that Tara Super, and the gems continue to be gathered up here by EXO free agents already. Curse doing a grand job on the max. You'll generally see the max, obviously, being the brawler that will collect most of the gems. Obviously, he's got that power, that super, that speed, just like Curse used to get out of the danger.
Yeah, you saw there Curse doing good objective work there, as well as making sure that he can bait out a lot of the attacks coming from the side of Na'Vi. Running out of answers here already, and it's still early days yet. BBG's was maybe thinking of pushing towards that right lane. We'll throw a couple of shadows down, and Yoshi's just literally just standing his ground, barely moving here, hoping to take down BBG's. Will he be able to, though? They're both colliding, and BBG's wins that engagement. But MMA's only on 112 HP. YDE does take him down as Jason is going to try and get away. Does get a couple of gems, but needs to do a lot more in order to try and respond to the dominance of EXO.
Got to deal with BBGs around the side there. He's causing them problems, and now you can see Na'Vi will build on that. They realized he was down there. They realized he was in trouble, and at the moment they just need one more gem to deal with. MMA pops the super, and YDE being taken so low, gets around the side there. Still alive though, but Yoshi's having all sorts of troubles dealing with BBGs around the side as well. This right-hand side's a big problem. Kirst in the end has to go aggressive, trying to protect those 8 gems, but at the moment it is Na'Vi putting the pressure down.
Oh, they certainly are indeed. This is what I'm talking about. Na'Vi have actually been able to show some flair again. You know, sometimes it does take a little bit of a while in a tournament setting for them to, you know, make or break, depending on how well they do as a team coming into this. And already, look at the comeback they've made. They've actually tied the gem lead. YDE just barely alive with that one gem on the north side. Kirsten and Yoshi are down below. It's just an absolute mess here, D-Maz. Now, they are up, but they need to hold the middle ground. They have to hold the middle ground still because of the countdown.
YDE's got to try and go in for this one, but BBG around the side there. Curse is taking all sorts of damage. BBG's going to push in. They need to get one more second in. Can't get them down. And Na'Vi steal away game 1. And that was all about BBG absolutely owning Yoshi. Killed him about 5 or 6 times on the respawn in that right-hand corner. Completely dominated him.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. A good show of display of skill there. That was remarkable, and it was looking bleak towards the end of that when, you know, you saw, I think it was EXO with 9 gems to Na'Vi's 2, but with gem grab, it can easily be turned around, you know, and that was just a great example of it. But, you know, when I was saying earlier it was a little bit of a mess, it wasn't just that, it was just it's a structured mess, you could say, even though it was a little bit chaotic, because, you know, you still had the, you know, a couple of players on their north side, on their respawn, not to cover the spawns or anything like that, but they're waiting for an opportune moment to, you know, pincer their opponents. And it took a little bit of a while. It takes a lot of communication when you've got some of your players on your team that far apart and that spread out, especially without the support, especially if you're playing as a lone wolf on that north side. But good comeback from Na'Vi. A little bit surprised, I must say, but this is the, you know, the fire I was talking about from Na'Vi, and hopefully we'll get to see a lot more of that to make it more of an interesting series.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wonder what sort of adjustments will we maybe see a thrower coming out here, because that would have benefited Yoshi a great deal there, because he was just, you know, in a head-to-head. He couldn't do much about it because obviously the way his brawler works is obviously throws the cards out in the pattern. But this time Yoshi's going to go over on the left-hand side, it seems, so he isn't going to change about. Look at BBG. BBG's already trying to sneak back there. YDE this time is going to be the one that will have to face him.
I don't think they expected him to do the same thing twice, but it doesn't matter. Looks like he does get away with it with the mind games. MMA has taken down Curse. Yoshi's still in that left lane and knows that MMA's just hiding in that left corner, but Jason, good support from him, already up to 5 gems. And Curse is just working together with YDE to take down BBGs. Jason does get the trade on Curse, so he's going to be happy with that as YDE. Still looking to make that push. He's good behind MMA as well, but Yoshi's so weak. Just needs to step over a little bit longer. 4 HP, D-Man, stuck on that left lane.
just hangs on. But at the moment, Na'Vi are dominating this. Obviously, 8 gems already in their favor. Wiring down, and BBG has been a immovable object. They have just not been able to deal with him whatsoever on this right side. So much so that he's even pushing the left side. They finally get him down. Is this going to be the chance maybe for them to do something? No, because there's MMA and Jason to clean up. They get themselves to 10 gems. EXO free agents have not even had a sniff this round, and this is going to be the first game in the bag. Let's see, can they chase down Jason? He's got his super available, pops it down. He's going to keep them all at bay here. He's going to get chased down. Not enough time, I don't think, here. He's going to get a reset, though. One down, but Jason will collect the second one. Now, the rest of the team are spawning out there. They've got to try and push in. Got to try and chase him down. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Yossi's going to go for it, but gets caught up. Can't get it down. Job done. Na'Vi take the first game.
Yeah, it was a little bit close towards the end. I think it's because of the fact that he took down one of the players from Na'Vi who had 1 gem.
Yep.
Typical, recite the countdown. Absolutely typical. But at least he got the trade before he was taken down. He was able to grab that easily without having to worry, with a train of thought that one of the players on EXO would come straight up or anything like that. Because Kirsten YD were in position to try and went in position to try and go for it. So, just a little bit of a shame. But nonetheless, though, good performance from Na'Vi. Just definitely not what I predicted them to, as they're going to come into this matchup. But like I said, in terms of style, like what we saw from the Na'Vi last game to this series, completely different.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a solid performance from them. And this is what I talked about, how are they going to come back out of this? How will they respond after a loss to Clash? It's a sign of a great team that can just bounce back like this and put in such a dominant first game performance here. And a wake-up call for EXO free agents. Obviously, they've breezed through. They came through as the number 1 ladder team. Haven't been able to go through all those play-ins that have been happening. Unlike Na'Vi, obviously, they got knocked out as Zero Zone Russia and then got picked up by the Na'Vi organization. The pressure on them in that final play-ins game to get here as well was massive against, I think it was FA Trio, wasn't it? So they've really got a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming into this, but they've absolutely delivered here, it seems, in the first game. Now, what response will the free agents bring?
As like I said, especially with Trio. Trio are a fantastic team, and I don't feel like anyone could have stopped Na'Vi that day back in Plains 2. It just seems like their first series of the day, no matter if it's a scrim, matchmaking, a tournament setting, it just feels like, they're nowhere near their skill level. I mean, after they've played 1 match and they've kind of settled in a little bit, completely different team. We saw it in Plains 2 where they dropped straight into the losers bracket straight away, and then all of a sudden a Cinderella story came out to play for all 3 members of Na'Vi. So already we're seeing a night and day difference again from Na'Vi, but still early days yet. That was the first set. Yoshi already with a brilliant start for the side of EXO. Great way to kick things off in Brawl Ball, and I didn't get time to even be able to dissect that, D-Man, but what can we say here? EXO, great start from them.
Big shout out to Banks in chat. Obviously, he's been hosting the ESL Mobile Open for the last couple of months. He's out in his hotel in Poland on his own at the moment, so he's having some time. But someone that doesn't need time is EXO free agents. That was a quick game. Not quite on the level of AC Milan Clash, but I tell you what, production loves Brawl Ball because it's darn quick.
Yeah, there's literally no messing around here, D-Man, at all. I was a little bit of a surprise. I knew EXO would respond, but not like that. That was pretty much curtains for Na'Vi. And yeah, I'm not too sure if it's due to the compositions or just a style change, but that was remarkable. If there was a way to retaliate from that last set, it was definitely that one as well. I'm going to give a shout out to Banks as well. Good to see him in chat as well, to joining us today just to see exactly what's been going on with the ESL Mobile Challenge. But EXO, though, this is a great way to come back from this, and we'll have to see if EXO can continue this. So we'll see if there's any comp changes to help Na'Vi, give a little bit of leadway in comparison for that last game. Because yeah, you're right, that was quick, super quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So now I would just wonder, we're going to see like the Clash change where they went 3 brawlers, got Big Frank in there, a Mortis, smashed the way through. It was quick and easy done. 28-second game, if you missed it earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly the quickest game in the tournament so far in Brawl Ball, possibly in tournament history. I don't know. Someone will have to get the fact book out and check whether that's right.
Certainly do indeed. Not going to lie, like I did say before, that Clash, they're one of the best Brawl teams in the world. But I'd like to see if EXO can, see if they could come up against them at some point. That would be a good matchup, and maybe at a later play date. But let's go back into it anyway. It's going to be game number 2, set 2. Yes, that first game was super quick, but let's see if Na'Vi can rectify some of the mistakes they made in that last game. As you can see, a little bit more of a stalemate positioning for both teams, but Na'Vi have backed off just a tad here, a little bit more passive, but BBG's hoping to clean up YD, but not going to happen. Way too weak, as he does manage to finish him off nice with MMA pushing in to see if he can at least take down Curse, but almost managed to score that as well, but Curse still had the ball, so he's going to be okay. But Jason on the other end also took another player down from EXO.
Yeah, snuck the ball away, tucked it in the corner. Now it's clean-up duty time. Can they try and buy themselves some time to get that ball forward? Yoshi's back on his feet as well, which is what they're looking towards. MMA with that Carl, keeping that boomerang working at the moment. Whitey taking some serious punishment. He's going to get pushed down. The super pop by MMA, and he knows exactly where the ball is. Yoshi's trying to get back. Should be able to work out. Get the shot away. Gets the goal just last minute, as I think Yoshi's super would have took him down a tick later.
Oh, dearie me. What a play, though. Last minute decisions, and it was the correct one. YD is going to get taken down, though. This is what I'm talking about with the momentum of Na'Vi's. MMA does have the ball. He's going to, pass it away for now, for the time being. Still got plenty of time to work with as well. Still a minute 10 left on the clock. And they're just a little bit worried in case they get team wiped or outslayed in some way. So there's parked it on that right side just in case they do at least get some kind of disadvantage onto them. But Jason is actually the one who pushes up, does get the first kill, does have the numbers advantage here, but not the push yet. Still waiting for Yoshi or Curse to push up, but they seem to be okay. The whole point of his setup is to make sure they waste as much time as possible, because it's still going to take at least another 10 seconds to grab that ball, push back up, and by the time they've got the ball, you can see the entire team of Na'Vi will respawn once more.
Yoshi and Curse do manage to get them clear. Curse finds himself the ball, so we'll see whether he can just play starting around the centre, and now they got to do it all over again. Get those wipes. Whitey goes aggressive onto MMA on the left side. And now Jason on the right side as well, working out as Yoshida pushes down. Curse is going to try and move the ball across the field here, looking to try and get MMA down, taken low, puts it though in the corner just before he goes down, but it can be a simple pass. Oh, the respawn should come in just in time. Whitey's going to run it and gets the goal with 5 seconds to go. Gets the tiebreaker.
Oh, that was so risky as well, but it had to be done. It was his best option just to dribble it in, because he was obviously one of his opponents on the goal line. But yeah, 246 HP, being able to take it down. It is going to go into overtime as YD cannot help out with the rest of the squad. He's already taken way too much damage, looking to try and recover before he can rejoin. But BBG's has taken down Yoshi. This could be their chance to push on up, as Jason is in the front line if he wants to try and pass it in and try and go straight in. And BBG just takes it anyway, takes the shot, manages to win that. And again, good response, completely different from what we saw. So, a quick game we saw earlier on from EXO and Na'Vi. Took a little bit more time than usual, not as quick as the last one, but I'm glad that Na'Vi adapted well there.
Yeah, Curse blocked it, but then BBG took him straight out. So the second he got in front of it, he died. That was job done, but some great goals. Look at MMA here. He knows exactly where it is, grabs it. Yoshi sees what's coming, tries to get across, but manages to spin to win, as only Carl can, and works it wonderfully well there. YDE just runs it over the line. Not a lot BBG could do there. And then in the end, you can see Curse gets across and blocks it. Doesn't matter. Gets wiped out. No chance to save it then.
I kind of feel like the difference between Na'Vi earlier and now is the hesitation. Like before, they used to take a couple of seconds to hesitate, then make a move, and it really hindered their gameplay massively. And you saw there, as soon as they got that first kill, they instantly just push in with the numbers game and just didn't, just made sure they at least try and make not a path of destruction, but just a clean path to make sure they can at least get that next goal. So a massive difference in comparison. I'm glad they managed to fix that so quickly, considering how that first game went. So EXO are going to be, having a bit of a chatter here and there, a bit of a chinwag with each other to see how they can now try and topple Na'Vi in this third game. Because you've got to remember, if Na'Vi win this, that's going to be a 2-0 series, and that's possibly going to be, the first upset of the day. That's, of course, the trend that's continued going into future sets for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, EXO Free Agents effectively coming in as the number 1 seed, right? With the way they qualified, They were in the first ladder. They were the first team to go through, the first team to qualify. So they are, but on paper, the number 1 team. Despite obviously the likes of AC Milan, Clash, and SK Gaming in here, they're certainly ones to watch. And this is definitely pressure on them, which is why they've had to keep things going here. They did get a good start, but now let's see what sort of adjustments they're going to bring to this third and final game of Brawl Ball.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of life from Na'Vi. Like, normally it's throughout the entire game, but it only seems to be in portions. I'm not too sure it's because they're struggling with EXO, even though the momentum is heavily in their favour on a lot of the occasions. I think, a couple of comp changes as well they made, especially with the Carl, just made a massive improvement to what they wanted to do. And YD's already taken a lot of damage. So has Cursed in the middle, but BBG needs to be careful as well. Even though he's trying to use that max to the movement speed to bait out some of the attacks. Oh, they're actually literally right next to each other here, and he's been caught in between both of them. And Jason is just all on his lonesome now to trying to keep YDE and Cursed at bay. But fair enough though, Dim. Look how much damage he did just to keep them both at bay.
Yeah, YDE on the Sandy. Just trying to get in close, trying to catch them off guard here. But BBG was doing a lot of work before. Jason pops that super, keeps them at bay. Cursed just trying to dodge out from BBG. Has been such a pain here, but YD has taken down MMA. This is a big chance now to try and push forward. You can see them trying to push forward. They got the super down, remove that ball forward as YD tries to ghost it in there. Jason sees him coming, manages to get him caught out, but he does get the one down. MMA chased down, Curse gets him. The pass has to be good. BBG on nothing, and it will be the first goal for EXO Free Agents.
Great stuff from them. It's just a matter of time. Didn't want to give any of their opponents a chance to respawn and then go into the goal line, having to force them to dribble it in. It's the last thing they wanted. MMA doing a huge amount there. Jason does take them wide. MMA's left on 60 HP, holding on for dear life on that left side. But it could be too late as Yoshi's just already taken down one, and BBG's, he may be able to dribble it in. No, he does not. He didn't have the HP. Not just the HP from being damaged earlier, but he had full HP. Just, of course, the ball had enough HP to dribble it in there. So, that was very close, but at least they managed to stop it and delay. Maybe not the inevitable, but hopefully Na'Vi can come back from this. They've still got a minute left remaining to tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd look back at that and think about it, if he'd have just tapped it to the side before he tried to push it, he could have took BBG out with one simple burst, and then he'd have been able to have a clean shot on goal, maybe just pass it in. But as it is, he tried to just, brute force, run it past. And simply doesn't have the hit points on his brawler to do that. Now we're going to see them try and move it forward here. Jason, that spawn immunity just saved him there as M's trying to do the damage on Yoshi there, trying to make it work. Now Curse looking to try and move forward. YDE got a big chance, and it will be a goal. EXO Free Agents will even things up. One apiece. It will be 2-1 on Brawl Ball.
Much, much better. Na'Vi didn't really have too much to go by there, did they? Getting a chance to regroup, and that's the whole point, just separating that death cycle consistently. Even though it's like a 5-second respawn, they still managed to keep that death cycle relatively well spread out there. So, and you can never feel like the entire team of Na'Vi work together as a free as often as they would like to be. Like, this is a good example. Jason trying to stay. I would say that actually, that one moment with Jason just fighting back that 1v2 was great stuff. But, so much work come out there from Cursed and the rest of the squad. As you see here, look,
if it had just tapped it back to Yoshi, he could have gone around the corner, took BBG out. Simple pass would have been a goal. But these are just things that, when they look back on the replays, that's what they can figure out and think, I could have just done that. Sometimes that sort of red mist selfish mindset can work, and he was just thinking, I've done this 100 times or probably 1,000 times in their house where they just run past the final defender, but this time it didn't work. BBG not having any of it.
Yeah, it's just the worst when you think back, in hindsight. It's like, why not just pass to my teammate? Why am I so selfish? Like, why? How dare you be so greedy? But at the same time, it's hard. Like, if he knew that his teammate was behind him, he could maybe do something even better, like one step further. He could have passed it to his opponent, forced him not to attack, and could have won in a 2v1. But then at the same time, his other opponent was also just respawning. So it's very, very situational.
It's one of those moments that we've all been there when playing Brawl Ball. You're just shouting at the screen, just pass, will you? For God's sake, pass to me. And it wasn't the case. So, but it doesn't matter because EXO Free Agents will even things up. So it does mean it's 1-1 in this era. It's the first time today we haven't had a 2-0 runaway start. So obviously it means we're going to be moving on to Hot Potato on Heist, of course, the Heist mode. So we could realistically for the first time be going the distance here. We've had a couple of 3-0s and 3-1s, sorry. This is the first time that I actually do foresee it possibly going the distance.
I hope so indeed. Like, Na'Vi put up a really good fight against EXO. I must say credit to EXO as well. When you're playing against a team like that which they turn beast mode on, it's very, very difficult to kind of, keep them down and just actually try and stop them from getting out of control, because I feel like normally only the top tier 1 teams can actually be able to control those kind of teams who would be able to just switch it on and then be able to run away with it. EXO are one of those teams, so they're trying to keep them like in control, but at the same time they're wiggling out here and there, and that's what you've seen from Na'Vi in that second game, being able to claw out that final moment of the goal in that second game. So that was ridiculous, but I'm glad to see that Na'Vi are playing much better compared to the series earlier on against Clash, and hopefully they'll be able to not be too demoralized from that last set, and we'll see what's going to occur here, as Jason's already taken a fair amount of damage with that Rico. We can see a couple of collects. It's perfectly understandable on Heist, but already Yoshi is taking down Jason as the first kill in this game.
Yeah, the full mirror match once again. The Barley coming in there. Yoshi just popping it straight through, getting the damage down. It was sort of matched out, but you can see he's already getting a lot done here. Yoshi just popping that super every single time of the Colette. They're already taking it down to 56%. MMA is going to sneak around the sides. You're going to be able to pop the super onto it? No, just a couple in there from the Barley. So the throwers being worked well. No surprises on this map to see them on this mirror. So we'll see how it works.
Certainly will indeed, as Yoshi and YDE just as a pair just trying to go around the middle to see if they can catch one off guard, but at the same time Yoshi does inflict even more damage towards that safe. Still a 41% deficit for the side of Na'Vi. They need to try and work upon here, and it's just Mana's getting even worse. But then again, they've done a huge chunk there towards the end. You saw we just couldn't really catch that, but MMA is now trying to rejoin with the rest of the group, as well as BBG's as Jason, because it was a complete team wipe. Only 3% left, and there we have it. Again, another clean victory back-to-back for EXO.
Yeah, they had really nice control there. Obviously, I think it was YDE on the left there on the Barley, just constantly putting the damage down. The Colette was always on it. I think it was Curse that was on Colette, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just hitting that... Yoshi on Colette, hitting that super non-stop. And YDE just gets his position around the left side where Curse is right now, and they have no answer for him on the Barley. They're just unable to deal with him.
Some reason I thought it was Curse as well. I don't know why. I think it's because he was involved with so much of the attacks. I just made the assumption it was actually Curse. But yeah, you are right. It is Yoshi. But with the Colette as well, it's quite, you can get the gadget quite quick when you get a little bit of damage done. Like, the gadget's not, the best in terms of doing damage to your opponent, but of course doing it to the safe, it's absolutely huge, it's vital, and you don't really need to do too much to get that gadget either. So that's why you see them, even though they can't do a huge amount, they try and do as much they can to not only to support their teammates, but of course to inflict that further 12 or 13% damage onto the safe each and every time. Of course Colette's a standard on Heist, but yeah, it's good to see that now we're going to find out EXO to see if they want to close this out 2-0. That was very convincing. I think I don't know how much adaptation is going to be required now for Na'Vi to make any kind of progress, but a comp change may be necessary.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously went into it as mirror match, and it's a pretty even balance, right? You've got a thrower in there, you've got a bruiser in there, and obviously classic Rico coming in, especially. Like, you can't not really bring Rico, I feel, on this map on Hot Potato, and they are indeed going to stick with the mirror match. And say, I don't really think there's too many changes that would work in their favour. So we'll see again how it works out. Whether it's just simply a place of fixing the comp. Well, Jason was sniped.
Oh dear, it's not the best of starts. BBG's getting taken down, just going to make that start even worse, as now Yoshi's just coming with the Colette and does even more damage to the safe. Already inflicted 24%. Trying to do a little bit more, but Yoshi's just looking to see if it can, not going to go for the safe potentially, but just be a real nuisance. Having that map presence there, it doesn't actually matter if you don't do anything. Just forcing your opponents onto a completely different lane is like, the difference maker there. Yoshi actually didn't do any damage to that safe after he used that gadget. So it was a little bit of a shame, even though he's dropping down to 73%. But BBG's does come in and inflict a little bit himself. But look at that, though. Already dropped to 41% here, D-Man.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit of a base race. Na'Vi are going to get themselves some time here to get some damage down, but the respawns are going to come in before they even get time to traverse the map. And it means they have to get something done here. They have to come out on top. But this is dangerous. Dangerous for Curse. They have managed to get the one down. MMA picked off. He'll get the respawn here. But they can't afford to get wiped out, because it will certainly go back to Na'Vi with a minute to go here. But there's going to be the super coming out from YDE. That's going to inflict so much damage on the safe once again. They're not dealing with him. He's just tucked in the corner, continually putting damage down. It's so frustrating when there's a Barley in the corner like that. I think Curse just managed to get a little tiny part of his super off as well with the Rico there, which is what it got down to 9%. But they're running out of time. 46 seconds. It's still doable, though. 40% left is all it is. They just need to get the kills, and they keep losing a man.
Oh, it's going to be a struggle, though.
Look at YDE. Look at YDE. YDE's going in. He's going up on the right. He's going to start throwing them. There we go. YDE's done it.
Yeah, it was just bound to happen. I feel like, Na'Vi needs to win at least 2 team wipes before they can even continue doing the extra damage. What do they need? 40% more? So it's very unlikely, especially if a Colette sneaks away or anything like that. You're done for pretty much. Your awareness have got to be absolutely sublime if you want to, come back from that. It's very hard on Heist, especially when you've got a safe which is, on 9% and you can't. When you've got a time limit left like that, you can't just keep pulling back because it's just going to delay things more and more and more. And you're talking about the Barley towards the late game, which was on that right side. I think it was YDE at the time. Yeah. That's the worst thing, is the fact that even though he wasn't in range to be able to throw some of the bits and pieces onto the safe, at the same time, he doesn't need to. He can just sit there and just, attract all of his opponents to go towards that right lane and just waste time.
Yeah, it is the pressure that Barley adds as the thrower, as the key thrower. Obviously, that fire damage, the damage over time, sort of ticks away, and it's frustrating. You could see from Na'Vi's point of view, they realized they had to commit. They just didn't catch him when he respawned. He snuck off to the right. They didn't quite see him in time. They were dealing with the fighting on the left, and then as soon as it happened, it's just too late. So through he goes. So it does mean we're going to move on. So 2-1. So far now with EXO free agents. Nuts and bolts next for Siege. Now, who's going to be the expert? Na'Vi, of course, we saw them against AC Milan Clash. Started off strong on Siege, in fairness, but got undone in the last 30 seconds. Obviously, lost out map control. Clash picked up all the bolts, and then sure enough, a big bot comes straight down and rams it down the throat.
So it does indeed. I'd say that Clash, for Clash back then, that's one of their weakest game modes. I think I've heard that they lose to a lot of teams on Siege anyway, no matter which map it is. And the fact that they still beat Na'Vi makes you think, there's going to be a few question marks. But Na'Vi are still very good on Siege. I don't know if it's one of their best modes, but against EXO, the way they're performing, I don't see why they couldn't. Because, okay, sure, fair enough, for Clash, it's not one of their best modes. But then again, you saw the slaying power from both teams. It was very even. Sometimes Na'Vi got the better of it. They just struggle to defend against the bot, no matter which level it's actually on. So it depends on their comps. Sometimes you can have some comps where, they're very defensively against the bots, but at the same time, it's very hard to, regain map control to collect those bolts. Other times they go for more the aggressive push where, yeah, sure, it's harder to defend, but to keep that map control and go for the bolts, you literally have to have control for the majority of the game. And if you don't, then that's where you're just going to continue to struggle. So I'd be interested to see what both teams' compositions are going to be like, especially for Na'Vi coming into this, because this is their last chance. And eventually at some point, EXO are going to be on match point, especially if they win this first game or do tie this set up. So we'll find out now as MMA has already been pushed away. YD's already taken a huge amount of damage if Yoshi's just in the bottom middle there, just looking to see exactly when the best place to go to. And MMA again manages to stay up, but YD finally takes down Jason and gets away with his life.
Yeah, snuck out the side there with a little help from his friends and takes control of the map and the mid control. So really well played there. Curse just giving him all the time he needed to try and escape there. And now with the YG, with that Colette in there versus a Barley, obviously, if he can get in your face, that's just going to be curtains for him. Speaking of which, Jason on Carl chasing down Yoshi in the side there as well. So while Jason's around the back here causing problems, it doesn't help them get the bolts. 9-3 right now. Still plenty of time, though, on the first siege. It's going to be a big bolt score.
Oh, this is really chaotic here. But YD does take down MMA, so does show a little bit of life. Curse is taking down Jason. BBG's is now on his own. He's hoping to try and get a bolt, but there's absolutely no way. And look at this, so a level 13 siege bot already. This is only the second siege bot here, D-Man, and this is going to be a real struggle once again. So MMA is going to try and delay the push just a tad whilst BBG does a little bit of damage. That's fine, though. They'll be on a respawn to continue that damage even more, but they're definitely going to have to consume some more of that damage. And look at that, already just picking away over towards Na'Vi, down to 38%.
Yeah, and it's going to be the last siege, so the question is, what are Na'Vi going to do to try and get this? They're already down on bolts as well, and you can see Kirst already holding that one. Where's Kirst going? He's off into the right corner. It doesn't matter. YDE's managed to take Jason down, and that super spin from Kirst has made him work well. MMA, oh no, a Barley on the back line. That's never going to work out strong for you, and this is looking like it's going only one way. EXO free agents certainly going to secure themselves game 1 here.
Yeah, they will. That's pretty much it now. Straight down the pan, sadly for them. 34%. They didn't get any chance to get even one siege bot. The first one was tied, I believe, and then you saw there as well. EXO got 2 huge siege bots just to make man as well. Just letting them destroy it just because of the fact that why not? They can't, no point delaying the inevitable. And we saw that EXO finally on match point after all that time. That was a fantastic showing there from Siege. A little bit chaotic at one stage. A lot of the players were in kind of a lot of dual 1v1 engagements, some 1v2, 2v1, just going back and forth in the middle. Got a little bit messy, but at least EXO showed some elements of control.
I just love that little escape that YDE managed to do. It was down to nothing. The team helped him out, backed him out there, snuck around, they took control. And honestly, they just dominated the map from start to finish here. Just to remind you guys, in terms of bans, it is Stu, Poco, and Gene are banned out. Obviously, it's blind bans, so both teams banning out Poco. So we'll see whether Na'Vi would like to bring some adjustments here, where they'll get a collect of their own. Maybe they'll switch it up and go for, I don't know, somewhat different. Maybe obviously with the throw-ins in there's a big chance that they could try and adjust that, because I just feel, obviously, once you've got Colette roaming around, suddenly Barley struggles a little.
I've noticed that we've seen a lot of Poco bans today. Okay, it gets banned sometimes, but this is a high ban rate. I'm pretty surprised considering.
It's only 2 games. It's only 2 games. It's Na'Vi that banned him both times.
I think I thought I might have saw it at an earlier set, but maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But it's been back to back. Yes. So because it's back to back, it's literally just stuck in my skull. I kind of feel like it's 100% rate of Poco being bad. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just going to see now.
Is that correct? Sure. Is that correct? Did someone just? I just saw someone chat saying EXO free agents didn't die once there. No, and actually, you might be right. I don't remember them dying in that last game. That is actually pretty darn impressive. Well, we'll keep Ryan at this game. But here we go. There is adjustments. Indeed, BBG will bring Colette to the table as expected.
Certainly have done indeed. Actually, funny enough, a couple of players were super weak, but I don't know if they actually were taken down earlier on. MMA and BBGs, look how weak they both are, and Curse is just going straight in and just doing the deed. They managed to close him out, and there's still though 2 seconds left. Should be able to get that last bolt, which means that it will be a tied siege. MMA just diving straight in to see if he can take down YDE. Not sure if it's going to happen. Yes, it will, as MMA manages to finish him off. Curse is trying to see if he can do any excess damage. Not going to happen, but look at the numbers advantage there. Every single member looking to push towards Curse. YDE is going to be able to back him up and does actually take him down in the end. So good stuff from YDE for the support, and Curse to finish him up straight afterwards. Jason will get picked off as well, and BBG's the last member left standing for Na'Vi and will also get cleaned up as... Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, BBG's does stay alive.
Yeah, the help from MMA comes back in there, and it's still 9-6 in terms of who's got the bolts. YDE is going to try and run that one back, make the 2 back, won't work out for him. BBG steals it away, he gets picked off, Jason comes in, it's 3 now, they have to get him down, and they do, and this is a real battle for the bolts, but in the end they won't get him back to base in time, and it will be Na'Vi that get the first siege bot.
Oh, this is a huge bolt deficit as well. I feel like if X-Zone just get one more bolt, then that's it. Okay, that is it. Yeah,
they blocked it well. They blocked it well with the Sprout. That was brilliant.
This is not good, because even if Na'Vi regain map control, I think this is technically a guaranteed bot now for EXO, from what I believe. So even if they got 25 seconds left, the only thing Na'Vi can do is cushion the blow and try and get it as small as possible. But still, a level 12 siege bot or more is still a huge feat to try and defend against.
Yoshi just being such a pain in the backside, but obviously proving just how strong Sprout can be. That's why they made the adjustments. And just like Na'Vi against AC Milan Clash, actually, that's what this is reminding me of here, where they had the real good control at the start. It does mean they're going to be facing a big bot. Here we go, level 12 bot coming through. BBG tries to get in front of it. There's going to be the first blockage now, but look at Kirsten YDE. They're going to sneak around the left-hand side here and cut the pressure down. The little Sprout does manage to block it. They bounce it back, but look at the damage around the backside. That's what they were aiming for. Curse continues to keep the punishment down. 2 seconds to go. They've done it. It'll be EXO free agents taking the series in the end, 3-1.
they kept brought back so well as well. I felt a little bit sorry for them towards the end, but they just inflicted way too much, even with the bot not being involved as much. So great stuff from EXO. You saw Na'Vi earlier, could have been a little bit better, but this is the problem you see. You know, when you're at a 10 bolt deficit going into the next siege, there's almost, or literally, it's actually mathematically impossible. There was no way. All they could do is cushion the blow, but they did cushion the blow a fair amount. They knew that if they put up a really good defense, you know, why not? You know, we've seen Clash do it earlier on, or I think it was SK, I believe, actually, who put up some amazing defenses earlier on. But it can be done, but it obviously depends on the composition. You saw there, like you said earlier on, EXO do take that series. But good, you know, comebacks here and there from Na'Vi, put up a good display, a much better display compared to what we saw with them against Clash. But it will be EXO taking that series 3-1.
Wow, cursed with the BM boys. I love it. They made it hard for us to lose. I love it. So yes, free agents 3-1. Fantastic stuff. It does mean, crazily enough, that Na'Vi start off 0-2 here. So a tough start from them, Harry.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. It's something we kind of expected because of the fact that the teams are playing up against like Clash and EXO. They are some of the strongest teams other than SK in this region going into the qualifiers. So I think they're hoping they can at least beat one of them just to not cause a bit of an upset, but just try and help themselves out to scrape into maybe the top 4 at a later date. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, but I wouldn't say it's unpredictable by any means. But we do have a break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Still got 2 more matches left to come throughout the evening, so we're back in a few.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, my name is Kirsten. I'm a 22 years old Brawl Stars player for Norway who plays on the team EXO free agent alongside my teammates YD and Yoshi, which is from Denmark and Spain.
Cool, multicultural team. I like that. So, you know, let's take a step back all the way to when you first started playing Brawl Stars. So, did you play like every day, like loads, until someone basically scouted you to play in a pro team, or how did the journey happen?
Yeah, okay. So I started off playing like other Supercell titles like before Brawl Stars was a thing, and then I gave it a shot when it first came out, and I didn't really feel the game in the early beta mode. Beta time, I mean. So whenever the landscape update hit in around middle of 2018, I started to go on the grind, and then eventually by early 2019 I was high on the ladder leaderboards, I mean, and then started to play community leagues and such with club mates, and then it just kind of went from there, community league by community league, and then it just got bigger and bigger, and I kind of just evolved as the Brawl Stars scene evolved, so I kind of was like on par with the growth of Brawl Stars itself.
So it was like a natural progression. I like that. Yeah. You progressed as the game progressed. That's really good. So what would you consider your team's biggest advantage against your opponents, though, going into the challenge season?
Our biggest advantage is that we are a very all-around team. We are good on pretty much all the game modes. We are good at all different metas. We master pretty much every single brawler and composition in the game, and we are really good at adapting to situations quick. So it's hard to keep up with us, but when you try to do something, we're right there to punish you for your overextensions and stuff like that. So yeah, very tough.
I love the confidence. That's awesome. So, I mean, we're going to think a little bit further back now, because we're going to go all the way back to when you competed in the first ladder, because it actually feels like it was a long time ago, doesn't it? Your record was 24-1, which was an absolute domination of the entire ladder. So did you expect to do that well?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we kind of expected to end up pretty high on the leaderboards. The question was more of like, how much are we going to grind? Like, is it gonna be based on time over like results? But we ended up like combining playing a lot and winning a lot. So obviously we're very happy with the number 1 finish. And then we had one unnecessary loss, but it happens. We finished number 1 regardless, so we're definitely happy with that.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
I'd like to say the crowd outside my apartment is cheering because we're back on air, but I suspect Germany may well have just scored, and I am living in the centre of Cologne. So we are back, though. That's the main part. ESL Mobile Challenge here. Ark is back. I am back. And we, of course, now have EXO Free Agents versus Tribe Gaming. But before we get to that, let's just talk about the Na'Vi game. I don't know if I'd say it's surprising that they find themselves 0-2 because they had a really tough opening to the series with both Clash and Free Agents.
Yeah, tough day for sure. I felt like it could have gone each way. I think, EXO, as we saw, Clash having a little bit of a slow start to things, but when they got into their stride, they definitely got into their stride. Brawl was where things really kind of started to make some plays for them and some speed from Curse went a long, long way here. And I feel like this was like the turning point for me. They started to really remember what makes them great as a team. And Navi struggled from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where I thought if it had just passed it, he just had to pass it, and BBG chucks it in the corner. It's one of those moments that we've all been there. But yeah, once we moved over, obviously to here, this is once we got here, Free Agents just dominated. We got onto Siege. It was very much one-way traffic. Then we got onto through Heist and both Siege. It was this was. I would say a closer game. I like the Colette change that BBG tried to bring to the table, but I think, they just got outbrained by Free Agents there in terms of brawler choices.
You can't ever underestimate Yoshi on Sprout. Honestly, one of the best, and I would go as far as saying one of the best in the world, actually. He has really pioneered that particular brawler this year. And, I love to see a lot of the plays that Curse was making in that Siege game as well, just getting a ton of value, using flying hooks and supers to great avail and coming back with a ton of bolts. And, it was really going from strength to strength. And the question now is, are Tribe going to be that thorn in their side? Are they going to be the ones to be able to make their mark today? Or are X just going to keep running riot because they've got a ton of weight behind them right now?
I love the chat. I'm trying to track Luigi in chat. They're saying the Bell meta is going to last even longer. We will see about that when the patch hits sometime soon, because that may shake everything up. But that's something that we're going to enjoy as the series leads on. Me and Ark are going to have to make some serious notes here to try and figure out what exactly we can talk about when that happens, and try and keep you guys all up to date. There's plenty of patch VODs out there from some of the players as well. You definitely want to check those out. And speaking of, actually, you know what? Since we do have Tribe Gaming coming up, it's only fair that I talk about them. Obviously, they had their own little video come out there. You can see them. It's going to be them versus Free Agents. And, of course, Tribe versus SK to finish things off. Spen, the man, I see him in chat right now. Check his YouTube out. He has a really nice chat about the upcoming patch. Just don't do it yet. Check it afterwards.
Yeah, huge changes that players are going to need to adapt to. A couple more days still to go, where things are going to be very familiar to us all. And I think Bell's still going to be running Riot for a fair bit, as well as the Max and Jin combo. But many things are soon about to change, not just in terms of the strengths and weaknesses, but also in just the actual game itself and the game modes. Spawning in with no, ammo and having to replenish that from the moment that you spawn in. I think we're going to see very different play style. For now, I think we're going to see still the same very much aggressive stance as players can capitalize for the next few moments in time. But yes, some big changes are on the horizon for sure in Brawl.
Well, they were formerly known as the Tea Drinkers, and they are now Tribe Gaming. Let's show you their roster, of course, on the screens. You know them, Tom, Spen, and KC. Lots of experience between the players here, Ark.
Yeah, huge amount of synergy. These guys go way back, long into the days of beta, and I've known them all and had the pleasure of knowing them all for many years. There's actually one player who's not on that list today, but is going to be coming into the mix tomorrow. That's going to be Drange. He turns 16 tomorrow. Not able to play today, but look out for him tomorrow. But for now, Tom and Spen, former world champions back in 2019, and Casey in the mix this year. They are a real contender this year.
I love to see that. I love it. There's these little young lads coming through, set ready to play. We'll keep our eye on that. Let's check out, obviously, their opposition. Well, you know who they are. We just saw them play a moment ago. It is EXO Free Agents. It is Whitey Eat Cursed and Yoshi.
the great thing about these two teams, I've got to say straight off the bat, because sometimes people come into Brawl competitive and kind of wonder, do these teams like really love or loathe each other? These guys are so closely connected. They've got so much respect for one another. When it comes down to it, they're going to be giving it their all and going straight on that competitive edge, which they obviously have to relish. But they are nothing but friends, and that's a really, really positive thing for me in competitive when teams have as much chemistry, outside of the games. But when the clock starts ticking and the brawlers are picked, there's going to be no friends on the battlefield today, I can assure you.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, coming into this one, EXO free agents, they're coming off the back of a win already, so they're going to be feeling very confident. They're not going to be slipping, though, because, as you say, they know each other very well, these two teams, so they're going to be very much prepared for this one. Let's check out what map pool they're going to be having, of course, coming into this game. It is going to be a best of 5 with a best of 3 inside it. I know it's always confusing to anyone outside, but as you can see, we also have the bands in there. We'll be starting off in Brawl Ball itself, Super Stadium. We've had some pretty darn fast football fiestas so far. Then we're moving on to Dueling Beetles on Hot Zone, Dry Season for Bounty, Safe Zone for Heist, and if we need to go the distance, we've not been to map 5 yet tonight, it will be Hard Rock Mine once again on Gem Grab. And as you can see, the bands on your screen are going to be Max Sprout, Poco, and Bali.
We mentioned some fast games of Brawl. We might see a little bit less of that in this particular series because Max is the big one taking off the cards there, and one that provides a ton of speed. But one brawler that has a ton of speed also that is not on that ban list is Stu, and one that we've rarely seen that much of today actually because it's just been a common ban for the most part. So I kind of like where that could be heading. I think we're going to see a bit of Stu in a couple of these game modes, to be fair. Other brawlers there that I see lurking potentially could be Bell, could be Ruffs. I think the Sprout ban for me, those 100% aimed at Yoshi, and having watched how he performed in those previous sets and games, I think that's a wise choice from Tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. Going with the Poco ban again. Poco been banned out 3 games running. There you go, Harry. So when Harry comes back, it's been banned half the night. Well, it has now. It has been banned half the night. There we go. We got the full 50% in there. So we're going to be kicking things off in just a moment as the players set themselves up into the Super Stadium, into the Brawl Ball. Will we see any crazy shenanigans like we did earlier with Clash?
I think that going off the mark, I think both teams will be taking it a little bit slow just to kind of see what choices are going to be the more common brawler picks. And I think that maybe EXO might go in a little bit on the faster side of things, but ultimately Tribe might have to match that aggression. I think it would be wise to take the pace slow to start. Or go on the complete opposite of that and just go in all guns blazing and just make sure that you're capitalizing and staying on your toes during the process. I think that we could see some tankier brawlers here. Despite the Poco ban, I think that we could see some ideas of BB or Rosa coming into the mix, just simply because it's something to have to deal with, and it can kind of make Carl a little bit redundant. At the same time, there is Stu in the cards. I think that's the key brawler here to consider.
We're going to get the Frank again, the big Frank that we saw from Clash earlier on, just walking straight through everyone, just scoring the goal, no problem.
I think with that one, Stu was banned, or Stu was banned by AC Milan Clash in that series between Navi. So I think that's one brawler that can really go and counter the Frank pick. So having the ability to knock back at least until we get into the balance changes to come, I think that's something that can be a real threat, especially brawlers like Carl as well. I think we'll probably see less of Carl as a result of that Stu pick in play, because ultimately you're able to cancel out so much.
Well, you are quite correct. It's going to be a aim duel battle to start things off. Nobody dare touch the ball, just leave it in the middle of the field. Hasn't been moved off that centre circle just yet.
Tennis-wise, I think ultimately for me, B here is a solid choice, because ultimately, the event of going into overtime, that range is going to come in really handy for Spen to be able to capitalize, and already with those shots just amplified there. The S Purity, Spen finds the gap, but yeah, Whitey will dash in, and that's something to be aware of. That Stu is going to be an interesting choice here. I like it how EXO have gone in with that pick, but Tribe have not. Ultimately, Stu can cycle a super with just one hit, so is a real threat in Brawl Ball as a remote, because ultimately it means you can obtain that faster, pass the ball further, more consistently. So Tom just putting down the Protesto pin. He's not even going to
bait. He's got the bait. He's got the bear ready to go. Big Bruce is ready to drop on him. The first Nita of the night, by the way, I think, actually.
Yeah. Oh, but look at that. The blind pull from Kirst. Not wasting any time to get it just completely eradicated on that left-hand side lane. A chance for Exo.
That was really nicely done. They knew exactly where it was because Stu had been, YDE had been just constantly shooting him in the corner there. But immediately we see Ruffs just poking down, blocking out the big defense. The goalkeeper of KC just comes in there to try and clear things out. So Tom's got the read this time, going over to that right-hand side, maybe trying to put the pressure down. Good shot onto YDE there from KC, trying to put some damage down. He has to back away and heal up there, but Spen realizes he's taking some damage. KC with the quick spawn, just keeping himself safe.
Yeah, Tribe just got to stay composed here. I do like the Ruffs pick here. I think Air Superiority is a great star power too, just to break open the map, because the more that Casey can do that and the longer that Spen survives with that buff as well from the supply drop, the stronger that Tribe will become. Especially this is very this is a comp that you really want to have going into overtime, really, and that's what Tribe are just trying to do. Just tick down the clock and wait to that point in time when they can really start to thrive, and then X have really got nowhere to hide. But ultimately, the risk here is that if they don't play this right and they get taken or overrun in the spawn, it can go against them.
Yeah, the quick magic hand comes out. It was well responded to, though. KCI took down YDE there. Kirst just gets sniped out in the end as well. Yoshi's just trying to be as aggressive as he can to try and take it into overtime so they can't get near it. Because Tribe had put the ball in the corner, they weren't able to benefit from the fact they took two members of EXO free agents down. But now you're talking about hitting overtime. Here we are, into overtime. Starting to get aggressive, starting to look for those snipes. YDE taking low. Tom kind of pinned off in the corner at the moment, looking to try and keep that pressure down onto him. Kirst sniped out. Spen pushes forward. Yossi's the next focused target as YDE takes two big hits from KC. Make that a second and a third as Tom now gets aggressive.
Tom's going to struggle there. I think that's what the Protester is all about, actually. Having that particular brawl in this comp is just not faring well for him. So the pressure really is now on Casey and Spen. And Casey going down, putting a lot of pressure onto Spen. And he's just trying to work with Tom with this ball. The pass to Curse is great from Yoshi. Oh, the takedown, so nicely done. A chance for Tribe. And Tom Super could be the one saving grace here at just the right time. Bruce going out. 10 seconds remain. Can they make the goal?
Got to pass it across, surely. It's gone into the corner. Nightmare. 2 seconds, 1 second. Shoots. Oh, just gets it with a second to spare. Spen bangs it home. And just like that, Tribe will take the first game in overtime. Woo!
I mean, talk about cutting it fine down to the final second. And I have to check back, but I don't think Tom had a single super until that moment at the end. So, I mean, it was just honestly couldn't have come at a better time because he was really struggling. I think it's fair to say that the Tribe might even take out that particular choice of brawler. I would myself. But credit to Tribe for hanging on like they did, because EXO were in a great scoring opportunity right here. And, you know, Kirst there, actually looking back, he actually just had a little bit of a mishap. Trying to super the ball and end up using the magic hand. Not quite sure how that managed to happen, but, you know, these things can occur. A bit of a misstep for EXO that Tribe capitalized on.
Yeah, because obviously, I think he obviously went to shoot the split second the ball hit, right? That was what he was aiming for. And obviously, the second he hits it, the super comes in. It's like, nah, hit it too early, too soon.
Early, yeah.
Just a fraction of a second was the difference there between a goal for EXO. But definitely a close game. And as you're talking about, adjustments almost certainly going to come in here. You know, maybe we'll see a thrower, because a thrower would have worked well there. Obviously, the amount of time they were all having to sit behind. Or will we see a bruiser coming in here? I'm wondering what's Tom going to switch over to maybe instead of Nita.
Tom does like Barley. I think the threat of Barley is ultimately that Stu can close the gap, and that could be a real problem to Shaker. I mean, it could be the idea that they're going with Sticky Syrup Mix as the gadget of choice for that, to be able to deter a Stu if it goes on the aggressive. But yeah, I think that could be a wise decision. Ultimately, you know, Sprout being banned here is going to eradicate what would have been a really strong choice of throw on this particular map. So if it is a throw to go to, that would be my choice to go with. But, you know, I do like the Ruffs idea. I think that's... Oh, Amber, actually. Yeah, that's a really good choice as well. I like Tribe's stubbornness, actually, to stay with B. We've seen this quite frequently this year as a kind of strategy which they've employed, and I do like it. So EXO really now have to go on the aggressive. If they can do that and put Tribe on the back foot with an early goal here, then that's going to put a ton of pressure on that particular brawler pick. And this is a pretty decent position for EXO already. If they can get a takedown here, they could be even a chance of scoring.
Oof. Big hit there. Yeah, they managed to get the takedown. Yoshi picked off as well, so they're going to push forward. The spawns will come through. KC needs to get back into position on Ruffs there and realize he was already going to take some damage from YD. So they're just going to simply move the ball into the center of the field. And once again, it's going to be a very patient approach, not like the crazy speed games we saw earlier on from AC Milan Clash. And who else had the really quick one? There was one afterwards. It was Na'Vi versus... It was Na'Vi versus Clash.
Yeah, it was the Clash game that was over in a heartbeat. That was like the match point scenario, which was just over in like 29 seconds, I think it was. An absolute record of time. But we have some really fast games of Brawl Ball. But I think this is why the tribe strategy here is a really smart one. There again, Casey using that air superiority to break open more cover, meaning that Whitey's got nowhere to really go. With Max being a ban here, the long range brawlers can kind of thrive as you see just Tribe just gradually bringing the ball up. The pull from Curse does connect really nicely. So, but Spen is absolutely connecting here. As Casey comes to join the party, I feel like Curse is in a really tight crossfire. Spot. Yeah,
they got him in a crossfire, trying to keep him down, but Curse does ducks, dodge, weaves, and managed to keep himself alive. So great work from him as Tom comes back on the field. And now Yoshi on the pressure. The ball, though, very much up on the defensive line. So, they have to be careful they don't get picked off, because if they do lose one or two, and you can see Yoshi not happy with the situation right now. Curse again just taking the damage, but Casey bouncing those shots and causing so many problems.
Yeah, I think that, it's a really interesting thing that when Stu is not banned, that Tribe are able to kind of like, see off that particular choice, because Whitey's not really getting much value from it, and this is a really difficult spot to find themselves in going in towards an overtime scenario. The board is pocketed for now, but as soon as these barriers go down, Tribe are going to absolutely pop off. Spen has super and is holding on to it. I think Wisely so Cursed has his also, so there's that to worry about on the Tribe side of things, but definitely not the place that EXO want to find themselves in. A lot of pressure to survive here, and Tom already going straight into Whitey. Spen with the pickup. My goodness me.
There's nothing they could do about it. Tom was already flaming and setting fire to his barriers. It's like, this is what's going to happen. Are you ready for it? The second that barrier goes, bam, hits the super, torches him down.
I didn't see the amber pick coming, and you can just see there in that instance how devastating it was. And credit to Tom to remember to just maintain composure, because ultimately, you can just make sure that you've got a full line of ammo to your disposal if you do. And yeah, I mean, this was a great strategy from Tribe to give them this early lead here. Yeah, very interesting, because ultimately, we always talk about how Stu is so strong in Brawl, but just goes to show with some adaptations towards the map, as well as an ambition to hold firm into overtime. It can go a long way here, as it did for Tribe today.
So, great start for Tribe, but how far can they go? Can they try and push it? Of course, long way to go in this one. EXO free agents, they did go down earlier on Ice Fort as well. Don't forget, against Na'Vi in their first game in the series. So maybe just a little adjustment period required for them here. As we move on to Hot Zone, it will be Julian Beatles up next.
I do love this map for sure. I think that it's going to be an interesting one with the bans are in play. Again, I think that the thing for me where kind of EXO struggled with a little bit in that last match was like just that stubbornness to adapt to some brawler choices and just kind of mix things up. Ultimately, they do like to play a lot of Max and a lot of Sprouts. So I feel like those bans are kind of maybe something that they've got to work around a bit more going into this next map and mode. And they're just not looking as strong as they were against Na'Vi in those later stages. So, but arguably, getting warmed up themselves against Tribe, who are, again, a very, very strong contender this year. So, definitely, giving them a bit of a run for their money so far.
Well, I've moved into pixel places. I don't know what's going on, but either way, my internet's just not happy. I think it's because there's so many people watching us right now. That's what it is. That's how it's going to be. That's what I'd like to think, Ark. That's what I'd like to think. But yes, I guess we'll see what they can bring to the table. Obviously, let's just remind everyone at home, obviously, the bans for this one. It is Max, Sprout, Poco, and Barley. So that kind of tripped ourselves up earlier on because we were talking about
that was me.
We were talking about possibly Barley. Well, I did it as well. I think I put it in your head, and we completely forgot that it was banned, because I think that's the first ban of the night as well as oh dear, Germany. But yes, that's how it's going to be. Okay. let's get the game on your screens and see how they can work. So, Tribe starting off. Obviously, we were talking about the fact that Bell and Byron are also available, but nobody going for that. So, it is going to be a couple of Ambers in there from YDE and Tom as well.
See, I like the Lou here, actually, especially because, I know, looking back, yeah, like you rightly point out, Barley and Sprout, two big and, two of the strongest brawlers in the current meta out of the mix here. So I think that Lou has that kind of area denial, which you kind of need to have. One of the curses going to hold back on the pull there, because ultimately the sandbags would have been definitely not the thing that he would like to have pulled there. So I think the Ruffs there is a great deterrent of the Gene, which is why Tribe are kind of not going with that particular brawler. They're using the Ruffs to counter it really nicely. So Tom breaks open some bush here as well. And as soon as that bush goes down, there's going to be really nowhere for EXO to hide.
YDE hiding at the moment around the corner. Aggressive stuff from Yoshi, just a little too aggressive, and Tom punishes him for that one at the moment. Still very even, 27% apiece at the moment. Oh, YDE, how did he get away with that? Just a little fraction of a centimetre to the side, but YDE picked up this time. Tribe almost baiting them into the zone at the moment, trying to draw them closer, but finally going to lock it down and start putting the pressure onto EXO free agents.
Yoshi's going to stack up, and that will give him a little bit more range, and I wonder whether he might be able to maintain this and just continue to thrive in his stride. He's going to have to stay on his feet and turn this one around for EXO, because without those stacks, it's going to be so hard for EXO to be able to turn this one around quickly. Cursed hanging on to Superhero. Clutch pull will go a long way for him as well. A down goes wide in the left-hand side, and that's going to make it a 3 versus 2.
Absolutely. Tribe are loud and proud and in control right now as Curse gets caught off again, and it continues to stay in that man advantage. As I say that, YDE gets away with a fraction, a slither of life, and Yoshi and YDE just sneak around the corner and take control. Wow, Curse comes back, spawns back in and takes a burst to the face, but it's still 88% to 36%. Massive control as they force them back. They push them around the corner. 3v2 once again. It will be Tribe that will take game number 1.
Oh, some of the survivability, though, of EXO, as you rightly said, just like down to the slithers of HP. And I don't know, they were playing really well in that respect, because Hotson, it's such an important mode to stay in position and on your toes. I just felt like the comp was just a tough one to run with from the beginning. The Gene was not really able to serve much. Casey using those sandbags really effectively, and I think that the EXO was struggling. A lot of this is coming down to the brawlers rather than anything else, because they're honestly so aware of their positioning right now for me, and that's a great sign. It's coming down to the brawlers.
Yeah, so great start for Tribe here after, well, what was a dominant first map on Brawl Ball as well. Are we going to see Tribe starting to step up here? Of course, don't forget they're playing SK Gaming after this one as well. If they could squeeze out a win here against EXO free agents, that would be an absolute magnificent start for them. And let's not forget, we're talking about obviously Drage kicking in tomorrow, the young phenom effectively. Is the stars starting to align for Tribe Gaming here?
I mean, if anything like last year's to go by, I think it possibly might be. Tribe last year had a bit of a slow start to the mark, but when they hit the mark, they exploded. And that is the way that I can kind of see this year going for them for sure. Bell is a good choice for Curse. I really like that change. I felt like that might have been a stubborn choice to steer away from, because Gene is such a dominant brawler in the meta. But because we've seen Rust being used every single game by KC, it was always going to be a counter for EXO. So Bell here for me is a really good choice, just at the right time for EXO, because they want to prevent this from going 2 sets in favor of Tribe. And this is already looking a lot better. Look at that. 2 takedowns is going to give the mid control to EXO.
Yeah, big dominant control. We were talking about the fact that Bell was not banned and kind of expected it more and more. I know it's a brawler that you absolutely champion yourself.
Love it.
Sing the praises of Bell. He loves to snipe in the corner, but this is a massive head start for EXO free agents.
Yeah, Bell just forces a playstyle that teams might not want to adapt to. Ultimately, sometimes you do want to double up on sides and overpower with a 2 versus 1, but Bell just encourages teams to split up. As you can see there, straight away, Casey's ricocheting to Tom, and Tom's ricocheting to Spen. Everyone has to then spread out, and when you've got the control, you can just see how Bell can thrive here as Tribe are struggling to take back the mid. A very different scoreline. My goodness me, EXO looking like a much different team for me right now.
Yeah, almost a complete lockout here. You saw them just try and commit and try and go for it, but it didn't work out for them. So, all square one apiece here in the second map. The hot zone very much in control this time around by EXO free agents. That one little adjustment made such a huge difference.
So much range at your disposal. The ability to ricochet against the rough sandbags also. We didn't really see too much of that because Curse was mainly side on the left-hand side, but it is another thing which Tribe are going to have to consider when it comes to what they're going with this next time round. They have the advantage. They've now tied things up in the games here. What are they going to do to counter this? I mean, ultimately, they're going to have to go in with the idea of range, I imagine. I think Ruffs is now time to change, but then, this is the question. Do EXO then kind of foresee that idea coming and go back to Gene, or do they play it safe? This is the thing I love most about competitive Brawl is the mind games that can occur between games.
Absolutely, because they're going to be looking at it thinking, okay, well, if they're going to go with that, we're going to come in with a Mortis and we're going to jump on them. That's going to completely catch them off guard. The brain game can be strong. So we'll see whether KC, who was on Ruff, whether he decides to switch over, whether he decides to go over to maybe a Bell, or whether he changes, or whether he sticks things up. It's going to be very interesting. This is, like you say, this is the beauty of Brawl Stars as a whole. The little brains that happen between them. And you know what? Stubbornness is also a thing sometimes. And he's just saying, screw you guys, we're not going with any of those choices.
But the tick, though, is still a steering clear of the Ruffs, and I think that's wise, because ultimately that was not really the brawler that thrived the last time round. I'm surprised they didn't go with the mirror matchup, actually, just kind of going with the Bell themselves. They're going to have to be very cautious still. Low here, Tom going in, super on the aggressive, gets taken down for his treble spend, healing up in the process. Both teams very slow to take control, but now that's as a well-timed time gadget from Spen to stay in the mix as long as he did. But Curse here with the bear trap there, I think it was a wise choice. Look how aggressive Curse is going now, right deep into the tri-spawn.
It did give the mid control up a little bit there, but he just baited so much, went straight down, almost baited them around, and then ran round through the back there. But as you see, the rest of the team were punished for that. So now mid control goes to try for a brief period. We can see Yoshi coming in. Oh, Amber v Amber, and it's Tom that comes out on top. That's such an important battle because he means Tom takes down YDE as well there. Nothing the Tick could do about that one. Just ate the flames that were, well, meant for Yoshi, I think, actually, to be fair. But threw that super out there, and they've got a really good lead here.
Yeah, great strong arm positioning here for Tribe. And again, they want to take this game. They want to get 2 sets over EXO. And this is the chance that EXO have really got to capitalize on to stop that from happening. A good time to do so now. Tom can probably get pinched here if Curse wants to go for a couple of shots. Tickhead taken down very quickly by Tribe, it must be said. But look at that takedown on the side. Tribe now able to capture fully. My goodness me, that turned quickly.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I got to be honest, this tick has worked well because it stopped Cursed from basically having his free sniping. He was just dominating control on that left side. Instead, Casey's just been pummeling him with the bombs with the side there and has bought the time for the Amber to push up. But now we have positions reversed. A quick snipe comes in, and now we see where the Tribe can answer. Now, they only need 6%, so they really only need to step on it briefly. So it may not be a case of having full control, and we may just see Casey just getting involved. All the walls going down, though, on the left-hand side. You can see they're desperately stepping in. Well, just as the dodge around, Tom does it, makes it work. Some hot footwork works for him, and he will take it to 2-0 for Tribe.
I was just going to say, will they do the impossible and hold on? Because it's a really tough thing to turn a game like that in Hot Zone. But I felt for a moment they had a lot of bases covered, and Tom there surviving as he did with a sliver of HP at the end. It was a very important thing because ultimately, with the map going the way it was, I just kind of wondered whether time would have got the better of Tribe. But as a result of that victory, now in a fantastic spot against a big rival, a huge win it would be if they can take down EXO today, because these two teams honestly are so closely matched, and Tribe are doing immensely well and making very good decisions.
Very close. You just see that full Amber Brawl. That was the difference, and he ended up with, I think, 106 HP at the end of it. So very tightly run. But it means Tribe are now 2-0 up against EXO free agents. Big lead for them now as they move into dry season in the bounty map.
But I've got to reiterate, I mean, like, you know, there's not really any big mistakes that we're seeing. It's just a lot of the time the broader choices that Tribe are kind of going in with are working out absolutely. And despite the adaptations that we're seeing from EXO, you know, Tribe respond. That's one thing I've got to say, having like analyzed when these two teams go head to head a lot, is that they probably change brawler comps and ideas more so than any other team in this region. And it's a wonderful thing to see, because you can see a lot of recurrencing ideas happening in brawlers. Teams just going to go with the safe ideas with the mirror comp and just kind of, you know, stay stubborn to it. These two teams that don't do that, and it makes for a really entertaining viewing pleasure, because you just never know what's going to come next. And when you see one team go with one idea, it's immediately switched up and changed. But Gene coming out for Tribe. Okay, so Spen now getting his favorite brawler into the mix for the first time so far, and it's going to be the mirror matchup here. So I feel like this could be an interesting time for EXO to take the lead, actually.
Yeah, and it's interesting, obviously, because, you know, with Barley out of there looking at the throwers, Tick's. It's funny that both went to Tick, obviously, in the last game. We were talking about the fact they needed a thrower, and it worked out well for them. But now we see Tom, who, well, obviously was running Amber on the last map, this time on Bell. So we'll see what he can do. Obviously, we've seen Cursed on Bell a number of times already. Keep your eyes on those magic hands, though, of both Spen and Yoshi. The pulls could be a big difference here. Looking to obviously try and destroy. See Spen already pulling up. There's the magic hand, and Yoshi gets pulled straight in. It was just about as sweet as you like.
I love the fact, by the way, that Yoshi was able to get up a pin as opposed to everything else mid-pull there. Something that you don't often see. He was obviously feeling like that was, not the time to go down. But I actually kind of disagree. I think it's not the worst of scenarios for me. Ultimately, as long as EXO can hold themselves here. And there's the return from Yoshi. No pin from Spen. But ultimately, the lead and the blue star, obviously, to make a note of in favor of EXO. But it's just a one-star lead. That's not too much. Just any one takedown from Tribe here will be enough.
Absolutely. They're looking for Curse. That's the man they want to chase down. Oh, Tom lands a shot onto Yoshi's air as they force EXO back a little bit here, taking mid-control, but Tom gets picked off. That's a big, important kill. YD around the side won't be enough, but it doesn't matter. They tried to go aggressive. They tried to force it, but it will be EXO free agents taking the first game.
Yeah, EXO will not be foolish enough, surely, to leave this spawn area here. And a little bit of an overcommitment there from Tom, which EXO quickly, capitalized on. And I think rightly so, really. That was a bit of a misstep from Tribe, a bit of an overcommit there.
Yeah, so obviously we going into that one with the mirror match. We'll see whether they do like to take any changes. Just to remind you guys, banned brawlers is Max Sprout, Poco, and Barley. So we'll see whether they do go for it. That was all about the magic hands, which, you know what, it's funny, right? Because obviously when we covered the play-ins, basically Gene became this band for that exact reason. It just became this dominant force. The magic hands were going off the charts, which is why we saw it banned so often. So it's very interesting the way it just swings in and out the meta constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a win condition brawler. I think, it's fair to say one of these brawlers that can just swing a lot of game modes. I personally do like the max ban over the Gene ban. I think that it's kind of far easier when you're kind of dealing with just the Gene to try to bait out some of those magic hands, to try to, give yourself the advantage. I do think this is the better comp to be running on this map myself, especially as Sprout is taken out of the mix. Barley, not so much here for me, but Sprout is a big thrower here, so much of the reason why we're seeing Tick, because Dynamite, I'm not being funny, is not really the best brawler to consider in competitive, but Tick great for control, and with the last hurrah still in a really good spot to be able to defend a lot of things, especially in Bounty when one kill can make all the difference.
Well, Curse didn't die in the last game. This time does. Gets taken down by Tom, so things starting well, and Casey, of course, also collecting that blue star as well, so big advantage as Tom goes aggressive. Oh, that shot looked like it could have connected, but Curse does go down once again there to Tom. 5-0. KC, that's very aggressive considering he has the blue star, but he's just pushing them back.
Much better stuff from Tribe, but can they hold this? That's the question now. They've got to learn from a couple of their mistakes in the last game. Tom was the player that went down the last time around. He's got 4 stars now. There's 1 HP! Oh my goodness me, as I'm literally speaking the lines. Tom, man, you're putting my heart in the mouth.
The hand comes in.
Yoshi with the pin again, mid-pull.
Works out well, but it is going to be this time Tribe been looking like they're going to dominate. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because crazy this can happen quite often on Bounty. Yoshi gets around the side, still yet to have a single kill, 27 seconds, so it's going to be one of those crazy commit moments that they're going to have to pull off. Oh, Casey down, that's the blue star switching across, but they're going to still have to get a lot of kills. They have to get Spen and Tom down. That's the real reason they have to go for it here. YDE tries to go aggressive. The rest of his team don't seem to be on the same page at the moment as Yoshi goes looking. Is he going to get Spen? He goes. He gets Spen down around the side. Tom's pinned. Oh my god, they're getting down 11 to 15 because YDE in the end goes aggressive at the back. Oh my word, they almost turned that around in the last second.
Oh my word, that was... Oh, that...
That's why I never get ahead of myself on Bounty. I never like, oh, it's easy, they've got it won, because, I know they're going to go crazy in the last second, but, whew, I think it went to 11-11 in the Blue Star switch, but then there was just that last kill that came in. I'm going to keep my eye on it now, see if we can spot it in the replay.
Yeah, I want to see that back, because that was honestly getting so tense, and I was loving the energy you were putting into it. I was almost in that point of myself getting carried away. That was a takedown of Tom going down first, bringing all the pressure onto then Spen, I believe, and then...
Oh, it's there. That's where they get Yoshi. They get Yoshi, and that's what turned it. Yoshi literally just got Tom in the corner, and then he dies to the respawn.
I feel like it could have been a very different call there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was back and forth right in the final seconds on both sides. So little in it. So little in it. It's got to be said.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I don't see them taking any changes. Yeah, we're going straight into the game. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if we get any brawler changes. And no, they're going to stick with the same. So, we have missed the first star. Looks like Spen's got a hold of that one from mid. So, and we've also had a kill in there already. I tell a lie, that's just the star.
Yeah, it was 1 minute remaining, so we got in a little bit late, but obviously didn't miss that on any of the action, which is a good thing. Just that star and a couple of shots that are ricocheting quickly between Tom, Spen, and Casey. They've got to separate out for that reason. It's a dangerous spot, ultimately, because only one takedown will be needed by EXO to be able to shift this. The blue star won't be make much of a difference if it's a 2-1 scoreline. So, EXO have got to keep the pressure on with a couple of these bell shots here and there, but Yoshi, without Magic Hand, really can't do too much, and Curse now needing to heal. So it's going to delay things a little bit for EXO. Why go on the super aggressive on this left-hand side? And lost the rod to put the tick head rather. Oh, Casey does connect on the other side of things, and the pickup from Whitey does connect with Tom.
Oh, there's the magic hand. Spen pulls it in. Yoshi will not get away with that one and quickly turns it back in their favor. Did go looking for it, though. Went very, very much baited out there. But YDE, it really caused him quite a few problems around the side here. He goes aggressive, really pushing in. It's just baiting each other, the two throwers, not really caring about one another, going for the opposite teammates. And that's Curse that does get Tom down. They back away. Spen can't go aggressive, doesn't have the hit points. Oh, 23 hit points. The magic hand comes in. Casey gets pulled, and that is the match over. And this time, EXO free agents will pick themselves up a map. 2-1.
I mean, Yoshi was getting pulled a lot. Like, I remember 3 distinct moments when there was an angry pin drop because Spen got the upper hand, no pun intended. But ultimately, that final pull there went a long way in just making sure that game was secured, because that's a really important thing on the defense. I think Whitey got a really nicely timed tick head as well, going back on the defensive, which gave Casey some problems. But yeah, a nice saving grace for EXO. Then this is going to get interesting.
So, Heist up next. It's going to be Safe Zone. So we'll see how this one works out. Did we have that already today? I'm just trying to wonder if we've already had a Safe Zone today. I don't think we have, right? I think this will be the first time.
Yeah.
I think so. We've jumped across quite a few maps today. Obviously, we haven't reached yet. We've not reached a set 5. Could it happen? Could it happen? Could this be the reverse sweep?
I've got to say, with how closely these two teams are matched, I wouldn't be at all surprised. And I do like the Brawler bans for sure in this particular series. I think that they are pretty wise, especially with these kind of maps. I think with Safe Zone, Bell, I mean, it's my favorite Brawler to run here because of that middle channel just being so restricted. And it really forces that, again, that play style that sometimes teams don't want to adapt to. It forces the lane ideas. I think pick under the circumstances is a solid shout because Sprout and Barley are both banned, and throwers go a long way here. Byron, Colette, Jesse, even Ambers. There's a lot of variation in choice here, and again, as we saw in the earlier stages of this series, both of these two teams not afraid to mix things up.
Yeah, not afraid to do some mirror matches as well. Where we're going to get another mirror match here. We get the Piper out, the Bell on the left-hand side, and of course we've got a Amber up there, and a Colt. A Colt, someone, by the way, that's going to get a nerf soon. A Colt on the right-hand side here as well. So Yoshi just being aggressive. I didn't quite catch who was in the bottom right corner. There we go.
Yeah,
KC. Okay,
Surge. Yeah, I was going to say Surge, but I just didn't think. We see a lot of Surge on this map in the sort of East Asia metas, and sometimes in LATAM South also. And you can see there, Casey really needs to make that play there, which he did do. He needs to get his stacks because ultimately he's got no range at this moment in time in the game. Nice homemade recipe from Spen, and the follow up on the right hand side onto Whitey. Blows back now. That will open up a bit of cover as well, giving him a bit more angle for shots. But yeah, I think Piper here is not a bad shout. Ultimately, it allows that kind of lane idea and that mid control to spread out in the event of Bell. So I understand that here.
Oh, teleport quickly from KC there. Was taking the full burst from Colt there, but KC having none of that, getting straight in there. Spen landing the 2 shots back to back on YDE, and that opens the safe right up because YDE has to simply back away for his teammates to heal off. So Tribe starting off really strong on this map.
And it's going to be a really great thing to have that search for defense also because, that's where Casey is actually going to thrive. He's going to get a stack now into full stacks. Fantastic for him. That's going to make it even harder now for Exo to play here because Casey can start to get a couple of shots into the mid, nicely connecting with Curse, Tom with the follow-up as well. So definitely a lot of pressure on the hands of Exo. And this is a really unusual comp, I've got to say, from Tribe. Piper and Surge is not really what you'd expect to see here, but one that is working out really well. Not a shred of damage has got to be said from Exo onto the Tribe save.
Spen, ultra aggressive. Most people use the Piper Super to get away. He goes in their face, straight on top of Curse. Curse didn't know what he could do about it. And the way they're doubling up nicely as well between the Piper and the Bell. And I do wonder whether we're going to see maybe EXO free agents switching up here and pulling a Bell themselves in the next game because 20 seconds to go at the moment. Now they have to push. This is where EXO free agents are 20 seconds to go. They're 60% down already. We're going to see YD with that Amber starting to burn it, but it's not quick enough, and now Spen's going to go looking with that Pipe, gets the cross shot onto Curse, and it will be game number 1 going the way of Tribe Gaming.
I mean, there was an opportunity there though for Exo. They had a nice positioning on that last moment there, but they just went a bit too much on the aggressive. They had to stay on their feet there ultimately. As soon as one person went down, that's when the car started to crumble, and then Spen just, jumping in again on that aggressive to get that positioning over Curse to be able to pinch from both the middle lane and the back right-hand side lane also. It wasn't the comp that I was expecting, but I mean, I've got to say, Tribe today are really thinking this thing through, and they've got some great ideas, and all of which are working.
Yeah, Tribe definitely have been the ones forcing the pressure on the game here. EXO free agents just going to have to respond once again, just like they did before. Because, of course, this is match point for Tribe Gaming at the moment here on high. So what will they change? Well, I think for Tribe, they're probably going to stay the same. It seemed to work. It seemed to work well. As you're talking about the fact that, obviously, using Surge as the defensive player more than anything. And you saw that right at the start. That's why we couldn't see who was in the corner. It was like, who's in the bottom right-hand corner with Surge just hiding in there away from Colt?
You see, for me, I mean, match the Bell, and go on the Colt right side with the Surge. You're going to outrange Surge with no stack. So I'm not sure kind of why that wasn't an idea which EXO did, especially Surge coming in again. Okay, so Colette here's going to work out well. Carl as well. Surprisingly not see the Byron Colette, but ultimately with Piper and Bell being able to focus so heavily on it. But look at that. What a start from Tribe. 2 players taken down. Yoshi back onto the defense very, very early on. And those shots from Tom will ricochet around there. Only 4% though. I think that maybe some more damage could have come off the back of that, but ultimately a good start from Tribe. Casey as well, getting a shot with edge towards those stacks.
They are just being very, very accurate right now, respecting the distance with Colette and then landing the shots. And obviously they're doubling up. It's very hard for Curse to get in. You can see YDE trying to sneak around the backside, having none of that. The Carl Boomerangs could do a lot of damage. Tom gets caught out. In comes Colette. Cursed on 48 health, but it doesn't matter. He gets the damage down. Super comes out from YDE. He manages to get the kill down there. And this is definitely a lot more pressure coming out from EXO free agents.
Yeah, really interesting idea to bring the Colin to such an aggressive spot, and then that's obviously going to be a brawler which is going to cause Spen a lot of problems without super. He's actually going to break that entire left-hand side there, to just in the event that Whitey is able to get back into that spot. It only takes one really quick flying hook gadget to really close the gap. So I think it's a really smart play from Spen to open up the entirety there, just to make sure that doesn't happen twice. But they've got to get their control. They are behind here. Look at as well on the other side, Yoshi with the same idea, just opening up that entire left-hand side lane. Casey now on full stacks as well. It's going to be a great thing on the defensive from Tribe, but it's not the defensive they need, it's the offensive now.
Yeah, they need to get just a couple of hits in there. No need to go crazy. Still 50 seconds to go in this game. Just a couple of shots from the likes of Tom on Bell or Spen on Piper would certainly turn things pretty much in their favor. Curse takes a few hits. That gives Tribe a little bit of space, but then Yoshi strikes and now immediately sets YDE off running, spins that super into the one tiny blade of grass that remains on the side there, and now that forces Tom to have to go on the defensive, and that's going to start mixing things up. Team positioning is a little off guard. In comes Curse once again, using that super to dash in and getting the damage down. 48%, 20 seconds left. Tribe have to push.
They've got to go in now. Yeah, Casey needs to try and get some connecting shots here. I mean, ultimately, they need to really get the takedowns before they can get the damage, and there's too many bodies around. A nice teleport through from Casey, but can he really do much of this? He does not get the takedown. Curse with the Protesto, giving it a thumbs down. That'll be EXO with a little saving grace now, and Tribe better respond.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround, fantastic response, great turnaround, of course. We didn't even mention Carl. Didn't even think about Carl. Obviously, Carl very much in the meta currently, and we're seeing exactly why there. But that was all backed up by the Piper shots coming out from Kirst in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Carl, if you can get it in that spot, can do a lot of work. I felt like there's pretty other options. This
Yoshi,
that Whitey was playing it so well, and just getting in those nooks and crannies. Kirst there going in with the Colette, nicely done as well. Colette, not too surprised to see her here. But if you're still going to make it work, and obviously, Piper can do a great deal, without the Byron to heal her. Really, you can be taken down quite vulnerably. So, I kind of wonder whether the surge there worked as well for Tribe, just when they were on the back foot. It's a great brawler when you've got the lead, but when you need to go on the offensive, it can be a difficult one to push forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see what they're going to change. So will they bring the same to the table? Of course, still remains match point for Tribe Gaming here. So they had a fantastic start. If you missed it already, they came out on top in Super Stadium in a very close brawl ball. And then, of course, at Julian Beetles, the comeback started on Dry Season for the bounty game for EXO free agents, who themselves just came out of the back of a 3-1 victory over Na'Vi. Here we go. Here's the adjustments. Did I just see Ruff down there? Well, okay, quite a few adjustments here. So Surge coming out. No, it's a Colt. It's another Colt. I was not prepared for the skin. Yeah, was not prepared for the skin from Casey.
Both from the Gold Arm gang, and I mean, I gotta say, I was gonna say that I really hoped that Yoshi was gonna go back to Colt. I think that Colt is actually a really underrated choice of brawler here on this particular map. You can hit those shots, and that's the thing now that Casey's really got to land these shots. Ultimately, it's going to be a tough thing for Tom to take the right-hand side lane. So Casey with a tough matchup going up against the Bell. But if they can, close the gap with, that's going to be a great opportunity for Casey to close the gap on this mid area here. Whitey's super low, but a nice pickup from Yoshi on to Spen, and that's going to deflate things a little bit more. But Casey will break that cover, and that's going to come back around later on to give some more aggressiveness to him.
Two members of free agents really low there, but just unable to finish them off there. That can sometimes be the frustrations of Colton. All well and good if you can get that super close, but they can't put the damage down at Kurz. Kurz doing some super hot step in there to keep around the side. Oh, Yoshi lands the snipe on KC. Oh my word, some great work from him there. Takes down 27% off the safe already. What a fantastic start for EXO free agents, holding themselves in the game, trying to take it to a game 5.
Be a tough thing to break for us. Casey does break that left side. I think that's pretty a wise idea here, is that we'll force Whitey to have to juke between the ideas and Spen picking up some shots from Curse. It's a dangerous thing, down to 280 HP. Ultimately, again, this is where Tribe didn't want to find themselves, because it's a very hard thing when you're behind in this particular map with so much space to be able to maneuver. A nice pickup from Yoshi there with the homemade recipe. Also, with so much space on this map, you can just focus on control, and that's the thing, that when you've got the advantage in the lead, can only serve to apply more pressure. But now a chance to Tribe, but they've got to make this count.
Oh, Tom, I know he's going to be feeling that one. Just took 2 down and then gets sniped out by Kirsten on the respawn. Frustration, no doubt about it. 20 seconds, it's time to go. It's time to push. What do you got in the locker here, Tribe? Because they're certainly up against it. Or will we be going the first time tonight? The distance to the 5th and final game. The super already burnt. The snipe comes out from Yoshi. A second, a third. Oh, magnificent stuff coming out of Yoshi there. And EXO free agents will take it to game 5.
Going the whole hog then, and again, rightly so, because both teams honestly are just adapting, and that's the thing that can make you go the whole way. Ultimately, if everyone is always willing to try and swap things up when they're not working, it's just going to keep going. And EXO did very, very well to turn that one around. I've got to say, Tribe at the very beginning made it look very, very straightforward for them, but as soon as they found themselves behind, they were just unable to turn the games around.
Oh, I definitely feel for Tom here. That's where he just took the 2 down. But here we go. Yoshi, 1, 2, and 3. Goodbye. Super in. Going to finish the job. And, well, here we go. For the first time tonight, we're going to a set 5, which will, of course, be Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab, which... Was that where we started things off? No, it wasn't. Okay, it wasn't. Tell a lie. I feel like we've been to Hard Rock Mine tonight. We have as well. We've been there. AC Milan Clash versus Big was when we were there earlier on. Actually, that game turned out to be very, very entertaining, which, if I'm not mistaken, Big actually picked the map up.
Yeah, I mean, Hard Rock Mine, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting map, and one that you can struggle to get out of your spawn traps if you're locked down. I think Big were playing quite an aggressive game on that one. Ultimately, on this one, for me, I think that Rosa could be a bit of a difficult one to shake. I think that Carl, as we've seen already, Whitey going in there really aggressively on those back corners could be and he's going to do just that. So let's see what happens here. I mean, ultimately, I do think I prefer the Tribe comp here. Because I mean, ultimately we've seen what Spen's able to do with Gene already today, but it is going to be Kirsten on the other side of things, and it was Yoshi last time in Bounty, so let's see how that pairing does fare. But Yoshi's going to have a bit more of a range advantage with that homemade recipe over Tom. And look at this, everyone just like forcing through the lanes that they want to fight on, as everyone just tries to seek out what they want to do early on in this game.
I love how this plays out. It's so different to, say, a pub stomp game that you go and all those gems just stacking out in the middle here. But look at YDE sneaking round the back. That was a beautiful boomerang, and he makes it count. Casey also feels the difference. Oh, that super got stopped as quick as you like, and that put paid to him. But the damage was done. It's actually going to remain, looks like 4-4 in terms of gens as Spen steps in. Got to be careful, though. Low on health.
A bad time, though, from White to force out that lamp gadget from Spen, because ultimately he'll only have a couple of them to use at his disposal. So in this early part of the game, to try to eradicate some of that could go a long way in the end. If things can turn around into Tribe's favor enough to get a countdown, well, that could be the very thing that they needed to defend it at the same time. Curse on the left-hand side, thinking about it. And everyone is clumped up together using the magic puffs from Spen to stay in the mix. Spen has to go back. He's an 80 HP, and now surely EXO can take a much more controlling side of the mid.
Yeah, and look at YD already looking there, knew exactly where he was. Tom gets a shot around the side there, going hunting for it. The magic hand comes in, they take him down. That's going to give them the gem control that they need. 9-6, and now Yoshi's in all sorts of trouble. Where's he going to go? Oh, that shot from Tom, just so close to landing, but they do get themselves the 10th gem, and now they've got the 15-second countdown.
I've got to call auto on Cursor. I think he didn't mean to pull the sandbag, although it looks very calculated. I think it might have been just an auto aim. But now a chance for EXO that can get this defense, but I just don't see how it can happen with everyone solo picked up in the spawn. Tribe then are the first to move on to match point.
So, could we go the full distance here? Very close game, as you talked about there. That was simply a case of pressure being countered. The boomerangs from YDE were looking great at the start, and there just I thought YDE, his super got stopped, and that's where I thought he would have took Spen down. But here we go, the pressure from Tom gets around the side, the magic hand comes in, and that's a quick snipe off the side there, and in the end they just back away and take the victory. What adjustments would we make, if any? Now, this is a map where a collect could work. I love my bruises. I love my bruises. I'm just trying to think what else we could throw in there.
I think for me, Curse has got to change away from the Gene if they're not going to play it as a gem carrier. It's kind of a weird brawler to have in a lane. I think there's better choices you can have. Like, a Rosa would be a really great way to go on the aggressive on that side of things. But I think with the Bell that Tribe are running, I don't see them swapping away to the Piper idea, which would be, a great counter to it. So I don't know about that particular choice, but something else other than the Gene has got to be considered here. Ultimately, or take Yoshi away from the Piper, put Gene in the mid, and have Yoshi play a different role, and maybe break open some of the maps. He does like to bring out Colt in some strange instances. I'm not suggesting that he will, but it could be a pick which I'm not sure how Tribe would be able to kind of deal with. I mean, Surge could be an idea on this map. Or just maybe match the roughs themselves. There's a couple of ideas which could lend themselves to breaking open some terrain that could then shift things over in Exo's favor. Ultimately, all I feel is that you gotta have Piper or Gene, but not both. I don't think that kind of pairing is working for me.
I think this is where we saw Mortis come out for AC Milan Clash for the first time. Lene actually dominating on that brawler early on today. Some magical stuff. Do check out the VODs if you missed any of those games earlier on. Obviously, we're going to be back on air tomorrow as well with more games. Lots of play days happening here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But indeed, we do have a Rosa now on the left side here, and that's already started well.
Really well. That first takedown of Casey's going to be massively important to keep this pressure on Suspend, and now Casey's got to shake it. Ultimately, what he wants to do is probably use the air superiority star power to break open some of their own cover, as they haven't really got many choices in the matter now, because EXO are absolutely dominating. Tom is in an interesting spot here. He's going to be a problem to take care of, but taken care of quickly. He
not like that.
No, not at all. That is what Casey did do as well, break open that cover, and that is a really important mark that allowed Casey to win the lane onto Curse from Tom. So using the brawlers, their full capabilities, I like this from Tribe. Ignore the Rosa, focus on the mid, but by breaking open the map themselves, they're forcing Whitey's hand. I think that's a really smart play.
Yeah, absolutely. Just pushed on the left side. Casey got himself a quick and easy kill onto Curse. Curse, though, trying to be that pain in the backside once again, but those ricocheting shots from KC forcing them into Tom on there, and nicely worked here, by the way. They're sticking as a clump, obviously, once they're up against that Rosa. Keep him at the distance. Tom caught out here. Rosa gets taken down at the last there. The gems will drop. KC gonna have to climb, collect them. Curse comes spinning in. Not ideal to have them on the on the Carl there, but still, it's better than losing them, I guess. So KC in the end is going to be the gem carrier, but he gets sniped from the side, and Curse comes in. Oh my word, this just takes him down. The magic hand is going to be enough to try and take him down. No, it's not, because Curse just hits that super once again, turns and burns. And this is going to be EXO free agents locking himself down a game. We are going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. The final game.
Spen got a really important pull towards the end. I think there's maybe a missed shot from Tom, but I don't know whether even if he did connect, it would have made the difference there. Curse was absolutely on a rampage. Really important takedown of Casey for the gems. Continuations following that, and I mean, how often do you see a match point scenario? But like we said, going into this matchup, it felt like it could have been the time for it, and we are going to see it. The next game, it takes it all.
It's funny because, we were debating earlier about, obviously the 4 teams that go 3. They're talking about the top 3 of the SK and Clash, and then we were trying to debate, EXO, Free Agents, Tribe, and, well, I think we're having that whole debate played out on screen for you guys at home to enjoy, because this is an absolute pleasure to cast and watch so far, Ark.
It's just so close. It's so close. I mean, looking back there, I love the approach of Rosa. I was wondering how it was going to fare with Bell, but ultimately Tribe adapted to it and break their own cover and just forced the positioning to be where it was. Every step of the way, we're seeing just the unexpected. We're seeing the map be utilized, different brawler combos be utilized, and just everything's being mixed up, and that's honestly a really great thing in Brawl, to see so much versatility and adaptations. It makes for such an exciting watch.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Will they make some adjustments? The Rosa kind of paid off. I don't know whether I'd say the Rosa was what was the tilting difference. Certainly was a pain in the backside for Tribe, but obviously when it bought the time and the space for Curse to come in on the Carl and spin to win as much as he could. So some big changes afoot maybe here to see whether they change it up. Ironically, I'm just wondering whether Bell may be one of those changes now, because obviously with the bruisers starting to come in, suddenly Bell's that cautious character that's great at range, but if you get on her, there's not a lot you can do.
I mean, Tom did really well. It's an instance of, I think it was Yoshi playing on the Rosa or Whitey, but one of the two, when they came in, they used the unfriendly Bush's star power, slowed down Tom. He had to use the mark to really capitalize on the damage. So the mark is the ideal thing to consider when it comes to those kind of big, beefier brawlers. And I think that that was something that Tom was very much aware of and utilizing well. But ultimately, like you say, that can be an instance where Rosa can just be a threat by being there. Ultimately, if Tribe continue to run the roughs and that same idea in mind, then it could still work out there. I think that's going to shift away from it. I saw a Carl there, from KC. So for control, Tom bringing out Rico, which I love. And I mean, it's just a question now as to whether they can make it pay off. Wiley placing down some bushes. I like to see it with the grow light gadget there, not the unfriendly bushes. So making a big early statement. But and actually looking at things, there's nothing that Tribe have already got to be able to break open those bushes in. So they're going to be there the whole game, and something just therefore to consider.
Yeah, just going to keep on laying the bushes at the moment as Curse comes in and once again spins out as well. But Casey finally finishes him off. He hits his super, takes one down as well. Casey drops. Now it's going to be a Rosa in your face, Tom. That's what we were talking about. Rico or not, he's still going to be able to smash you down. And now Spen's in all sorts of trouble, saved by Casey as they comes in. This has turned into more of a bounty game than it is a gen grab.
Well, Tom now trying to seek out Whitey, and again, those bushes, I'm not sure they could have maybe connected them the whole way. I think so, and that's going to mean that they will see when Whitey tries to cross over between the two. Ultimately, if that had just been a little bit different, he could have had the whole stretch and run of things, but they have found Whitey. Casey and Spen pinching really well together. Yoshi trying to go on the right-hand side here to get a bit of an upper hand onto Spen, who is marked, so therefore Spen is the target that X are going to want to get to take down 6 gems apiece. This one could not be closer. And at the same time, Curse now has got met his match potentially. Casey popping the speed, going in with the flying hook, taken down. And this is the chance that Curse is going to try to capitalize on Tom. Great plays from Exo.
The biggest problem is it's YDE with the gems. So the Rosa's basically taken out of the game. But also the problem is that it is such a strong tanky brawler. KC has to come around and take the gems off, but now we're already at 10. Oh, the spin comes in, but Curse is still the man to keep them at bay. 15 seconds and counting as Curse will collect the other. Now Spen's going hunting, but with all those bushes, it's so scary to go blindly in. They know where YDE is. They're going around the side. KC puts the damage down. KC gets the one down. YDE get a choice. Get it picked off. They're going to get him down. No! 200 hit points. The shot was coming through, but Exo free agents will take the W. Holy cow!
But I mean, as if match point wasn't close enough, and then it gets down to that for a countdown. Oh, I'd like to see it back. I don't know whether Casey got on the aggressive. He would have got the takedown, but I don't know whether that would have served to help Tribe in the event of dropping at that part of the sport. We'll have to see back, but my goodness me, Tom got some amazing value from those bell shots towards the end. So massive shout to him, because that was very, very close to the result of the value of that. And marking Whitey, I think, was an ideal person. Oh my word, Tribe did exceptionally well, but Exo just had that sliver, that small margin to get ahead. This is the moment here that Casey maybe could have gone on to Whitey there, probably could have gone down with the gems. You see, that's the problem with going in there. He just had to make a choice. We see the reaction there as well from the super fan side of things.
The reverse sweep absolutely happens. My God. For Tribe, they're going to be kicking themselves, right? They could have closed it out at 3-0. They opened the little crack in the door, and wow, my God, Exo free agents absolutely kicked it in and take the W here in what was an incredible series. Wow. So it means Exo free agents will join AC Milan Clash on a 2-0 start. And for Tribe Gaming, they just had an exhausting best of 5 And you know what, guys? Now they're going to face SK Gaming. We're going to a break. When we come back, that match will be ready.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I'm Casey. I play with Tribe Gaming alongside Spen, Tom, and Drake.
So I want to start all the way back when you first started playing Brawl Stars and, how you developed as a player. So, did you get on the bus, like the Brawl Stars bus, straight away and start playing loads? Or how was the journey?
Yeah, I started playing Brawl Stars within the first week of its release due to one of my old friends that used to play Clash Royale. And at the start of it, I played it quite a bit at the start. And then I took quite a break off Brawl Stars. And then once I came back to it, I actually started pushing ladder a lot more and started looking into competitive. And then it started off last year that I actually started doing competitive and joining Gold Magic, which was one of the top teams. And then this year I've ended up on Tribe Gaming.
I mean, what an amazing jump. I mean, what do you consider that your team's biggest advantages over your opponents?
I would say that we're all smart and we're a lot this year we think a lot more when we're playing.
Well, I think that I speak for everyone when I give you a little bit of a clap right now because you guys smashed the second ladder, right? And going undefeated, so your confidence must be so high, even with the caliber of the teams that you went up against, right?
Yeah, when we played the first ESL ladder, we didn't manage to get first in the actual ESL ladder. EXO managed to get that. So, and then we ended up playing playoffs and we didn't make it the first time. So when the second ESL ladder came out, we were like, okay, we're going to grind for this #1 spot so we don't have to play the playoff. And we managed to go unbeaten through the whole season.
Well, undefeated, exactly. That is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, do you have different tactics set aside for different teams that you face, especially as we progress into the challenge season when the caliber of the teams are going to be, pretty amazing?
Yeah, and I mean, we always look over teams, watch VODs, and always look to improve and hopefully look to show it off.
Well, what team has surprised you the most during the ESL Mobile Open? Like one of your competitors that maybe you didn't expect to be quite so good and they really surprised you?
And FA Trio was one of them. They was actually grinding for it and they managed to get a lot of wins as well.
So what are your expectations for this tournament then? Going into the challenge season, who do you think is going to be your toughest opponent?
And there's in EU right now, there's quite a lot of good teams. For example, EXO, SK Gaming, Clash, Totem. So we're not taking no games lightly, and hopefully we can get some W's.
Well, you sound quietly confident, I think, sat over there. Now, is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans who have been supporting you throughout your journey before you embark on the next stage of the ESL Mobile Open?
Just like to say thank you for supporting us all the way through. Through the ups and downs, and hopefully we get some results.
Well, thank you so much for talking with me and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And we're back with the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. I'm Lethal. Joining me is Ark as always. D-Man's now finished for the day, but what an incredible series to come back from Tribe Gaming. I do feel sorry for them just a tad, and now they've got to come up against SK Gaming. So I'm sure, well, let's hope that they've got plenty of fuel left in the tank.
This is the thing, right? I mean, they just had a marathon and they've got to still continue to run that sprint now. And I mean, one way of looking at it is that. The other way is that, maybe actually this is the perfect warm-up for them to take on SK, because SK are having a phenomenal year as well. But they've got to still have, like you say, some fuel in the tank, some energy levels still rocking high. Maybe get some energy drinks on the go. Max, possibly. We'll have to see what the bands say later as well. But they've just had a real marathon and just ever so slightly came short.
Yeah, right there. It's like doing the London Marathon or the Tour de France and then told to go back the other way. That's literally how they're probably feeling going into this next series against SK Gaming. And, it's going to be tougher because SK Gaming are a little bit better. Well, a lot of people would assume that SK Gaming are a little bit better in comparison to EXO because of their, recent performance in previous competition the last few weeks. So yeah, Tribe, I'm hoping they're, really warm and ready coming into this. Because like I said, sure, fair enough. In terms of stamina, people may say, yeah, but they've only played 5 sets. But it's not about the sets, it's the mental fortitude you have in those in those games in a tournament setting. It's extremely difficult to, continue on at that high level of play and having to play these mind games, all that bitsy pizzy, blah, 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 blah. But you guys know at home what I'm talking about. And yeah, we got to see Tribe Gaming once again play in another series against SK Gaming this time round. It is the final series of the day. Should be an absolute slobber knocker coming in, as this is the schedule. Believe it or not, the only match we have left is going to be Tribe Gaming versus SK Gaming, as I've just mentioned. So very excited to see what Tribe can do here, considering a very tough loss, I would say, considering the lead they had to begin with. But against SK Gaming, it's going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. SK have had just a really, really great start this year. Great synergy with their new roster going in the start of the year, adding in, Jetton. It was basically just Skyrex who was like the sole remainder of that roster, and then adding in Jetton and bringing in Semantic. And, that's one player to bear in mind, that Semantic was actually with the roster of Tribe last year alongside Spen and Tom. So now going up against their former teammate in this matchup, sometimes, those sort of like past storylines can still run in the veins, and there's definitely some history there to be considering. But ultimately, all of these players have, earned their positioning in this period of the tournament. So everyone has every chance of going forwards and taking it all the way here. I think we're in for a real treat to the end of the day today.
Hopefully this story will continue to unfold. Let's have a quick peek at the rosters again. I know we've seen them before. Let's have another look though. Let's have a look and see exactly what is going to be appearing on our beautiful screens now. And representing UK Esports, we've got Tom, Spen and KC. We saw them just now in that last series. A devastating loss, I think a lot of us would say, considering it went not only down to the wire as in set 5, but final game and those final moments as well. It's heartbreaking. They're going to be pretty happy to an extent where at least they're thinking to themselves, at least it's not, the challenge finals and they're completely knocked out of competition. No, by absolutely no means, as they still got plenty more opportunity to get some points on the board, to get up on that leaderboard, funny enough, and continue hopefully with the great plays they made during that last matchup. But switching over to SK Gaming, where they've just been a complete force to be reckoned with, just a path of destruction left behind in every nick and cranny, any kind of area you can talk about in any competition in competitive Brawl Stars. Skyrex, Jetton and Semantic. It's going to be tough for Tribe here, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, honestly, SK were looking fierce earlier on today, and they've got to continue that same approach. They made light work, I want to say, of Noble Elite, but not quite so much that same storyline, because we did see a bit of a comeback from them. So there are some signs of weakness potentially to be exploited within the SK Gaming strategy going into today. And again, Tribe are a little bit warmed up to this, so they're going to have to really, continue with that same approach as they did with EXO, and just continue to mix things up, keep SK Gaming guessing. And that is going to be the thing that I think that they could have to their advantage here. Tribe are no strangers to changing comps, changing ideas, but then again, SK are not too savvy away from that idea themselves. So, it's going to be a very close matchup. Both teams very, very closely matched.
Well, I hope for SK's sake, they've kept themselves warm, considering their last series was against Noble Elite in the second series of the day. So they've had a fair amount of a wait. So I'm sure they've had a brew, played a few games here and there to keep themselves hot and ready against Tribe Gaming, because it's definitely not going to be an easy feat for them, even though, some people may say it's a little bit tall order for Tribe Gaming, but I don't think so at all. They've been looking very solid in that last matchup. I kind of feel like in that last series, every second was decisive, depending on, how you kind of actually saw it. And it's especially during the scoreline, it could have gone either way, absolutely, 100%. But SK Gaming have had a nice break here, but Tribe Gaming are definitely hot and ready coming into this, considering they had to go from back-to-back matches. And like I said, it's not about the stamina from the amount of games you play, it's the mental fortitude of how much work they had to put in order to try and take down EXO, and they didn't after all that. So it does suck for them a little bit. But from SK Gaming, what do you feel like Tribe need to do here? We know what SK are like. They've been, a pure pleasure to, watch over the last few weeks in, numerous different tournaments. And it wouldn't be too much of a surprise here if SK, they may take this, but they only struggled ever so slightly against Noble Elite early on in that second series, but they still won that 3-1.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments that Noble Elite kind of had an opportunity. So I like to think that then that could help Tribe as well in certain game modes and maps, which kind of they feel very confident in to kind of get inside the minds of SK. I think the bans here are going to be quite crucial, and it kind of in terms of how SK want to play, kind of looking to shut down early ideas would go a long way here. But also they want to be able to leave things open for themselves to thrive in what they like and enjoy best as well. I think, depending on the maps and mode as well, that's going to be a big factor here. And all things need to be taken into account. With a team like SK, you've really got to cover all your bases. And, they like to play a lot of really big, beefy brawlers, and sometimes brawlers that can be a real pain to deal with. For me, I think, someone like Semantic and Stu, or Scarix and BB, they're important things to kind of shut down early on, whether it's with your comp or with a ban. I don't think we'll see a BB ban myself, but, I think that either way, Tribe have got to be very, very aware of what SK like to do and try to, think ahead in terms of their brawler choices in that respect.
Yeah, a few cracks in the armor earlier on, but let's have a look at the picks and bans to see if it will sway our decision in any way, as we do have Ring of Fire to start off with, as will be Bot Drop as the second map, Double Swoosh on the third, Shooting Star, and if it does go to a fifth set, which, I wouldn't mind that, I want to see another set 5 to finish the day. It will be on Backyard Bowl, and we'll see how this will shape up. And seeing that Siege game as well, set number 2, I spoke about earlier how strong SK Gaming are on that mode. It's not really, dependent on what map it is on. It's just their mode, one of the favourites, and how much of a win streak they had in top competition. But let's have a look at the bans as well. For Tribe, they've got the Gene and the Stu, and for SK, they do have the Byron and the Amber as well. So we'll have to see exactly how things will pan out for both these teams after the bans.
Well, I like the bans for starters. I mean, like, Byron is going to be out of the mix for Backyard, out of the mix for Bot Drop also. And not really one to go for a Shooting Star, but Stu for sure. Definitely one that would have caused a huge ruckus in a lot of these instances. Gene not going to come into the mix, and Double Swoosh. Ring of Fire, I think, then would probably have a fair amount of Lou involved. And, that's a key brawler to have out of the mix. Stu would have absolutely run rampant in Ring of Fire. So getting Stu out of the mix here, I think, is a really directed ban towards Semantic, and just enabling him, or disabling him rather, from being able to utilize that particular brawler. But ultimately, no Gene, and we know that Spen is so good at getting those all-important Gene pulls in. So I think as well, having that particular brawler off the cards, I'm looking at Max, I'm looking at other ideas, and Bell, I think as well, hugely is going to make a big impact now.
Yeah, and to be fair, these two teams know each other very, very well. So I think those bans to the brawlers actually makes perfect sense. But do you know what, Ark? I've had enough talking. Let's just stop. Let's just crack on now and get into this first set. And the last series of the evening, guys, as well. Thank you all for joining us throughout the entire day of this first play day. But this will be the last series of the evening between Tribe and SK. And this is going to get underway in this first set. So let's see how things will pan out, as Scarix has already taken a fair amount of damage in that middle lane. Tom still pushed up ever so slightly, but does become in range and clean up Scarix there. Great start and great job from them, giving that slight advantage leading into his first game.
Yeah, Casey moves up, rightly so as well, but a great start with Tom with that pick up there. Semantic now. Rock and Crow is a nice pick, choice. I like the Lou on both sides as well, for both SK and for Tribe. It's going to be SK going to take slightly ahead of the lead. I think the ice block there, maybe not needed from Spen. Ultimately, with a 3 versus 1, you're going to go down anyway, but maybe trying to cap some zone points for his trouble. 2 bear trips on the mid from Skyrex. Ultimately, Casey needs to get his stacks, and he did the right thing to move up. He's going to TP through there and patiently awaits out the ice block, which is a really important thing to note there from Casey. My goodness me, absolutely tearing up on that right side, and now able to help Tom to take over the left side.
Yeah, Tom took down Semantic in that process. Jeton taking down KC is going to be a 2v2, as Jeton taking a fair amount of damage. Spen also consuming just as much, if not more, in that 1v2 engagement. Tom had to back away ever so slightly because of the damage he took in that previous engagement. Semantic does take down Tom, and Semantic is the last one left in the middle, but Jeton gets in just in the nick of time, as Spen still looking for a little bit of support from the rest of his teammates. Have only just managed to rejoin the fray. Spen looking to just doing his absolute best to stay alive, but Semantic is after blood, manages to get him. Good kill there from Semantic. Great discipline from him from that flank. But on the other side, though, Casey takes down Skyrix. Tom also gets traded out as well. And Semantic is still alive and still in the centre.
And juking like a mad lad. I mean, honestly, taken down to the end by KC as a result of that mark from Tom. But it's actually quite a passive game, it's got to be said. Both teams are being really, really aware of, staying in the mix and staying on their toes. Spen just under pressure from Skarx on his left-hand side. Tom doing well to connect in the middle with Jeton there. Nicely done. That will allow a lot of cushioning for Tribe to be able to continue to take the zone, because there's really not that much in it. Both sides have not really been capping the mid-zone that much, all things considered. So this is a really important time for Tribe to continue to close this gap.
Semantic now, though, takes down one, finally gets traded out, took a little bit of time as Tom managed to finish him off, and Jetin is the last one left standing, trying to get him in as much percentile as possible. Spen and Tom going to rejoin, though, to see if it can take the Semantic as well, but Semantic does get away. Skyrex is still alive on that right lane. Semantic does take down one, takes down two in the end, but Casey finally cleans him up, but it could be too late here. Casey just trying to stay alive, but also put a little bit of pressure on at the same time. But now they've got a numbers disadvantage, especially with Skyrex backing off with that range. Tom, 77 HP. He's done and dusted. But still, though, SK managed to win that by 17%.
It was a really close game. I mean, with teams like SK and Tribe, which can just go on the super aggressive at any moment, you've really got to play a steady and slow match. Slow and steady wins the race ultimately. So I do like the way that both teams are going into this. I think there's very little in it. That was the icebreaker. I think the Spin was just trying to cap a little bit of the zone there. Every percentage does count. Casey going in there with a nice gadget as well, and did so well on those side lanes. But I kind of wonder what the better brawler is in this instance. Ultimately, Crow's always going to have that range, whereas Surge is only going to have it on the result of those max stacks. So that might be the brawler to consider. I think that Casey was playing really, really well. I just think that Crow might just be able to have that edge, maybe, to go on the aggressive and also keep that range at bay.
Yeah, he saw on numerous occasions in every single one of those team fights, SK barely edged out, by the smallest of margins. And like I said before, Atlas acts like a mad lad, in the centre straight afterwards. So, it's all fun and games, isn't it, for SK now and again, but just doing their job nicely. And, some good flanks as well for the same time from Tribe, but just couldn't really pay their dues. But at the same time, they're trying not to overextend. So it was good and bad at the same time, as now we're going to see how Tribe can try and respond to SK's action in that last game. So already Skyrex very aggressive push, and that was a fantastic cleanup there onto Spen, and it's not the way they want to start things off, as Skyrex also takes down KC. Tom does take that Semantic, but at the same time it's only a trade, so no win or lose situation. And now Spen is just pushing all the way in this 1v2 scenario, as Skyrex is somehow still alive, finally cleaned up after being on 224 HP, and now it's going to be a 2v2 scenario as finally Spen managed to rejoin the fray.
Spending very well, getting a ton of value off the back of those shots. Skyrex running Surge as well is an interesting one. Skyrex is a very, very accomplished Surge, and it's nice to see him back on that brawler this year as a result of some favorable balance changes. And just look at how well he's tearing up. Max stacks already for him, and Tribe struggling to retake this zone. A shot from Tom will not ricochet between himself and Semantic. There's a nice awareness of range there. There's the chance for Tribe. They've got to come more into the mix now, and they will cap the zone, but down goes Casey, leaving Spen all alone, and that's not good for Tribe.
It certainly isn't at all. Skyrex is doing absolute work in that left lane, just being able to catch him with their trousers down on multiple occasions and be able to push him through and get some of those clean kills. But Skyrex, though, still being able to stay alive in the centre, but he's got KC to deal with on the right side, so he can't even pull back. Now he can. Now he's got room to not back off fully, but of course to stay in the zone to try and get as much out of it as possible. But they are up by 39% now, only a little bit less, but yeah, you can see Tribe need to do something drastic to come back in this matchup.
A long way to go. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle for sure. This is a chance for them, really, if they can get a couple of kills for their troubles here. We've got a long way. Looking at Skyrex and Spen, aware of that left side lane, goes down though, and that's going to be a really difficult spot. I don't really see how Tribe can come back from this, just based on the fact that SK are just kind of all over this game right now and just showing no signs of slowing.
Certainly aren't indeed. 45 seconds left though, but I don't think it's going to matter. Already 5% left, and SK doing absolute work. Jetin's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. He should be okay. Yep, it will be all good to go to finish that up, and that's going to be the first set on the board for SK. And Tribe, sadly, they looked a little bit worse in compared to that first game. A little bit worse for wear, as SK were able to adapt a bit better.
Yeah, I kind of wanted if they'd gone with the Crow pick, maybe it would have kind of helped them a little bit, because ultimately, SK went with the Surge idea themselves, and SK made the Crow idea work against the Surge in that first game. But I think just that game looked a little bit more competent in the side of SK for me. I think the first game was quite a close one, and Tribe were doing really, really well to keep the pace the way it was, just kind of like relatively composed and nothing too crazy. At that time, I think SK were just doing a lot better in terms of just how aggressive they were going against Tribe.
Certainly were indeed. I think Skyrex just getting away with so much in that left lane. He didn't really play it any differently compared to the second game either. Just continued to put the pressure on that left side and try and catch him off guard. And, you know, like I said earlier, like midway through that game on multiple occasions, and was getting away with it every time. There's only one instance where he was hiding, but finally got caught. You know, he was challenged down once again by one of the players. I think it was Tom or Spen. I can't remember which of the two. But yeah, in the end, though, they finally had to figure it out, but it was just a little bit too late there. And I just don't think Tribe were expecting to do that so many times on so many different occasions. I think that was the only issue. They were expecting maybe, you know, change lanes or maybe not push up as, you know, as fierce as he once was. But, you know, hopefully things will change up now going into game number two. Sorry, not game number two, set number 2, as SK are currently up 1-0 in the series. So hopefully Tribe will be able to do something, you know, a little bit more differently here. And we just heard as well that the next game is going to be starting right now. So let's find out what Tribe can do differently in this next siege.
Max, I think, is a good brawler, which I do not see on the SK side of things. So definitely some speed will go a long way here. But ultimately, Semantic is playing Piper as well. And that makes me fearful because Semantic can really pop off with that particular brawler. Casey going in, though, does a really nice double left-hand side lane takedown there. But it's not going to matter. Jetson has all the bolts, and that's going to be the thing which is going to bring on the pushes. And Tribe are already on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. That bot is going to be approaching him. Only a level 1 siege bot, should be okay here. Shouldn't take too much damage if it does get to that point, as they're trying to delay as much as possible. Will he be able to stop it? It's only going to do just a tickle up, just a tickle, which is fine. Only 5% as Skyrex still in that left lane, just waiting for his opportunity. We're just hoping they'd actually push around that that left lane. But it looks like he had a call up from his teammates to save it. Nope, they're not pushing to your side, mate. It's unlucky. Just one of those things. Was a bit of a conflict situation. Spen does get cleaned up by Jetton here, and SK are looking so strong.
They've got all their sides locked down, and they have got full mid control. Semantic just juggling between the two, but did not connect to the homemade recipe. That would be a saving grace for Tom on the right-hand side, but, you know, it's not really too much because ultimately, you know, he needs to get these shots to connect with Jetton, who's doing a really good job of hiding behind this wall. Now he's got full health, but has to go back to join the defense. Marks the bot. The wisest thing that Tom can do here, staying alive as well on 30 HP. It's a good defense, all things considered, but Tribe are still going to struggle to retake this mid.
Yeah, and they've still got a 2-bolt lead. They've barely had any bolts to their name, 1 so far. They need to make this push work. 50 seconds left, already up to 4 bolts. Still plenty more bolts to play with, though, in this next 20 seconds. But look at it, still collecting them like it's nobody's business. Tom, 560 HP, just trying to stay alive. At Semantics, way too high of HP to even deal with, but Tom does actually clean them up, speak of the devil, as KC is looking to do extra damage onto Jetton as well as Skyrex, but it's just too little too late. That was a dominating start, and this is why I've heard so much about SK and how great they are on Siege. This is just a great example of that.
And they love the long-range brawlers. They really thrive with them, and this map is absolutely going to cater to it. Look at just how dominant this game was. The max pick, I think, is a good one with Tribe, but they've got to be able to utilize it a lot, and it's going to be really hard, especially when SK, with that first opportunity to hold down the middle area of the map, they're going to have range on their side. So that's the thing that Tribe are going to have to consider in this next game.
Well, I don't know about you, Ark, but I thought it's going to be a really long night. But, maybe some more interesting stuff. But SK just, trying to make it quick for us here. It's definitely not something we, assumptions aside, we didn't expect this to be as predictable as we might thought. SK looking super strong. And I said it even whilst we looked at the picks and bans, but doesn't matter what map it is on Siege, SK just seem to dominate no matter which team they're up against. If it's someone high up in tier 1 or anybody else, it's just remarkable how strong they are at just one particular mode. It's really scary, actually, considering that a lot of these teams would just see it as like a veto because of how good they are and how hard it is to topple them. But we'll just have to see if the trend continues in the second game.
I think this is where the bell ban could have definitely been considered with a bit more weight to it, because we saw just like how much it was coming into play in Hot Zone, and again, like, in this particular map, having Piper and Bell, when normally you would kind of like have Bell ban and go with the Piper pick, and then you'd be kind of more forced to these like left-hand side lanes and right-hand side lanes to really kind of like win, and then come back and join your team for some max speed or go on the aggressive. But with that Bell ban not in play, it's giving two brawlers of range in favor of SK, who already like those kinds of ideas to incorporate into their mixes. So I don't know really, to be honest, what the call is going to be here for Tribe. We're going to see big adaptations. However, they are going to drop Piper on the side of SK and bring in Ruffs and Crow, Sprout for KC. Let's see if this one fares better for Tribe.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a watch here, Ark. Let's see what happens, see if there's anything different for the side of Tribe. Hopefully for their sake there is, because they don't want to be going into this next set in a 2-0 deficit. As now the first siege bot, believe it or not, goes towards the side of SK. Only level 2, mind you, still early days yet, and it's going to be a decent defense anyway, nonetheless, as well. So, still continue to pile on the pressure to make sure we do as much damage as possible to see how much it's going to be able to tickle. It's actually done a fair amount there. You know, we always say on average it's around 0 to 30% on the first one, depending on how good the defense is. But 23% is still a fair amount, and could definitely turn the tides depending on the circumstances of these next two.
I mean, this is where the Piper picks would be a really difficult thing to have on defense, but Tom, needed the mark, didn't quite have it at the time, but still, Tribe are in a good spot to be able to get the control, but then goes down Spen, and that's going to leave 2 bolts, and Tom just can't contest. He's so low on health, and in a case he's trying to support it, but yeah, this is great from SK all round to get the pinch off, to leave those 2 bolts there, and they were so close to Tom. It must have been devastating for him to have to leave them, knowing that if he'd gone for them, it would have been the same result.
Yeah, this level 5 siege bot is definitely going to do a fair amount. Maybe not as much as last time, but still going to, add insult to injury as continue to try and take it down to 60%. But you've got to remember what's making things even worse. SK still have full map control here and a bolt lead. Just feels like Tribe haven't got any answers or, any rough ideas on what they can do in order to try and sort this out. But Tribe, they're still trying to do their absolute best. But SK with a free bolt lead. Tom's about to get taken down. They're trying to get away, and so is Spen. Every member of Tribe are so weak, but then again, so is SK. They collect the last few bolts. We'll get this last siege bot, and that is going to be the set for SK.
That was such a small room for error there, and it could have gone either way because ultimately everyone on SK was so low. 1 miss hit and 1 mid hit there, and then it would have been a Tribe push. Ultimately, that's not the case, and there's going to be no way that Tribe will be able to do anything about this, and SK will just then take the second set.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Mark. This is escalating really, really quickly. I didn't expect it to be... Oh, I don't want to say one-sided, but that siege was. The first one wasn't, but this one definitely was. But it is one of their strongest modes, like I said before. When you're playing against, one of the top teams in Europe, and it's one of their, biggest strengths, this is kind of like literally what you get, isn't it? We get a flavour of it earlier on when SK were playing against Noble Elite, and it's still just going to continue on. That just doesn't seem to matter who they come up against on this mode. It's just absolutely incredible. If we ever get an interview later on, I'd love to ask one of the players on SK why they're actually so good, why it's one of their biggest strengths coming into this, no matter what map cycle they're actually playing on. But let's continue on. Good stuff from SK again, 2-0 up in the series already, looking for that third if possible to join Clash with that 2-0 sweep in against both their teams today.
Yeah, SK going to be looking for the El Clasico for sure today. I already saw Semantic mentioning it in the Twitch chat earlier, so it's definitely something on their minds today. But ultimately, double switch up next for Gem Grab. With Amber being banned here, I think is a key brawler to have banned. It's going to allow for more kind of sneaky attacks in those bush areas. I think that some Tara here would be a good shout. Definitely don't put Tom on Tara. It's a little in-joke between the Tri Boys. Don't put Tom on the Tara. I'll have that be probably Casey, I'd imagine. But yeah, again, ultimately here, with the bans that are in play, it's going to make a big impact and a big difference in how this one plays out.
Yeah, I hope so indeed. It just looks like SK have pretty much got their number. Do these two... I assume these two obviously scrim a lot, but the thing is, though, what I don't get is the fact that I'm just surprised how one-sided it has been. I think it's more to it than that. Maybe that last set, or that last series rather, earlier on did take it out of Tribe just a tad. But we'll have to see, though, going into this third set, potentially the final set as well, if SK keep playing the way they're playing at the moment in this next set of gem grabs. So we can see exactly what's going to occur. Skyrix does get that first gem, but still got a couple on the side of Tribe. But looks like they are trying to play more into the angles, but you can see on the side of SK they're looking to push as a wolf pack, but looks like they're going to try and fork it as well. They're looking to try and push up on KC. KC backed away and now needs to do with the shadows, which is nicely cleaned up. So you can see both teams just trying to find or try and look for an opening, trying to exploit any kind of weaknesses on both sides, but they haven't really found much. And Semantic's left on 4 HP as he's backed away. Skyrix has just collected all the gems just to make matters worse. Semantic's still trying to stay alive, but I don't think Tom's going to see him. Tom's not going to see him at all.
Oh, That's going to be a painful watch back on top. There's nothing wrong on his part. Got to say that straight off the bat. Just the range was kept so perfectly at bay.
Yeah.
And that's all credit to Semantic there to make sure that he remained hidden. But yeah, one shot there would have gone a long way from Tom. But I actually was going to say prior to that moment of turnaround that I really prefer the Tribe comp here. And there's still a chance. That's a really important reset. Let's see what Tribe can do now as they start to recollect themselves. Casey has super on the left-hand side, but as this Jet, and I wonder whether someone might try to make a bit of a super from the dark here on this left-hand side lane. Whoever gets his first super off is going to put a lot of pressure. Those support from beyond is going to go to show where Casey is lying. Scarix is the takedown that Tribe so desperately need now.
Oh, we'll be able to survive though. 10 seconds left. Spain is looking to push up on that right lane, but the respawn comes out for Jet, and they should be okay there. And there we have it. SK Gaming win the first game of the third set. Now going to be on match point. And my word, what can Tribe do here? Oh, this is ridiculous.
Now they need the full reverse sweep. I mean, that's what it's gonna take. There's no room for error now. The best they can do is try to bring back Gem Grab to remove that match point that SK have over them, and then continue to have the momentum going. But it's been a long day for them. Like that matchup, like we said earlier today against XOFA, has really come back around to just have. I mean, maybe if they'd won it, it may have had a bit of a difference, but I don't know. I mean, it was such a long series, and it's a very difficult thing when you've got fatigue to really come back from, especially against a team like SK who are looking so good. They just really are not missing the mark right now.
Yeah, they shouldn't be too bad. I'm sure, the guys on Tribe probably up to like 4 or 6 a.m. anyway playing this sub. I'm sure they'll be all right. This is like basically lunchtime to them. Like, what is it, like nearly 11 p.m. UK time. So yeah, it should be about lunchtime around then anyway. But yeah, let's go into this next game. Could be the last game. It is going to be match point going in now for SK Gaming. But Tribe really need to try and show some flair if they want to turn this around completely on its head.
It's going to take so much, and we're going to see no variation. I think that's pretty wise, to be fair. I've got to say, actually, I think Semantic going with the max this time round. That's a pretty decent shout for me. Let's see how things fare here as Tribe maneuver themselves into position. SK doing a wondrous job here of just juking a lot of these shots now, going on the aggressive. Semantic goes into the side of Tom with the help of Skys, gets the takedown. Spen's going to be double teamed here and has to go back as a result. Pushing forwards now, but KC needs to heal up a little bit. And there's Spen with a little signal to his teammates, spinning to say, like, I'm going to have super soon, stay with me as well. They're being voice chat, but nonetheless, a little thing to pick up on there as a little visual indicator. Let's see what happens here. Those Spen forced back as a result of carrying those gems. Has to keep them safe for a piece now for both sides.
There's a huge amount of small talk for both of these teams. They're trying to plan their attack, but having to pull back every single time, trying to get as much percentile advantage over the other team with these flanks, or prioritizing some of his players. But Semantic you could just see he wants to try and push up here, but knows that he can't take that risk as of yet. Gems, in terms of the scoreline, 6-5, so close, and back and forth. Skyrix has got the 6 gems. He needs to be a little bit more cautious now as Tom is trying to push in if he can. He actually does take him down, but of course can't collect the gems as of yet. Semantic's actually trying to get away with them all. As now Jeton does stay alive too, but needs to be careful in these next couple of minutes, because if they keep letting Trump get any more map control of them, this is where things can go badly for them. As now Semantic hasn't really taken too much damage there, as Skyrix looking to push on through as well. But can I make something of this? As Skyrix has taken a huge amount, but still takes down KC in that left lane. Tom gets to trade onto him. And now, though, one more gem until Tribe can start that countdown.
Oh, very important kill there from Tom on that left-hand side lane, because ultimately Skyrix was running the sleep stim and would have been able to heal up by the time if he had not been contested. Look at this pressure from Tribe as they get the gems. And there goes Semantic as well. 18 in the pocket from Tribe, but they cannot have any room for error here. They've got to go with the aggressive, nice suck there from Casey on the right side, leaving just Skyrix and Semantic. And this might be a little saving grace here for Tribe. They've got a long way to go, but that is the first stage to staying off that match point.
That last engagement was dirty. That was exactly what Tribe needed to do. Just forked it all the way in when they had that numbers. And yeah, it was just, quids in, really. Absolutely quids in. Nice to see Tribe. Again, welcome to the server. Showed some life. This is exactly what we wanted to see. We're trying to rep our boys here, but trying to do as much as we can to get them in. But, SK Gaming still looked very, very good. But one of the main things is that Tribe, at least they showed a lot more, elements of individual skill, but of course a lot more small talk played a huge part in a lot of those engagements. So you saw there as well, they kept him on the back foot for at least the final minute for, you know, a good while as well. So I was racking up those gems. But yeah, good map control overall and a few good flanks here and there. That's the thing with these two teams in terms of their skill and their caliber and how well they try and do things. You can see a lot of them trying to bait out a lot of these pushes as well, especially the maxes as well. You see, you know, using that speed to pretend they're going to push up or pretend to go for that flank. And both these teams are just trying to bait each other out on multiple occasions. There's a lot of mind games come into a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I feel like Ems is a great counter to some of those mind games with regards to the Sandy Sandstorm. You know, covering that much area spread, Tom got a ton of value from it. But Tribe were playing much better as a team that time round. We saw Casey get some great value coming from the left-hand side, and then when he was, you know, going to go down from, you know, Scarex, you know, Tom came in to pick up the lane as well. So great teamwork all round, and yeah, we are going to see Samantha coming in with Ems here. I think the Sandy pick's not a bad one for me from SK, but I just feel like at the moment, Tribe is getting a ton of value from when it goes down, being able to cover so much of the area of it. But let's see. Tribe really do need this one again. There's still match point going on here in favor of SK. So this one game could go their way, and that would be sending Tribe home for the day. So they do need to get through. Tribe do need to get through gem grab here to take this to the next game.
That's right. It's the second match point. SK will want to try and end this here and now rather than let this series drag on. Semantics in that right lane, just waiting for that crucial push. Good stuff from Tom, though. He's not doing any damage. He's just flicking a few a few attacks here and there just to see if he does push on up, but making sure he's been super aware of his surroundings in that right lane. But I love that from Spen and Casey looking to push up from that left side. There's also managed to trap Semantic in the middle at the exact same time. 7 gems now still for SK, and how are they going to be able to capitalize? I kind of feel like Tribe have been looking better overall, even though they've not had the map control, but they need to take a few more risks here to try and put SK on the back foot.
Okay, so went down, but ultimately good to save the Black Hole. Spen now all out of position, all alone. Oh my goodness me, Spen is hanging on for his dear life as Casey comes back in, but I think the range is too much. He cannot make the Black Hole portal count on Scarex, and that could be disastrous for Tribe.
Certainly could indeed. 10 seconds left. As long as Skyrick stays alive, he should be perfectly fine. And Tom and Spen are pushing all the way in. As you trapped him into a corner, 3 seconds left. We'll be able to do anything. No, they do not. Sadly, they did not have enough DPS in the end to clean up any of those kills. Just a little bit of a shame. You hate to see it, but SK Gaming do come out with the win, and then dominating fashion once again. A little bit of a struggle towards the end of that third set, but did make it count. As you see, SK Gaming do win that 3-0 in our final series of the stay. But I will say as well that Tribe did some fantastic pushes early on.
Yeah, they really did play much better. And they were just getting this stride on here. Spen did so well here. It was double teamed and got a takedown. The gems laid down there as well. If he'd just been able to hold on just a little bit longer, but honestly, I don't think there was any way that he could have done. It was an unfortunate set of circumstances. The Black Hole Super was there with KC also, so if that had been just like a little bit shallower of a distance, then those gems could have easily gone into Tribe's pocket. But SK played phenomenally well today and thoroughly deserved this victory.
Yeah, even at the very end as well. If I did take him down, then of course SK will come and respawn. We'll just recollect the gems without needing to push all the way to the other side of the map, and literally there'd be like 7-8 seconds left, if that. So yeah, it would have been a one-way struggle plus ticket, I assume, for Tribe. So a little bit of a shame, but. And at the same time, like I said earlier, they have made some fantastic pushes. You can see the communication worked well and worked wonders in a lot of their players, but it's just one of those things. But, you know, SK Gaming come out with the 2 wins as well as Clash, and we'll have to see that leaderboard later on, of course. But, you know, we will see it later on. Don't you guys worry at home. That is all the matches done for the day, but we're going to have a look at the leaderboard and some other bits and pieces very soon, so don't go anywhere.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge here for Brawl Stars Lethal Arc. D-Man was here earlier, and it's just been a fantastic day of matches to, start things off, or to kick things off, shall we say, in play day one. But we saw in that last series as well, SK just doing absolute work against Triumph, which is a little bit of a shame for Triumph. We thought, we expect a little bit more of them, I would say. But you're right, though. SK Gaming are just in their element right now.
Oh, they just played phenomenally well. Just great choices, and just after that, just such a long battle that Tribe had between themselves and EXO prior to this. Just like at the end of the day, it's a really tough thing to come out the back of those really long matches that go to match point, and still have that kind of like push that you need. But SK right now are just going from strength to strength.
It's just disgusting, really, isn't it, how good they are? They need to have a day off at some point, but they're not, they've got so much fuel in the tank. We just don't know when it's ever going to end. I think one of their main, or one of their biggest strengths is in just game mode aside, it's like their decision making and how to not only exploit some of the mistakes, but to also then extend it further to, keep them on the spawn and keep them split. And it's like, there's so many elements to their gameplay which just makes them just an absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was a great day for them. Great days for AC Milan Clash, also great days for EXO. And gotta remind us that Tribe almost was able to prevent EXO from having a good day as well in that respect. So just so little in it at this stage. Still, a lot of the score lines as well, it's got to be said, look like they're big gaps, but ultimately when you look and break it all down, so little was in a lot of the score lines today. And yeah, great to see all the teams today just coming out, all the gates swinging, flying, guns blazing. You love to see it on day one.
Yeah, they all came out swinging, didn't they? There's that's a complete understatement, but we both absolutely loved it, haven't we? But guess what? We do have an interview with Semantic from SK. So let's have a bit of a word with him. Let's see what he thinks of how the entire day went across for him. So Semantic, congratulations. I'm going to ask a obvious and very common question, but how do you feel winning your first two matches?
Hello. First of all, thank you for having me here. Great, I would say. Great start to the league. I mean, we didn't get the first place in the ladder season, which was unfortunate because of time issues. Then managed to qualify, and now just kicking it off with a 2-0, and especially against Tribe Gaming, which is definitely a tier 1 team, and this feels good to be again, yeah.
Yeah, how was it for you, Samantha? Because obviously this is your former teammates. I mean, this year you've come head-to-head a couple of times now. You guys know each other so well. That's the thing when you kind of go between rosters. So, how does that affect the way you go into your mindsets when you play your games? And is there any kind of secret then to your hidden knowledge of what players are going to play particular brawlers? You've got a better idea than anyone.
Obviously, I have some intel. For example, I know that Span is obviously always a Piper. I know that Tom is always a Tara and Mrs. Pulse, and I obviously know some tricks from them. But I don't focus that much on it. If we think about enemy comps, we mostly just focus about the comp. We don't focus about who's going to play who. That's the second thought that's coming after it. And then it's can I easily push that enemy because I know that one of them is more a defensive player, more of them is one of more aggressive player, so I can punish him or something. So it's just ending up in the game. But mostly you don't even see the in-game name of the players. For example, in Ring of Fire, if you have a Bell interaction, you want obviously to be on maximum distance, and you literally see just the feet of Bell. You don't even see the name, so I didn't even know who I'm facing. So it's it doesn't matter that much.
And the final question from us here. Now, every time I've seen you guys play Siege in, the ESL Mobile Challenge or just any other competition, you guys are just ridiculously, how good you guys are. Is there any elements in your gameplay to why you are just so much better than everyone else? It just doesn't seem to matter which map you play on. If it's Tribe or if it's Noble, it just seems to be anyone. But, there's such a massive skill barrier, a skill gap in comparison to you guys and everyone else. Why is that? There must be something in particular you guys are doing which everyone else isn't.
I mean, it might be the attitude towards Siege, because for me personally, Siege is my favorite game mode. So, and for all the players, it's the least game mode. So obviously, it's the least game mode. They will play it less. They will think about it less. While I'm literally enjoying it, playing Siege with strategies you can have there. The different sprout balls you can put there, the belt supers on the boss, when you need to collect the bolts, when you need to tie, using that jump heads on bot drop, just literally no one doing, but there are some interactions where you can use them. For example, escaping with a bolt or something, and no one is using that. And I feel like that we are just putting more thought into that, and therefore I'm just a bit better on it.
No, that's interesting. I was just very curious as to why, because I thought this, like I even said it earlier after you playing against Noble Elite. I was like, if I get an interview with them, that is one question I am definitely asking, because it just makes no sense. Well, it makes sense now because you've explained, that most of the fact that not many people enjoy it, but you absolutely love it. You could play Siege all day if you wanted. But just before we go, I just want to say congratulations once again winning your 2 opening matches, and I'm sure we'll see you again in future play days.
See you.
That's interesting. It's like, it's nothing in particular. We just like it, and no one else does, which is why we're the best. So it's just, it could be the same way with Clash with Brawl Ball. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, nice to get to know Semantic a little bit better on what he thinks, not just how he played on the play day today and how his 2 matches went, but just Siege in general, because I've always been very, very curious about it, and I love asking questions as to why they're massively better than like a lot of the other competition at just one particular map or game mode, or just something in general, a brawler maybe, for example.
I think when you're enjoying something and you kind of get a kick out of that, then it's like it just helps to serve to make those moments where you're in control feel even better, and that kind of then just continues on, and the momentum can be a really strong thing to have on your team side. And yeah, I mean, this year I've just seen SK just, again, we've got to remind ourselves at the very beginning it was just Scarex and they're bringing in Jet and bringing in Semantic. They've had to obviously deal with this chemistry and nurture it off it, and they've just done it so well. I'm looking forward to seeing so much more for them in this competition.
It is filthy, and I would like to see more of it as well, don't get me wrong. But I think we need to have a little bit of a leaderboard update, because, of course, we've only just started today, but let's find out how things have panned out throughout the entire course. So as you can see, Clash and SK Gaming, as well as EXO, are at the top of the leaderboard. And sadly for Tribe, Noble Elite, and Na'Vi, they've had, I could say, a slow start. Let's be nice about it. A slow start here. Still only the first play day. Still got plenty more to come as well. Remember, there is 8 play days still. Still got a huge amount of matches to come. And as you know, Reply Totem and Big Clan, they've only played once today. So, of course, they've got a couple of games in hand left to play as well. So, from what we see, it's what we expected. It's a shame from Tribe. But they're actually looking in that bottom 4 of the pack. But we've got to remember, they played against some tough opponents in their opening play day.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think, to be honest, they're probably looking back, kicking themselves probably more for the EXO game than the SK Gaming game, because that would have been a nice one to have. I mean, there's 2 giant teams, and ultimately there's a lot more games still to come for them, but it would have been nice for them, I imagine, just to have that that extra additional victory over EXO to kind of separate the gap. But some immensely exciting games today. AC Milan Clash still got some big ones to come, and that would be an interesting one. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the AC Milan Clash versus SK Gaming game. I think that would be quite an explosive one for sure. But yeah, so much more to come in this competition, and you don't want to go anywhere. There's going to be so many more amazing games and moments to come.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see exactly how these 8 play days pan out at the end of the challenge season. But that's almost what we've got time for, Ark, which is a little bit of a shame. But final thoughts anyway before we go.
I mean, just congratulations to all the teams, even if they didn't get out the results they wanted. I think that a lot of the matches today just exceeded my expectations. Very, very close games. Very, very good calculated decisions, and for the most part, I've got to say, really good choices of brawlers. I mean, we didn't really see kind of anything that was too crazy, so maybe the Leon pick in shooting star. That probably stands to me as the one that always came straight to mind as being a bit of an odd choice, but for the most part, that's what I love to see, because it really kind of sets the sentiment, and yeah, everyone did really well today. Players, coaches, analysts, everyone, good job.
Yeah, and that's all we've got time for, I'm afraid, everyone. But don't you worry, we've got all the time in the world tomorrow, because we're going to do the exact same thing with Playday number 2 tomorrow. So make sure you come back same time, same place tomorrow. But from me, from Ark, from D-Man, from all the production at ESL, good night for now.